hazmat suit is that you take it off and burn it after the drill. You know why you're doing that? Why? Because you got the best ones. Why? No, you're doing things you have to burn. No, I think I'll probably have to burn my jerseys. True. Oh, yeah. It's outside the hazmat suit. Correct. Mama, we just talked about this inside the house. Remember, you're in the hazmat. In the restaurant, no, me. The fuck? Sure enough, they fit, y'all. Oh, yeah, this suit fits crazy well. Took with a special tab. Took the most important. I'll take that. Oh, what you did is what good too. Fucked. Is that better? Get out and wrap up the specs and make it hard on my family. Going so hard on his family, dude. Silly. Well, this is a better way to do it. Comes third. This has been a crazy stream, man. We've done a lot in a small amount of time. You try to hide his small teeth behind that thing. That's true. You can't try to hide his small teeth behind the thing. What do you guys think of our suits? This is the worst strips of graham I've ever seen. Looks like season 3 watching White. This is we look like people Jesse on Fire hired. It's so like the mask on earlier when I was fully over my face. It was so hard to concentrate.
This morning it was a great satisfaction to be able to learn this all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, listening to Rabbi Yisrael, for dedicating all the show and drushes this year as a success for the summer troubles for all of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Abarim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosen's wife, and Stanley Rosen's wife, the Tony Rothschild. These are learning sponsors. Dr. Adam Grace Wolf, promotion of the Yardside Podcast, Wolf's father, Simon Swift, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, and mother, Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno, and Nelson, stories. We dedicate our learning to physical conscious hospitals and to ultimate to bringing home the Shalom and the Karach of the miracle of this ultimate to give them success. The whole of mercy. I guess the daf is let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are talking about on Samach Bezin base 62b, Today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Hiperishvias Nanim, the Parliament of Shminis. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do it as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi told this man. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the right, would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and bring the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, find the Sheminis, which got off the Asli Ani and Sheminis year, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. Something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, there was an interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also have been started to a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanites are actually totally fine. Rashi says the people that he shenta no havu hanach be'en lo ichiste hani ba'ani la chalu benenu lo chaylet b'shashviyat. We saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously familiar item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is connected to Esnar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnar Zona. Esnar Zona is halacha is if a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, she pays her money, but then he gives her an object. That object is called an esnon, so a payment for a holiday, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, so the first line is what's the case? The sign is this. Right, she says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zona. Right, Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. So Hamlet's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. I don't think. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, like Pshita, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. And it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that someone expects from the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, hello, God, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since he wasn't going to say like this, what is something from an estimate on the part of payments when there's transactional immediacy? Okay, relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Ella Kamar. No Salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Acherkach Bala. Now what does it mean, the Acherkach Bala? Rashi says, Akshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, David is there and has relations with her in 3 hours from tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, relations. But Acherkach is not a mutter. Bala, the Acherkach, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he afterwards pays her as none of mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be mutter. However, Nasallah, the Acherkach is no fact. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. What is the transactional immediacy? In other words, payment relations. Then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again as Shemitah produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit strange to start this transaction business with Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of the natural legacy, we don't view that eighth-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the seventh-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the eighth-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate piece. Not someone the so again, let's go through this, right? Let's go ahead and taste it. Right? But we're gonna do what? Get your sheep. I'm just using your sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So you pay your sheep. Right? And then let's say get your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday you have tradition. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited from consecrated temple. Right? There's a lax transactional release. You must understand. When he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is someone of prayer. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as excellent. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an excellent already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says that very interesting. No, what's the case? She should come up and hit the bus. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday of highest harvest, of highest zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, what a thing. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. No sense. It's important we've mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions, and in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not about you can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. And all of this hypocrisy, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to infuse faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings carbons. You know what? I guarantee you, those carbons are reaction to it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner purpose and struggle to and when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a clinical of in any event, so the zona offered up the carbons. And by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So you know, says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me what's the case, I'm allowed to leave the action. If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as a pillar, right? Acquire this as a pillar, right? Then, halacha so she did the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia u'matanama. So then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the action is not the but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a child, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, like, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, it's from Tuesday, yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, maybe Matzimikada, I could shut her up as a father. After all, the Yakdish is based on published on Rahman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erev, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Rahman, I'm not based on so just like your home, you own it. I publish you, so to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's for us, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could just have her listen to start here. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours.
Oh, really?
In the realm of personal growth, we are only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who aspire to do that. Our life turns we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose or their abilities are. The Owner shall only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Abigabeh Achas Dio. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the soul of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's for me tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. He needs to reflect, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting how your edges is that's fine. So Gemara says, so therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally and we're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested in committed status where there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone by the Harlot payment case as well. That be more just gets over into this Harlot payment case. So by the Rothschild, come out with Yishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not She consequently, she didn't offer it up as a product. But she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damar and the rest of the Gavot and Sulasa Rahel, Kimandak Vivasitami, so to say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and democratizing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is wrong. Again, it's wrong. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, for the lesson, here the shiny is. In the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esken Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not efficient. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become a stone
Dude, I might pass out from this face mask.
or not?
Take the face
So
mask
the
off.
picture of Rabbi
Knock
Eliezer.
myself for a couple hours. I wake
You
up.
can observe those, or observe those. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the
That's
daf.
awesome.
Right? You must Rabbi Eliezer shekadma beheki
Sending
vasa.
the,
So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of
I should
Esther
post
Zona, right, is where she went ahead
yeah.
and she already offered it.
Yeah.
Right? She offered it up already by the time that she occurred.
Multitask.
Dafka hekri vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About hekri shasol, no. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement that here, that if she's not efficient, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar was fake to me by it. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshek Shidin Rabbi Eliezer, that the Vasa of Dafka Baku Shasson, no, the Isim Shasbia. Because Rabbi Elazar said, if the only time it doesn't even estimate, is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Maxish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esron Zona. All Dilma, Hikrivasav Shitale, Vikishasam Misakale. And then, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esron Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment and via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If she deposited an animal for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide cargo. If she's not efficient, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the taker. Okay, let's analyze it. So like I said, the second result was, let's see, he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means he used for purposes. Or immediately, marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, immediately. But the Rabbi says if this one has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. I'm not coming to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashem. So listen, that contradicts this important. The right side, before outside of page 62, said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations. Even if there's a 3 years later, ultimately it is still also. I'm not coming to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashem.
It's so funny. We didn't take the landing
How the Amar is Baali me, they tell us, yeah? How the Amar is Baali me, they tell us. So listen, this is very ultimately again, one case is one of the cases where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. They tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, he says if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. See, I'm going to tell us that my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's very simple. We're going to go into Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The law thinks, oh, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identify the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Yeshifa. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the dinner of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Yeshiva to apply. So it turns out it's not as enough. Levi's another possibility is the Olam is only Israel, so it's talking about a Jewish farmer. So keep going, the Kohen Hatzim. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's two chutzah she acquires. Less than a second. If the Kohen Hatzim, Bala, the Akikach Masala, I understand. If it's in her chutzah, in her, then she acquires it. There are relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrating it. When you denigrate it, it's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Asman Asman, because she's acquiring sheep even before the deal, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara says, the shapi and the handy approach is very interesting. Now, here's the case. So everything comes to the halal, and here, this sheep is not supposed to be. He says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah, he might see not raise the season, he can't have your phone put up. And he says, for actually, let's say the next 30 days, look, did you not? And if not, calculate the economic. Take his sheep, ultimately, again, as your public fine. Not so that she was suspicious of that. Because we need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this podcast. I'm going to Makamara or Apollo. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers, and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, actually points out over here, Rashi, before coming on their parts, these workers are non-Jews, or they're on their parts, they're just unlearned Jews. And also not unlearned Jews, they also have this important to them. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The anal process, okay, so that's important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, so that means on a supplemental basis, whatever it is. He's getting them shit right here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the person says, the anal process, if you do this, anal process, he doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to 60 kg, Romy should be this, Romy should not nice, Romy should be that in this. I will say, somebody told me that they like Cholula over right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or on their hearts, he has to be concerned maybe the apple is going to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again that Haaretz is going by Shvita or my Shishim he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Trevor, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomi Shema Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the actually the last one, the last one of the long ones, that Rashi. The heart, the second one, you don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them credit. He is giving them money. It's covered here, this is for the food, this is for the drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no rivalry. Okay, no, contrast out the colors. Some of no, they 60 degrees, second line down. They said to them, Su be'ichur, bani korea, Su shku bani korea. He says, for the workers, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab off. Now this is the problem. then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's in the Bani Korea. Habikihu loteach ha'isru ma'ilo, the husband will start naturally like issue of the kids because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. So see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. There's no need to do it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these essentially prohibited items for his business. Alma, that wasn't what do you see from there? He cut her to make a certain what you see from there is that Allah for the Mesa, not going to say, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmiva produce and they paid for with €8. Said, now the problem is no transaction immediately. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over there? Amo, he kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, shaving produce, that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Al-Hanani, she kapara, the name is kapara. So to hear about Rabbi and maybe here, ultimately, again, isn't that also Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must have taken or as Kisto, the Henveni Hamakiko, the Mishkabi. You know, it's different in the Ruben case, right? Where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink out the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The argument that they plainly do it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening like that. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just a moment. Plainly, that is actually very possible. And then the shopkeeper knows what he's going to get from you because he regularly extends credit. Shekar Hikirbo, Shekamokum Shiyeshno Hadin are coming on the Kevin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben's not just saying stand one where you are and buy food, buy drinks. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
I mean, I still feel pretty good. I'm
Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever. Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply to the right? This wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. Again, using that the same case. Go you can go to and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like that's mutter. But that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different cases. What should we do cases? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up prohibited items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fair. In other words, better for right to go ahead
Says King David gave 300 to many thousands of people. King David was the source.
this was the old,
The smicha was upheld through great self-sacrifice, and that was one of the things the Romans were desperate to abolish. They gave it with the death sentence. Anybody who was giving smicha was being put to death because they were desperate to get rid of the Jew. Rabbi Akiva
a person says to his friend,
gave smicha to 5 students. One of them was called Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir was the next great sage of the next generation, and he was the one who received smicha from Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, at the end of his time, Rabbi Akiva lived till 120, but at the end of this time, he was arrested for publicly teaching Torah. Famous story that Talmud Ben Yehuda fell came to him when he was in prison and said, Rabbi, what are you doing? You know, you're risking your life. He was in prison, and they told him the famous allegory of the fox who went by the riverbank, and he saw the fish swimming backwards and forwards, and he said, what are you doing? He said, well, the fishermen want to catch us. Say the fox to the fish, well, come with me, come to the dry land. You'll be safe there. He said, stupid fox, we thought you were clever, you're not. If we stay in the water, then either way, we'll still make it. We'll get caught. When we go on the dry land, our end is clear. Said Rabbi Akiva, well, I'll make it or not. Questionable. But whether we have to teach Torah, that's a must. That is Jewish survival. The Romans tortured Rabbi Akiva in the most horrible fashion, and they combed him with iron combs with steel combs. And he died with Shema Yisrael. And he died with the word echad. And he told his students, at the time, students said, his students were standing there, and Rabbi Akiva said to his students that all my life I was waiting for the time when I could fulfill the verse, he said, that was the time when I'll be able to love Hashem with all my soul, when he gave his life up for Hashem. And that's how he died. But again, Rabbi Akiva lived to be one of the greatest sages ever for the Jewish people.
Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about?
There was, as we said, Adrian lived in the time after the time. There was Adrian, and then there was Antoninus. Antony, who lived after, was a good king. And in those days, the Chachamim, the sages of the time, gathered in a place called Usha. Usha is in the Galil. I'm not sure if we know exactly where it is today, but Usha is in the Galil because Judea was totally destroyed. There was nothing left to do there, so they went up to the Galil. That is why most of the sages of the Jews at this time are buried in the Galil. We'll go through it. We're going to go. We have Rabbi Akiva. We know where his tomb is today. Rabbi Akiva was buried in I believe it's close to Tiberia, which is all up north in Eretz Yisrael. And that's where they all are. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, we're going to go through them in a minute. It's also all the way up, not about Judea, not about Jerusalem, not about extension of the plan. There was no way, couldn't live there.
So now that makes sense. Because
there's two more sages which we're going to go through, which were cast tremendous light on people at the time. The successor, basically, even of Rabbi Akiva was Rabbi Meir. Now, actually, his real name was not Meir. His real name was either Rabbi or Nehemiah. His real name is unclear. He was nicknamed Meir. Meir means the luminary. He illuminated the people in his time with Jewish law. He came after Bar Kokhba. Basically, the time of Adrian, the time of Bar Kokhba, the time of Rabbi Akiva, this was a Holocaust time. This was big time. This was terrible. He came the aftermath of that.
Go out and drink.
Rabbi Meir came from converts. I forgot to say before. Rabbi Akiva was called Akiva ben Yosef. When you say Yosef himself was a convert, if anything, however, Rabbi Akiva's grandfather was definitely a convert. He was a descendant. His Yechus was. Do you remember Sisera? Sisera was the one at the time of Deborah when she sang a song. Sisera was the general who came and attacked the Jews and got his head cut out there. That was the lineage of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva stepped from Sisera.
Ultimately, again,
Rabbi Meir came from an individual called Nero. Nero himself, according to the Gemara, converted because he gave up on Jerusalem because he heard that he stopped some children outside Jerusalem, and he was into superstition. He was into all this kind of thing. So he asked the child, he asked him to tell him what he learned. And the child basically said the verse that came from the prophets that said that basically the Almighty employs people to punish the Jewish people for what they have done, and that takes revenge from them. So he said, I'm not going to be subject to that. And he went and converted. And then from him came Rabbi. Meir was a descendant of converts. Meir had a very famous wife, to a Jewish woman. They had a Puria. Puria is very famous among Jewish women. She was the wife of Rabbi Meir. A very famous lady she was. She was at the time when Rabbi Meir wasn't available to give the drasha, she would stand behind the mechitza, says the Gemara, and give it instead of him. She was one of those people. She was very sharp individual. She used to fix for Rabbi's strength. There was some people who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi were extremely evil. And Rabbi came up and said, right, I'm coming to Hashem, the nation of God. So she said, no. She said, Yitamu Chatoim, it says in the verse that sinners should cease from their chaytim, and not sinners. Pray that they should return, they should do tshuva. And he said, you follow her advice, says the Gemara. The Talmud tells us she was so studious. In one day she learned 300 laws from various chachamim. She got all of them all together, and she learned 300 halachas in one day from the chachamim of the time. Rabbi Meir is known today as Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes. Rabbi Meir, the owner of the miracles, the one who performed miracles. And the story behind that is, Rabbi Meir's father-in-law was a great sage who was called Rabbi Hanina ben Teratiah. He was one of the 10 sages who were killed by Hadrian in that era. And Rabbi Hanina ben Teratiah had a daughter, the sister-in-law of Rabbi Meir. What happened was, an unfortunate story happened. She was a very beautiful girl, and the Romans kidnapped her and put her in a place where she would be put to use, so to speak. Rabbi was desperate to get her out. Rabbi, what he did was, he went to the place, and there was a guard there. And he told the guard, I'm going to pay you for this guy. So the guard said, I'll be fed to the dogs if there's someone missing. He said, don't worry. He said, if anything happens, you say, and the God of Rabbi answer me, and everything will be fine. And the guy looked at him. He said, you want to try me out? Try me out. There was Alsatian dogs, which were meant for human beings. And said the dogs to me, and look what will happen. He said the dogs to him, and Rabbi said, the God of Rabbi, and they need the God of Rabbi answer me. And the dogs sat down, all peaceful. That's what he had to say. He took the money, and he gave back to the sister-in-law of Rabbi. There was soon after that, the Romans made a head count, so what was missing? The guard's off with his head, right? He shouted at the God of Rabbi, and something happened. The guard was from the other side. They ran, he ran, and it was fine. Rabbi was then became known as Rabbi Baal HaNes, Rabbi the one who performed miracles. In the 1800s, there started to be a tzedakah, there started to be a charity who printed the name of Rabbi Baal HaNes on the charity box, and it was considered to be a merit to give charity which bear the name to a charity which bear the name of Rabbi Baal HaNes, and many saw miracles in that way until today. The charity exists. One of the big ones is Kodol Chabad, founded by the Alter Rebbe, by the Shnei Zalman of Liadi, to support those who are in Israel, and that carries the name of Rabbi Baal HaNes until this very day on the tzedakah bush, because you'll see, and it will always consider the merit. The idea lasted all that time through.
So sometimes that forbidden identity.
Rabbi and his wife Puria also went through difficult times. They lost 2 children. On one particular Shabbos, the 2 children passed away. Rabbi was out in shul, and Rabbi came back, and Puria, being the woman she was, didn't say a word.
Because there's not a recipe.
Once a Shabbos, after Shabbos, she came and she said, had a deposit, someone gave someone, he trusted me with something, should I give it back then? I said, sure, of course you should give it back. So she said, come, she showed him. He said Hashem entrusted us with children to give it back. And that's how she sort of even taught Rabbi Meir of how to deal with what they had. In the end, Rabbi Meir actually passed away in Turkey. The whole thing had to go up there. He passed away over there, and many say he's buried there. Although there is a tomb in Eretz Yisrael which is credited to him. Many say it's not that, but it's anyway, the Gemara says he passed away in Turkey. The last one we will talk about is Reb Shimon bar Yochai. Reb Shimon bar Yochai also lived in Roman times. He was, again, a student of Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the 5 who received the smicha. He was one of the survivors after the 24,000 students passed away. As we know his story, the Romans persecuted him terribly and wanted to kill him. He had to hide in the cave for 13 years until the emperor died and everything was sort of calmed down. And he was able to emerge again. Reb Shimon bar Yochai, or Rabbi, is very important. He was the first one. We're going to go into the transcription next week. We're going to talk maybe a lesson about how the oral law came and was transcribed and all the names and details of what we need to know about the oral law being transcribed. Reb Shimon bar Yochai
to which the Gemara says,
transcribed the first official work of the Kabbalah, of the esoteric elements of the Torah, which had again all been in tradition. The Zohar, which he wrote, had all been in tradition, although there were recorded some earlier works, but not as major as his.
If he didn't
We know the story of Lag BaOmer. Reb Shimon bar Yochai, a man who was of the holiest of holy, passed away on Lag BaOmer. Today, we have to understand Lag BaOmer for what it is. What makes Lag BaOmer by Reb Shimon bar Yochai? There are 500,000 approximately of Jews who come to the tomb of Reb Shimon bar Yochai. Many of them don't know why they're coming there. And what is Lag BaOmer? Why is there such a celebration? Reb Shimon bar Yochai was the one who gave us, who transcribed the mystical parts of the Torah, which everything is based on, which the Kabbalah afterwards is based on. The Hasidus is taken from everything. That is an entire segment of the Torah that is his credit. That is to his credit that we have. He was sort of the father, the Moses of the esoteric parts of the Torah. And
so watch this.
it is to that reason why Lag BaOmer is such a celebration today of the Rothschild, which is said should be a happy day and not a sad day. But it is for that reason as to why what makes Lag BaOmer the day that it is. Again, he lies in the Galil. That's where everything was going on at the time. Next week, we're going to speak how in the days of Antoninus of Antony, there arose a man called Rabbi Yehuda Judah the Prince. He's commonly referred to just as Rabbi, just as the Rabbi. Okay? He was the one who transcribed the oral law and thus
in both of these cases,
made everything official, put everything into writing, and he set the stage for Jewish survival, the survival of Judaism until today. And we're going to learn many terms of the era that he lived. Again, wasn't an easy era, but just one last thing.
In other words, payment
we're told on the day Rabbi Akiva was killed in such a brutal way, Rabbi Yehuda Judah the Prince was born.
Remember,
in other words, the Jews, this was Rabbi Akiva, the Jews, the sages were being killed one after the next. And Hashem said, Hashem takes care, Hashem makes the cure before the damage, before the pain. Hashem makes that, as the verse says, the sun Hashem is Shavah Hashem, the sun will rise and the sun will set. Every time the sun sets, the sun rises again. There's one sun that may set, but another sun that is eventually in the making. A new day will come, and the Jews will further survive. That was the interesting contrast. Next week we'll get into that major phase of Judaism, the transcription of the oral law and everything that came with it.
The easiest example of sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? There's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand, if you borrow, but when it does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right, you give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with
in the travel through Jewish history, we're up to Rabbeinu HaKodesh. Rabbeinu HaKodesh literally means our holy Rabbi, our holy master. He's also known as plain Rabbi. You say in the yeshiva world, Rabbi. Who is Rabbi? Rabbi is a reference to Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is known as Judah the Prince. Judah the Prince.
As an Esman Zona already has of Tuesday.
We want to list,
Rabbi says,
you know, 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people.
Very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday.
If you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people who made a tremendous difference, made an unbelievable shift in everything Jewish, he will definitely be one of them.
A pious harlot,
Because up until the times of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, up until the times of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, the oral law, the Torah Shabbat pen, was transmitted from rabbi to student, from Moshe to Joshua, Joshua to the one who came after him, and so on.
And there are things in my life that I do very well.
But it was round about 100 years or so, a little more, after the destruction of the Second Temple, which we have been talking, we spoke last week, that Rabbi Akiva lived in the time of basically the aftermath of the destruction of the temple. He had a student called Rabbi Meir, who was spoken about last week, who was the generation after him. And after that generation came the generation which will mark as the generation of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. He came more or less, again this is roughly, but we mark the generations by their grade.
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving
Rabbi
stuff
Yehuda
out, but I'm
HaNasi
doing
came
this.
along and realized that something had to be done. The oral Torah was at risk, it was in peril of being forgotten. And what he did is he got together everybody,
and even though
all the
the zone
sages
is a
of the
zone,
generation,
she also thinks
and wrote down in a concise form, wrote down the oral Torah. Now, this is something very, very key, very important. And it's so important because what identifies us as Jews today, what we have the Torah, we have the Sefer Torah. The Sefer Torah on its own, it is what it is. We understand whatever we understand of it, but that's very little. Very little, especially when it comes to the actual mitzvahs, as we've described many times.
Gives her the lamb on Tuesday. It says, this is yours
Transcribing of the oral Torah
as of today.
was
Right?
the
Then,
hallmark, was a time when
right? The Halasa,
the Jewish people kind of received maybe even anew the Torah. They had now something they were able to learn. And wherever they may be, they may have been in Morocco, they may have been adopting Egypt, they may have been in Babylon, they may have been dispersed anywhere in the world. They were now able to set up communities, they were now able to be Jews, as Jews should be, because now they had the oral Torah written down. Now, we're going to actually go through, I want to be able to go through all of it. The one who did the most brilliant job of running through the history of the oral Torah up until now was Maimonides. Maimonides, in the beginning, as an introduction to his book, the Mishnah Torah, to his magnum opus, to his great book, where he codifies the entire Torah, the mitzvahs of the entire Torah. He goes through the history of the oral law. So we called this evening, we wrote it on the email, we said, who made up all this Jewish law? People get very skeptic. People are what's this? We just blindly rely on this, what it says here and what it says there. Well, where is this all coming from? The Rambam knew of this, and many other sages knew it, and wrote down such things. Aurora did a mega job, and a pretty short one, with only a few pages, was the Rambam. And he goes through the unbroken chain and much of the history, which we'll learn inside here. We'll constantly refer back to this. The introduction of the Rambam, and we'll see just how all this comes together. The Rambam starts his introduction in the name of Hashem, the Lord of the world, and he starts with a verse, then I will not be ashamed when I gaze at all of your mitzvahs. It's a verse, but the Rabbi uses this verse through all of the mitzvahs because he's about now to write down the details of all the mitzvahs. The mitzvahs given to Moses at Mount Sinai were all given together with their explanations, as implied by the verse. And I will give you the tablets of stone, the Torah, and the mitzvah. Seems to be redundant. I'll give you the tablets of stone, the Torah. All right, the Torah, that's done. What's the mitzvah? So he explains. The Torah refers to the written law. The mitzvah to its explanation. God commanded us to fulfill the Torah according to the instructions of the mitzvah. The mitzvah is called the oral law. Here, the pasuk, the verse refers to as the mitzvah, not in the conventional sense, but in the sense of meaning the oral law.
Right? And just keep it
Moses, our teacher, personally transcribed the entire Torah before he died, the written Torah, that is. He gave a Torah scroll to each tribe and placed another scroll in the ark as a testimonial. As the verse states, take this Torah scroll and place it beside the ark, and it will be there as a testimonial. So the written Torah was given to every tribe and put in the ark. There was no change. The mitzvah, i.e. the explanation of the Torah, he did not transcribe. Instead, he commanded it verbally to the elders, to Joshua, and to the totality of Israel. As the verse states, be careful to observe everything that I prescribe to you. Moshe says, make sure you follow everything I'm telling you. For this reason, it's called the oral Torah. So that's how things started. Even though the oral Torah was not transcribed, Moses, our teacher, taught it in its entirety to his court, to the 70 elders. We know the Torah says there were 70 elders. The Torah says that there was a time when Moses couldn't handle it. Jews were complaining, and Hashem said, can't handle it, we'll give you 7. Hashem said to put yourself 70 elders, which was the beginning of the Sanhedrin. Now, who were the main ones out of those 70 elders? Elazar, Pinchas, and Joshua received the tradition from Moses. Elazar being the son of Aaron, Pinchas the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron, and Joshua the next leader. In particular, Moses transmitted the oral law to Joshua, who was his primary disciple, and instructed him regarding it. Similarly, throughout the life of Joshua, because throughout his life, Joshua taught the oral law. Many elders received the tradition from him. Eli received the tradition from the elders and from Pinchas. Maimonides is kind of jumping. There was Joshua, Pinchas, who lived to see Eli. Samuel received the tradition from Eli and his court. David received the tradition from Samuel and his court. He's just going down the line. Achiel of Shiloh was one of those who experienced the exodus of Egypt. He was a Levite and heard teachings from Moses as a child. He was, however, of low stature in Moses' age. He was actually very young. He lived very long. Afterwards, he received the tradition from David and his court. Elijah received the tradition from Achiel of Shiloh and his court.
here
Elisha,
that if she is
who
not
received the
Christian,
tradition
the
from
animal still in
Elijah
existence
and
at
his
the time
court.
that the Dia occurred,
Yehoiada, the
perhaps the
priest,
animal
received the
would
tradition
now
from
be
Elisha
published
and
from
his
those.
court.
Must
Zechariah
the
received the
message know
tradition from
that the logic
Yehoiada
is fake
and his court.
by
Hosea
she
received the
is
tradition from
this
Zechariah
this
and his
Shiloh
court.
is not
Amos
necessarily the
received
logic
the
itself.
tradition from Hosea
It
and
must
his
not.
court. Isaiah received the tradition from
Mishra
Amos and his court.
Vasa
Enoch
Kaka
received the tradition from
Bakishasamo,
Isaiah and his court. Yoel, these are all prophets, by the way. All these names are prophets in the Tanakh.
Because when the animal
What
is
is the court?
offered up before the Dia,
The
by
court
the time
refers to
the
the
Dia
Egypt order, the
occurs, the
Magna
animal is no longer here.
The
But perhaps
Sanhedrin
again,
idea
where she was just
was
not
kept
consecrated,
throughout the
the
ages.
animal still in existence at the time of the
So,
Dia,
I mean,
in which case
every
halacha
court has
myself,
the same number of people.
halacha myself,
Generally, yes,
the animal
70,
is
71
categorized as an
with
Islam
the
donor.
elder
If
who
you
was
must have
the
Shitale,
leader.
the Kishas and the
So Yoel received the tradition from Micha and his court. Nachor received the tradition from Yoel and his court. Habakkuk received the tradition from Nachor and his court. Samuel received the tradition from Habakkuk and his court. Jeremiah, well, we've reached now the time of the destruction of the first temple. After all those generations. Jeremiah received the tradition from Tzvania and his court. Baruch ben Neriah received the tradition from Jeremiah and his court. Ezra, this is the rebuilding of the second temple. Ezra and his court received the tradition from Korah and his court. The members of Ezra's court are referred to as the Anshe Knesset Haggadah, the men of the Great Assembly. We went through them. They included Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, these were the last prophets, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were famously they were saved from the burning furnace that Nebuchadnezzar threw them into. Nehemiah ben Hakalia, he was the contemporary of Ezra. Mordechai, the linguist, that's one of the names that Mordechai has, that the Rabbi refers to him. We know that Mordechai was a linguist, and that's how our story happened, because he knew the language that those people were talking. Zerubbabel, who was the leader of the first ascent to Israel after the Jews had been exiled to Babylon, and many other sages, 120 elders. Now, as we know, that's what the Rabbi makes note of them, because as we mentioned, the Anshe Knesset Haggadah really established many things in their day. For example, the davening, the text of the davening, many other institutions that they made that would establish Judaism for what it is today. So he makes a big stage over here. The last surviving member of this group was Shimon the Just. Simon the Just, Shimon HaTzadik. He was included among the 120 elders who received the oral law from all of them. He served as high priest after Ezra. Antigonus of Soho and his court received the tradition from Shimon the Just and his court. Yosef ben Yoezer of Tzereda, Yosef ben Yochanan of Jerusalem, and their court received the tradition from Antigonus and his court. Yoshua ben Perahiah and Mitael Arbel, and their court received the tradition from Yosef ben Yoezer and Yosef ben Perahiah and their court. This, by the way, this list over here, he's going to do now, is listed in the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers of Pirkei Avos. If you look at the first chapter, besides being very nice, a bunch of aphorisms, each Mishnah, each paragraph in that first chapter is another link in the next generation. Okay, it starts off Shimon HaTzadik, the second Mishnah. Shimon HaTzadik, Antigonus Ishtacha, and so on and so forth until you reach Hillel and Shammai, going through a few hundred years. So it gives you a piece of every generation. That's how the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers, if you look at it. So he's going to go through this list. Yehuda ben Tabba and Shimon ben Shatta, their court received the tradition from Yosef ben Pravia, Nita of Arbel, and their court Shai and Avtalio, who were righteous converts. Remember, they were actually converts. And their court received the tradition from Yehuda and Shimon and their court. Hillel and Shammai, their court received the tradition from Shai and Avtalio and their court. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Rabbi Shimon, the son of Hillel the elder, received the tradition from Hillel and Shammai and their courts. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the leader of the people at this time of the Roman times, at the time of the disruption of the Second Temple. Okay? So we're close now to the time we're talking. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had 5 students who were great sages and received the tradition from him. They were Rabbi Elazar the Great, Tzemim's
Diese
goal.
Teile hat
Rabbi
sehr
Yeshua,
klar die Akaf
Rabbi Yosef
Masala,
the priest,
hat kein Mensch.
Rabbi Shimon ben Nisana,
Understand?
and Rabbi
If it's in
Elazar
a
ben
process,
Baruch. Rabbi Akiva ben Yosef, Rabbi Akiva received from Rabbi Elazar the Great. He's called Rabbi Elazar HaGadol. Yosef, his father, was a righteous convert. The Rambam again. One of these is very good at doing this. He said, brilliance of the book of Rambam should not be just in the yeshiva world. He is the simplicity. He teaches lays things out. Rambam doesn't get into any discussion. The book on which most Jewish discussion is based on is the Rambam. You go to yeshiva world, you'll find shelves of books on the Rambam, because the Rambam just, everybody, if you look at something in the Talmud, everybody is grappling, and there's another this, that, the other. Rambam just puts it out nicely and smoothly, and leaves you to find the source, which he does right. The way we had a question, so he started a question, the son of God, so his grandfather's father, Rambam said he was a convert. Not banging heavens to what he know from. The Rambam said, Rambam sort of spawns many things out like that.
Massive Rav Sheshes said that he's supposed to need some help.
Rabbi Yishmael Erev Meir, a son of righteous convert, received the tradition from Rabbi Akiva. So we see Rabbi Meir was the next generation.
Let's say Ruben was
Rabbi Meir and his colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Yeshua. The colleagues of Rabbi Meir include Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Nehemiah, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, Rabbi Yochanan the shoemaker, the Bama second, Shimon ben Azai, and Rabbi Hanina ben Tzradia. Rabbi Yochanan the shoemaker is buried, if you ever been to Meron. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is buried down the street, down the hill. He was a shoemaker. The Rambam makes mention, when the Rambam speaks of the laws of the Torah, of learning Torah, the Rambam says that many of the most ultimate greatest of sages are very simple class, and they refuse to use their Torah as making a living, although they may be good. Many of them were very poor. Hillel was a woodshopper. And at times they suffered tremendous poverty. And Rabbi Yochanan was a shoemaker, and he's one of the greatest. He's very not far from Shimon ben Yochai.
He's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple,
Rabbi Akiva's colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Rabbi Akiva's colleagues include Rabbi Tarfon, the teacher of Rabbi Yosef, Gamliel, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Gamliel the elder received the tradition from Rabbi Shimon, his father, the son of Hillel the elder. Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. Rabbi Gamliel, his son, received the tradition from him. And Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. You see the name Shimon and Gamliel repeating themselves. They named after each other. But as a general, there's a rule. There's a rule between the Rambam also rules this way, that if there's a position among Jewish people and the son is worthy enough of taking that position, then he has rights for it first. And that's why you'll see, many of these generations, they may have been tremendously great people who were the same generation had they decide who's going to be who, who's going to be the head, who's going to be the head of the yeshiva. Well, the first one was, if his son was the one son, the fourth son was worthy enough, then he had. That's the rule. Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, referred to as Rabbeinu HaKodesh, our saintly teacher, received the tradition from his father, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, and Rabbi Shimon and his colleagues. Okay, you can memorize all that, say backwards to what about.
Then we have
Gamliel, Shimon, a few times a week. Rabbeinu HaKodesh composed the Mishnah. Days of Moses, our teacher, until Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no one had composed a text for the purpose of teaching the oral law in public. Instead, in each generation, the head of the court, or prophet of that generation, would take notes of the teachings which he received from his masters for himself, and teach them verbally in public. Similarly, according to his own potential,
So the decision
Each
was that
individual would write notes for himself of what he heard regarding the explanation of the Torah, its laws, and the new concepts that were discussed in each generation concerning the laws that were not communicated by oral tradition, but rather deducted from one of the 13 principles of biblical, now that next word I don't know what it is, exegesis, or actual, like,
So what's
what is that?
what do you see? Now, what do you
Learning
see
out
from this
from, I
last
think.
here? Amo,
Yeah,
kapara, isa kapara.
okay.
So what do you see from here? That when Reuben
Accepted by
pays
the
the
high
bill,
court.
right, pays the bill, so even though
Let me
again
just explain
he's
that.
paying
In other words, he
after
said,
the
what
consumption
does he say? He said,
a lawful event
everybody
is
wrote down
transactional, you see, and he is
what had
considered
come
to
into
be paid
tradition
for this
from
Shemitah policy,
the oral Torah,
yes, it's
its
problematic.
laws, and
Therefore,
new concepts that were deduced in each generation, not directly communicated in the Torah, the oral tradition, but deduced using one of the 13 principles of biblical explanation, biblical deduction that we have. Now, what are they? This is also very important. In many siddurim, right before Hodu, when we start the service, you will find that we say there's a page that's called the Brisa of Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael says, Bishlosh Esrei Midos HaTorah Midrashes. The Torah can be expounded upon using 13 principles.
Literally, the
Now,
shopkeeper acquires
what
his
these
money
are,
immediately.
I'll give you the first one.
Currently, it's actually right across the left.
Kal means light, literally. Not light as in light as in lightweight. Chomer means heavy. Light and heavy. What it means is, if you have
So what's that?
a
That's
law,
what this transaction means.
which is a heavy law, meaning
It's not just
a law which
saying
is
stand where
stated
you want
in
and
a certain
buy food,
case,
buy drink. He's saying, Fevra,
which
go to the
is
shopkeeper,
more
I'll pick up the tab.
stringent
This is a shopkeeper who
than another given case.
So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already
The Torah
paid, and
says
therefore there
the
is
person may
transactional
not marry
immediacy that's happening.
a grandchild, a granddaughter.
Rashi says over here,
The Torah actually doesn't have relationships with,
right?
which,
The shopkeeper is going to give.
the Torah doesn't actually state that one cannot do such a thing with a daughter. So someone's going to come along and say, so the first one of the 13 principles of the Torah, of deducing the Torah, is Kalvachomer. If a law was said in a lightweight case, in a less stringent case, the law obviously applies in a more stringent case. Now, not all of those are as obvious as I just made. That's a very big one. Okay, that's a very big one. But that now,
But now he's not singing to
another one, I'll give you another example. The next law is Gezerah Shava.
That should be okay.
Gezerah Shava means
That's what
a verse which uses equal terminology in two cases. A word or a few words which the Torah will use in a certain case and uses the same terminology regarding another case, from which we can learn some rules that apply in that case number one will not apply there.
When is this
So
so
apply in case
ultimately
number
again
two,
that is prohibited?
because the
The
Torah
Torah
used
people in the
equal
Shtaget.
terminology.
When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his wife,
These are
go
principles
eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends
That have to be very carefully
because there's
analyzed.
transactional
You
immediacy.
can't,
And
not
it's
every topic in Harry you can go and say, oh well, juxtapose this to that, the prosecutors this way, that way, we can know what all that will go. That's why he said that in each generation,
Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy.
these principles were used. Now, these principles were given to Moses, and the Torah was always learned using these principles. However, these principles had to be brought to the Sanhedrin. The Torah tells us that the Sanhedrin in each generation, they are the end all of opinion, the buck stops there. And if they discussed it and agreed that this is a valuable, this is a true deduction or learning out of, then the Torah itself says that that's the law. And in any given generation, you'll see in the Talmud, if you learn a bit of Gemara, you'll see that this is constantly, we're learning things out of a verse. This is a very great principle. Not everything was dictated by oral tradition. Some things we learn out of verses. There are principles of how you learn a verse. What you can and cannot do. Even if you do follow the principles, it has to go through the pipeline of Jewish decision, which
And
was
ultimately,
act,
again, your guarantee
even
is
is the
having
Sanhedrin.
confidence that transactional
And
immediacy
then when the
is
Sanhedrin will
just
decide that this is invalid, then it's valid. So
You're right.
people wrote down
You're right.
everything that they had heard, and that
Whether
has
the
been
shopkeeper extends
decided
credit, if it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't
in
exceed
previous generations.
You must also say, even the
This
low
situation continued
today,
until the
low
age of
yes.
Rabbeinu HaKadosh.
So what's the difference? So then look at Rashi over there. Rashi says,
He
even though the
connected
affects
all the
the gate,
teachings, all the laws, and all
wide
the explanations and commentaries that were heard from Moses, our teacher, and which were taught by the courts of each generation concerning the entire Torah.
Since even
From all this, he composed the text of the Mishnah.
Right?
He taught it to the sages in public and revealed it to the Jewish people, who all wrote it down. They spread it in all places so that the oral law would not be forgotten by the Jewish
Therefore,
people.
again, that lacks transactional
Why did Rabbeinu HaKadosh make such an innovation instead of perpetuating the status quo? Asks the Rabbi, why did he decide to do this? Because he saw the students becoming few. New difficulties constantly arising. The Roman Empire is spreading itself throughout the world and becoming more powerful, and the Jewish people wandering and becoming dispersed to the far ends of the world. Therefore, he composed a single text that would be available to everyone, so that it would be studied quickly and would not be forgotten. Throughout his entire life, he and his court taught the Mishnah to the masses.
Ultimately, again,
So this is the stage of Rabbeinu HaKadosh. We know him as Rabbeinu HaKadosh or Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. His character himself is recorded in many places in the Gemara. He was an all-rounder. He was from the house of David. So that immediately got him tremendous, respect. He was tremendously wealthy.
Again, when the Bryce is very
wealthy man.
He
was tremendously scholarly and kind. There was everything going for him. The people saw him as the ultimate leader. In fact, towards the end of the life, towards the end of his life, actually it was on his deathbed, the Gemara says, he raised his 10 fingers to the heavens, and he said, never in my life have I had enjoyment, have I had pleasure from the wealth that I had. He was very wealthy, but he never let himself indulge. He said in his day, every day of the year, he had salad on the table. Those days. That means if it was winter, you were bringing vegetables from nowhere, you were bringing lettuce. He said the Gemara tells us which vegetables were all on his table every day of the year. It wasn't an issue for him. That's how wealthy he was in those days. He was just spreading it around. He didn't take it. He didn't sit there and enjoy it. That's what he would. That's what he testified of himself, that I never enjoyed anything that I actually got. Towards the end of his life, he was inflicted with very great disease, which caused a lot of pain.
And then I'll settle up.
Rabbi
I'll settle up
very friendly with the Roman emperor, who was called Antony. Which Antony exactly it was, there was two, but he was very friendly with Antoninus. This Antoninus guy was maybe a little different, so very different than many of the Roman emperors. He was a scholar, he was a philosopher, he loved Rabbi. And actually, the story was of how their friendship started was that the Romans, in the time when Rabbi was born, was the era of Rabbi Akiva. We said the day Rabbi Akiva was killed was the day that Rabbi was born. At that time, the Romans had forbidden any Jewish activity, including bris milah. There was death penalty for anybody who would make a bris. The mother of Rabbi, who was the wife of the sage at the time, was before. She, she made the bris, and the Romans found out, and they summoned them to Rome. They had to travel to Rome, and they knew basically what was awaiting them. On the way, they stopped off in an inn, in a hotel. And there was over there a Roman lady, who seemed to be a very nice lady. And she asked the mother, Rabbi, where are you going? She said, I'm going to Rome. What are you going to Rome for? A nice Jewish lady go to Rome. She said, well, this is the deal. This is what we're being summoned. She was very compassionate, this lady, and she said, you know something? I have a baby which is exactly the same age as yours. Let's switch. We'll make a switch. We'll come back. He's not circumcised, obviously. You go to Rome, you see the whole hotel, the whole thing is phony, and you'll come back and remember. And she did. She went, they showed the baby. The emperor was furious with whoever gave him this false accusation. The baby wasn't circumcised. He did away with them. What he lied to before the Jews and said, but Rome died. Everything is fine. He's like that.
For dedicating all the Shalom
We
Brothers
switched.
this year
That baby
as a supposed to source troubles for all Israel. Our sponsors for the month of
so
Av. Our bonding will hold us even when the grazing honor of Israel grazing and human grazing and human grazing life and stone the religious rights of the sponsors, Dr. Eddie Fritz Wolf, going through the outside of that his father Simon Smith, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Lucy, and that error limited of his father Ben Ever, father Baruch Mordechai Ben Maria, the dedicated government and system of precious have to be the spoken message and bring them home. The Shalom and the current and miracle of this ultimate for give them success to follow and mercy. Also, the back to that us we have an exciting date ahead of us today. Today's date
These are the great sages who are part of the court of Rabbi HaKodesh and received the tradition from him.
Rabbi,
His sons, Shimon and Gamliel, again the name repeating himself, Rabbi Alfais, Rabbi Hanina ben Chama, Rabbi Rav, Rabbi Yanai,
The members of the household of Rabbi will do as follows.
These are all names which are household names in any yeshiva and any,
And then we pay them
these are all, repeated hundreds and thousands of times.
So if you look at
Thousands and millions of other sages
Yes,
received the
it is.
tradition
It's
from
probably
Rabbi
not.
HaKodesh together
Okay, without getting into all the secret technicalities, but I'm not going to
See, all the 11 sages mentioned above received the tradition from Rabbi HaKodesh and attended his study sessions. There are differences between them.
readily available
In other words, there
So
was still
questions.
what we say always, what gift is eternal? Think it is always, well, this was what says in the Mishnah, but what's the case differs a little bit? What do we do then? There were differences. At that time, Rabbi Yochanan was of lesser stature. Afterwards, he became a disciple of Rabbi Yanai, received instruction from him. Similarly, Rav received the tradition from Rabbi Yanai, and Shmuel received the tradition from Rabbi Hanina ben Chama.
Ultimately,
Rambam's going to
again,
say this in a minute, we'll also get there. But
take your purpose.
the Mishnaic period, the period of
So
the
they came
Mishnah,
and they said, so people
is what we
mentioned
call the period of the
something about
Tana.
it, obviously, that bothered
Tana,
people.
or
So
Tana,
they said something to
means to
the I'm a
learn,
little,
to learn in front
said,
of
yeah,
people.
listen up there.
There are two terms that are very important.
Why?
Tana
Yeah, done. That was
and
interesting, you know.
Tana means the learner, the study, or the one who teaches. Those referred to all the sages, basically from mid the era of the Second Temple to a little bit after Rabbeinu HaKodesh, or around his time, a few hundred years. What unites them is that they are all the ones quoted in the Mishnah.
With a forbidden item.
Rabbi Akiva, all these people, Rabbi Meir, Bar Kapara,
So, for example,
you have all the rabbis. They are identified, by the way, for the most part, as Rabbi. You talk about Rabbi somebody,
because there's not
okay?
a
You're talking about a Tana. You're talking about somebody who had joined in the Mishnah, Rabbi and also Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Yehuda.
Because there's no immediate
All these people are referred to as
does
Rabbi.
not look like you're doing commerce with
The next term which we need to learn is
and
Tana,
then
then there's Amora. Amora is somebody who came after Rabbeinu HaKodesh, and they're the ones quoted in the Talmud.
and therefore, again, should the same people not
Amora comes from the word Omar, to say, to speak. They spoke over what the Tana was the Tana, what they wrote, or what they said, they spoke it over, they discussed it.
And he gives her something for her
Important Amorai are Abaya, Rava, Rav Yosef, all the Ravs, Rav Hester, Rav Huna. Rabbi, generally, is a Tana. Rav, something, is an Amorai. What's the difference between them? It's Rabbi is Hebrew, Rav is Aramaic. Mishnah is written in Hebrew. The Gemara in the Talmud is written in Aramaic for the most part. So there is a difference. It's just the term. Correct. Mishnah was written in Israel. Talmud, Babylonian Talmud was written in Babylon.
her
In
hundred
Talmud
payments
Yerushalmi,
is mutter
you
for
will find
sacrifice.
many rabbis, because the
Nasıl
Jerusalem
if
Talmud
he gave her,
lived in
let's
a
say
place
he
where you
gave her
called
land, he gave her sheep, and he didn't have relations
But
with her.
since we follow mostly the Talmud Bavli, we can use this divider of Rabbi and Rav. Rabbi is the one who are Tanoim, the ones who compose the Mishnah. Ravs are the ones who compose the
no
Gemara.
restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says,
When
I'm sorry,
Iraq
the soon, the one the second is, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything.
Today you would say, well, it's interesting. Today you would, when you call a rabbi, you would say Harav Goldberg, which is Rabbi Goldberg. Okay. Harav Rav. Many people, but in most cases, you will call someone Harav, the rabbi. It's interesting, the word Rebbe was often reserved for Hasidic Rebbes. Rebbe was Rebbe Yisrael Baal Shem Tov. So it might have been that was sort of the Harav, maybe a rabbi of a regular, or the rabbi of the community, or the Rosh Hashiva. Something was more of a holy nature. It could be, I'm not saying that this is for the fact, but something more of a holy nature. A Rebbe was referred to with the Rebbe in that context.
Practically, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial
now, there's two names over here which are very important. Rav and Shmuel. The end of the line is Rav. Beginning of the middle of the next line is Shmuel.
What does it mean?
Rav and Shmuel were really important, and because they were the ones who were sort of the bridge between the Mishnah and the Gemara. The rule was, or is, that someone who composed the Gemara, the Talmud, cannot argue with somebody who is a Tana. An Amora can never argue with a Tana. The Tanoim wrote down the Mishnah. What they said was true. That was the tradition. You can't argue with the tradition. You can't argue with what they wrote down. You can discuss it. You can figure out what they meant. You can't argue with it. They were the ones who joined in writing the oral tradition. Rav was the bridge. The Talmud says that Rav, on some occasions, does argue with the Tana, because he could have been also to be considered a Tana. He was of that nature that he was the Mishnah sort of was still in the making till the cut-off line. Anyhow, Rav composed the Sifra and Sifrei to explain the sources for the Mishnah. Rabbi composed the Tosefta to explain the subjects discussed in the Mishnah. Rabbi Hoshaya, Bar Kafrei goes on over here, composed the Brises to explain the matters discussed in the Mishnah. Books were authored to explain the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud in Eretz Yisrael approximately 300 years after the destruction of the Temple. Okay? The Jerusalem Talmud was composed, I believe, about 100 years before the Babylonian Talmud. So what do we see here? Right after the Mishnah, the next generation already, Rav and Shmuel, they were already writing books to explain the sources and to expound upon the Mishnah. The Mishnah is very, very concise. If you open the Mishnah, the wording is like a verse. It's like such concise wording that you can dig out. It's written brilliant. And many books are written for the layman and just to discuss where they're getting it from, which verse. There's almost none of that in the Mishnah to tell you where, from what, and all that. It was just a record of the actual books written, Sifra, Sifrei, Tosefta, all these books are available today, which explain us what the Mishnah is talking about. The first Talmud, which was written, which was a collection of major collection of all the discussion, was written in Jerusalem by Rabbi Yochanan. This is not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. There were no Rabbi Yochanans. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai's time at the destruction. This is 300 years later. This
Now,
Rabbi
this
Yochanan
didn't happen until
is
later.
interesting. There are many stories about all these people. Rabbi Yochanan was the one who wrote the Jerusalem Talmud. He had a brother-in-law who was called Reb Shimon ben Lakish. He's known as Reish Lakish. You'll have hundreds of times Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish had a discussion. Rabbi Yochanan, the Talmud, again, everybody major the Talmud devotes a lot to the life story as well. Rabbi Yochanan suffered tremendously. He was the composer of Jerusalem Talmud. Rabbi Yochanan had 10 sons and he lost every one of them in his lifetime. And it said that Rabbi Yochanan carried on him a tooth from his youngest son. And when he would go to a Shiva house, he would show them and say, you know, I've been there, sort of thing. That was Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan was a tremendously handsome man. And it says, interestingly, that in his spare time, the time he was tired from learning, the Gemara says, he would sit by the mikveh in the evening. Although this is not something which is done ever, he would sit by the mikveh. Now we know the significance of when a woman walks out of the mikveh, what the conceiving that she has. There's a great significance of what she watches and what she looks at that time. And this is the source for in the Gemara that he would sit by the mikveh, and in order that the women should meet him, sort of thing, should see him on that night.
Even though the zone is zone,
this is what a sage of Israel does when he's not.
You know what? I guarantee you.
In other words, he doesn't go and sleep on the couch. You say he's thinking, what can I do that doesn't involve so much effort to build to the Jewish people? That's what it is. The most interesting one was Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was the brother-in-law of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they were in arguments all the time, always arguing over the Gemara. This is how everything was created. Reish Lakish, his history was that he was an outlaw. He was a highwayman. Reish Lakish was a mighty fellow. Very, very burly, very strong. What happened was the Talmud says that Rabbi Yochanan was very handsome. Rabbi Yochanan was standing on the other end of the river. Reish Lakish was on the opposite side. Reish Lakish thought that this handsome he was a sheep. So what he did was he started playing gymnastics to impress the sheep.
So essentially,
He did all somersaults and everything, and then he jumped over the river. He was so tough. He gets to the other end and he sees that the sheep is a sheep. Anyway, all the ways to them. So he's not. So Rabbi Yochanan, he realized that this young chap has a lot of potential, very strong. But he had it in him, and he said to me, he says, if you I have a system, and if you behave and if you get to the right places, I'll arrange the system. Reish Lakish saw Rabbi Yochanan, he was taken by him, and he agreed. Says Reish Lakish tried to jump over the river, the width again, and he couldn't manage. Immediately, as soon as he made the decision to learn to behave, his physical might had opened up and was broken. He delved into the Torah with the same strength that he had that became Reish Lakish, the counterpart of Rabbi Yochanan, and became his brother. And so Rabbi Yochanan, after Reish Lakish passed away, was never the same. He said he didn't have anybody to talk to. He said, everybody else, he said, yes people, they're all nodding their heads, yeah, or whatever you say. Reish Lakish was this tougher, would relax with him, that was the history of Reish Lakish, how he turned around his stamina to Torah. Anyway.
And that's not necessarily right to do. It's just not all much. They like to compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up.
This is a question of all generations, not tonight. This is a share. This is a share, a separate share.
That which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate.
That's not something else. That's a whole separate. Which is common. Anyway.
So often in life we forget how to struggle.
The second class fact on the summer page. Among the great sages who received the tradition from Rabbi Shmuel, that this is Rabbi Shmuel, were the Rosh Hashivas in Bethel, in Babylon. We're going backwards and forwards from Israel to Babylon. This is Babylon now. Who received the tradition from Rabbi Shmuel was Rav Huna, Rabbi Yehuda, Rav Nachman, Rav Kahana. Among the great sages who received the tradition from Rabbi Yochanan was Rabbi Rabbi Rabasi, Rabimi, and Rabovin.
to
Now,
accomplish
the reason why they're called
spiritual
Rab
things that are
is because they moved to Babylon. They moved to Babylon. They took from Rabbi Yochanan. Because what happened was, we must realize that after the destruction of the temple,
This is very interesting. So
if you would want to have it on a graph, the population in Israel was going on an immediate down year by year, especially after the death of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. In the days of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, the Roman Empire was very kind to them, and Israel that was under the Roman Empire was doing very well. After Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed, there was sort of no reason to be there. No Beis HaMikdash, no Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no sage. So what are we still doing? And Jews slowly but surely started moving to Babel. 3 out of 4 Jewish people, after Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed away, slowly but surely made their way to Babel. So many went to Spain. This was the beginning of the migration to Spain. The historians say at that time they must have gone also to Germany and to France. And when they visited there, that was the beginning when everything started germinating of the Jewish presence in these countries, because there was nothing to be in Israel. Jerusalem was destroyed. It was in ruins. There was the freedom to live there. You're in the Galil. What was in the Galil? So that's how they had the whereas in Babylon at the time there was a very huge and strong Jewish community. There were yeshivas. We'll get to Babylon. There was entire cities which were Jewish. They had their own sort of monarchy. It was a Reish Galusa, the famous idea of a Reish Galusa, who was given autonomy by the Babylonian Empire to run all the Jewish events. He had extreme power. So this was the place to be. This was the Brooklyn. This was the yeshivas. The great people were there. These were yeshivas that were founded by Ezekiel 700 years earlier. Surah, which was a yeshiva, was the yeshiva of Rabbi, was founded by Ezekiel. These were history places, and this is why the people migrated there.
By the time the deal occurs, obviously
paragraph among the sages who received the edition from Rabbi Yehuda were Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Among the sages who received the edition from Rabbi Yosef were Abaya and Rava. You won't find 2-3 pages in the Talmud without mentioning these people. Abaya, Rava, Rabbi Yosef, these are household names. Both of them also received the tradition from Rabbi Nachman. Among the sages who received the tradition from Rava were Ravashi and Ravina. Received the tradition from Ravashi, his father, and Rabbi. This is the end of the line by Ravashi and Ravina.
Right, she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. That's going to be Vasa. That's from the
introduction of the Rambam. There were 40 generations from Ravashi back to Moses, our teacher, blessed memory they were. Now, what we do for wine. Ravashi, Rava, Ravuna, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbeinu HaKodesh. You see now there were 6 generations between the Talmud and Ravashi and Rabbeinu HaKodesh wrote the Mishnah.
So the verse is 9.
Shimon, Rabbi Gabriel, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Gabriel, Rabbi Shimon, Hillel, and Shammai, Shmai and Naftali, and Yehuda and Shimon, Yeshua and Nitai, Yosef and Yez, and Yosef and Yechon, Antigonus, Shimon the Just, Ezra, Baruch, Jeremiah, Tzfanyel, Habakkuk, Malchut, Yoel, Isaiah, Amos, Hosea, Zechariah, Yotam, Elisha, Elijah, Ahijah, David, Samuel, Eli, Pinchas, Joshua, and Moses.
Of course, it's not going to be categorized as
This is the source for everything.
Consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting here for this, like, what comes out in this case over here is first
Okay,
of all,
the way we mentioned this also, I mentioned it again, it's important. Oh, you say, okay. That's an interesting phenomenon. You want to go in front of Moses and call him Moses. Yeah, we refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, or the big Elijah.
payment,
Alicia,
ultimately again, it is not
Alicia,
considered to be
Alicia,
a testimony. So
I was actually thinking about it today. Maybe there are those that give reason, others that don't. When did the Rav or Rabbi start? Okay. When do you find the first one?
If she's not dishonest,
You're right.
so the animal
I don't have an actual reason. I don't know an actual reason. Although, if I may assume, it might be because
let's say he has
there's
relations
no
with her,
need.
and then
If you have
afterwards
if you in a
that
generation where things are obvious,
again,
then there's no need for titles.
used for classification.
You understand? When if somebody with his mere stature, if you said, Zachariah, Zachariah, Isaiah, Isaiah. No, Isaiah number 2.
But the Rice says if
When
has
maybe could be when the generations
even 3
diminish.
years late,
You need
3 years late,
titles,
some
right?
people pay all of the
Today
bills
everybody
late.
throws around
Rice
titles,
he's
right?
late,
This
right?
guy is
3 years
this,
later,
this guy is that,
it's
you
still
know.
called the
Because you need
harvest
the
season,
titles.
and he's still the awesome, and I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna stop. Well, kasha, so mostly that country is just important for us that we call it before us, like to be said.
Actually, interestingly enough, now that I think of it, I believe there is reference in the Gemara that somebody referred to Rabbi Moshe, our teacher Moshe. So that was, whether it was Rabbi Yehoshua, I'm not sure. Don't remember there's such a thing, but yeah, that's very interesting. Thus, the source of all these people's knowledge is God, the Lord of Israel. This is how the Maimonides puts it all together. All the sages were mentioned. All the sages who were mentioned were the leaders of the generations. Among them were the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, heads of the exile, the Reish Kolusa, and members of the Great Sanhedrin. Together with them in each generation, there were thousands and myriads who heard these teachings. We're just naming them all, says the Rabbi. That's important to understand.
Then ultimately again,
Ravina and Ravashi were the final generations of the sages of the Talmud. Ravashi composed the Babylonian Talmud in Shinar, which is another name for Babylon. The biblical name actually for Babylon was Shinar. Approximately 100 years after Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud.
Now, again,
The intent of both of the Talmuds is to elucidate the words of the Mishnah, to explain its deeper points, and to relate the new matters that were developed by each court from the era of Rabbeinu HaKodesh until the composition of the Talmud. New things came up. From the entire body of knowledge stemming from the two Talmuds, the Tosefta, the Sifra, and the Sifrei, which were the books written right after the Mishnah, can be derived, the forbidden and the permitted, the impure, the pure, liable, those who are free from liability, the invalid and the valid, as was received in tradition, one person from another, in a chain extending back to Moses at Mount Sinai. The sources mentioned above, this is important, relate those matters which were decreed by the sages and prophets in each generation in order to build a fence around the Torah. Now, what that means is, there were rules which were created by the sages to make sure, you have a cliff and you want to build a fence around the cliff. A famous example is the example of Muktzah. On Shabbos, we're not supposed to handle certain things.
This is like the kind of thing.
You're not supposed to handle a pet. But the Torah doesn't say it's not part of the oral tradition that you're not supposed to handle a pet. Why don't we handle a pet on Shabbos? Because it may counteract handling a pet, you'll come to right. That was something that the sages decreed, and the Torah gave authority for the sages to decree. Hanukkah, Purim, these are not fences, but these are good things. But still, the Torah gives authority for the sages, but it must be all the sages, to decree. We were explicitly taught about this practice by Moses as implied from Leviticus, and you shall observe my precepts, which can be interpreted to mean make safeguards for my precepts. That means also Mishmeres the Mishmar in Hebrew, what's making God for my precepts. Similarly, there was the customs and ordinances which were ordained and practiced in each generation according to the judgment of the governing court of that generation. For example, Hanukkah. There were new things, novel things that obviously are not from the Torah. It is forbidden to deviate from these decisions, as implied by the verse. Do not deviate from the instructions that they will give you, left or right. This is very important. In other words, the Torah itself gives authority to the sages if there is a consensus of the sages of the time. Nobody now can pray the Hanukkah Purim because there is not a consensus of all the sages of the time. We don't have the authority power now to do that.
So he
But
goes and
the
he
Torah
says to
says,
them,
don't move from any, don't deviate from any of the instructions they'll give you. If they will compete and they will,
to go and purchase for yourself
they will decide that something
okay,
is
either that's
supposed to be law, and that's the law. The Torah itself,
right, here's
in
money,
other words,
go and drink, go and
it predicts the
so
obvious. In any country, in any lawmaking, in any place that abides by laws, there will always be new situations. Yes, in the time of the Torah, there was no Hanukkah yet, there was no Purim yet. But Purim did happen, and Hanukkah happened. So what do?
Right.
So if the sages will come together and realize that this is something that needs to be done, so the Torah says they have the permission to make a Hanukkah. They have permission to make Purim. They have permission to make laws which apply in certain cases. And this, by the way, this is we all every 5 minutes then have the other discussion about the second day Yom Tov.
He doesn't have to
This is a big one. Well, it's the business of second day Yom Tov. The business is very simple. The Gemara says, well, I know the second day Yom Tov.
Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on
The
him.
Sanhedrin
Whatever
will
they
decide
do.
when the new moon will
Rashi
be
says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of
the
this.
message did not necessarily get to all the places,
Look
right?
at Rashi, Lomi Shema,
In time,
right?
if the Pesach is on the 15th of the month, so wherever you can get to 15 days, 14 days, you get to. Wherever you got, you got. Rosh Hashanah, for example, you can't get anywhere. If today is the first day of the month, and today is Rosh Hashanah, right? You're not going nowhere. It's Rosh Hashanah. So everybody who was out of range kept 2 days because it was either Rosh Hashanah was either on the day number 30, 29, 30 was Rosh Hashanah, or day number 31. But it had to be either one of those two, never 32, the Torah says. Either 30, 31, and then you make Rosh Hashanah. So everyone kept, who was out of range, kept 2 days. Out of doubt.
Go and eat, go and drink, and all pay.
Day number 30, maybe Rosh Hashanah, day number 31. Rosh Hashanah, the whole Israel kept 2 days. Because we were in doubt because nobody didn't know what was going on in Jerusalem. Along the Talmud says that when the calendar was fixed, in other words, there was no Sanhedrin anymore, and we weren't fixing the days of the month according to the witnesses coming or saw the new moon.
If moving just says here,
Now, because the Jews were dispersed, no Sanhedrin, no one to decide that now is Rosh Hashanah. So we make a calendar. We figure out when the moon will be seen. We announce it in Shul every Shabbos Memorial, when the moon will be seen in Jerusalem. And on that day, or around that day, wherever it's a whole very complex thing of how the calendar works. But in principle, around then is Rosh Chodesh and we make Rosh Chodesh. Okay? So seemingly now, everybody knows where Rosh Chodesh is. Everybody knows when the 15th day of the month is. So I keep today's Yom Tov. Right? So the Gemara asks the question, and the Gemara says, in the day, there was a time, says the Gemara, when Babylon was able to find out when Rosh Chodesh was. And nevertheless, they still did Yizaru Aminag Abisechem B'Yadechem. Be careful to keep the tradition of your fathers. The tradition of your parents was to keep 2 days Yom Tov. You have to carry on keeping 2 days Yom Tov. Now, why was this the case? Why was this the case? The sages of the time felt that this is something that had to be done. The reason being, if you had, there had to be borderlines. Meaning, let's say you had a case where there was a certain place where they did it, and there was another place they didn't hit. It wouldn't be clear. It wouldn't be clear cut. In other words, people, I came from Israel, so I kept one day Yom Tov. So when I go to, when I go to America, I'm also keep 1 day Yom Tov. Over there you don't know. Over there you don't know. When Yom Tov is. Pesach was always 1 day. We had to make 2 Seder's. We made 1 Seder, right? The masses think that way. Masses don't. Delineate, I'm in range, I'm not in range, they know what they did as a kid. So they said, You put you if you're outside of Israel, that's what they made the Muslims. If you're inside Israel, where mostly that's where the message will inevitably come.
So that's it.
So that's keep one day Yom Tov. If you're outside of Israel, all the reasoning has gone away.
Buy food, buy drink. He's
In
saying,
2 days Yom Tov,
go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab.
that way.
This is a shopkeeper who
Now
normally
somebody will come along and say,
so therefore,
well,
again, it's as if the debt is
2000 years down the line, today there's email, today there's other things you don't know. So today's the time to abolish
it
it.
says over here,
So there's a law in that says
exchange.
that
Right, the shopkeeper is going to give.
if you want to
donkey driver is
abolish something,
and Ruben is going to
the one who
immediately
needs to abolish it must be greater in wisdom and in number than those who have issued it.
doesn't apply in conservative.
Okay.
This wasn't like a credit.
Which means that in simple language,
Therefore, that case
if you start to tamper,
transactional
then you're going down a very dangerous path. If you have the stature, if we would have the position that they had then, of saying, you know something, this time, well, they had to do that then, so as not to forget to keep up the custom of their fathers. But now, if the reason doesn't apply, can we abolish it? So the answer is,
Instead of making the first case of advice,
the decree was made by those who are greater in number and greater in stature, you cannot abolish it. And the reason we went away.
when is this
So the
so
Torah
openly
knows the
again it's
character.
prohibited, the Chenbani
And the proof is
in the Shtagid way.
Those
When
who
is it
felt
prohibited for
that they
women to
could,
say to his
you know,
wife, "Chevra,
abrogate this
drink,"
law,
and
although they're not this great, that
that's
the
only
consensus of sages of the time is not as strong.
because there's
Nevertheless,
transactional
okay,
immediacy,
difficult people
and
on
it's
their
as
Yom
if
Tov.
again the Chenbani
It doesn't stop
has the
them.
money to the big items.
Doesn't stop
About
them.
20
It
Shema
goes
people,
to things which are, there's no reason to abolish.
therefore that
It's
lacks
still abolished them.
transactional
The Torah makes laws. This law can actually understand. In other words, language in the Gemara is Yorda l'seif da'ato shel Adam. The Torah penetrated down to the consciousness of people. The Torah is given by Hashem. And Hashem knows the way people work. And that's why there is the system of once it's in, it's not simple at all to abolish. That is on face value. Talking on the spiritual level, let's see this explains why in the diaspora we must have 2 days of Yom Tov. Because it says the holiness of Yom Tov takes more time, so to speak. It takes 2 days to penetrate that which in Israel takes 1 day.
Ultimately, again, my
But if we're talking on the plane of
as a guarantor,
the Torah says, in other words, talking on the plane of spirituality, there is meaning in the 2 days of Yom Tov. It's not something whole that we just do because we have no choice. But that is on the spiritual plane, which we're not talking about now. Although it's very important. We're talking simply on the plane of law. Talking about the court of law. There are rules that the Torah puts down that says that if the sages rule something, that's it. There's no moving from it. Although
whether the shopkeeper
if the
extends credit or
rule
doesn't extend credit,
rule was put down with a condition,
must
that
also
if
say,
the reasoning goes away,
even below Miyachi,
then you're able to abolish it. Now the some rules are put down because of a reason. This and this was the reason. When this reason will go away, then the result of the law that results from it will also be able to go.
So
There are some rules, however, that even though the reasoning went away, we still must keep. Because from a law perspective, once things are in,
go out,
once the things are in, things are in.
drink.
Let's give the example.
Since no defined
Is it imaginable today
no specific
that somebody who claims to follow Judaism should not wear a yarmulke,
it should be
even
mutter.
shul?
It should be mutter.
Unconcealed. Is a yarmulke a law in the Torah?
I'm sorry. The Gemara says,
There's no law that says you must wear a yarmulke, you must wear a head cover.
ultimately again.
It starts in the Talmud, the source for it in the Talmud. The Zohar speaks of it throughout the generations. It became a minhag, it became a custom, and a minhag which has the strength of the Torah itself. Nobody today in the wildest dreams will go and say, you know something, forget the yarmulke. Why not? Because it's so ingrained inside of the Jewish psyche that to tamper with that, everybody realizes we'll be tampering with the essence of Yiddishkeit.
does not create
No
transaction.
yarmulke, so no yarmulke, so no tefillin.
Going to
Well, people don't do it. Tefillin, it says in the Torah. Yarmulke doesn't say that. Well, you throw up. Someone says, I'll throw up my yarmulke, right? So you throw Shabbos and tefillin, and everything goes in the package deal. People don't think that way. And that's why the Torah says, Minim Yisrael Torah, a custom by Jews is Torah. You can't tamper with it. And the same thing with this. People go with the second day. If I had to say two Seder's in my life, I get Rosh Hashanah for 2 days, right? And Mitzvah somebody comes along and says, you know something, we don't need that today, we have email, right?
So
I
there's
have
no
to keep
extension
the
of
second
credit.
day
In other words,
Seder.
he has a tab, but it's
Maybe
hateful.
one day I want to take the first day
So
Seder.
now that makes sense.
I don't know,
Because now that it's
it's
hateful already,
it's playable.
again, if they take
And the Torah knows
things,
that.
it's
If
literally like
Yiddishkeit
he's
can
supplying
become
them
playable,
with it.
says Hashem,
I know. I'm
then
used to
you're not sure what that means.
So the Gemara says it's
In
Thomas.
any country, it works that way simply by default. There are some things which are just stuck in the law books, which can very arguably be totally outrageous. But they're there. And if a policeman will catch you tampering with that law, they'll find you. He'll agree with the policeman that it doesn't make sense. But that's the law. You can't play around. Once you play around with law, and it's heavier, as they say it is. And there's no rain. The horse is free. And the Torah knows that. The difference is, as we said before, in the law of a country,
Rabbi,
yeah, it may not make sense, but that's the law. And the law of the Torah, and it's where the rabbis made something, when they made this decree and said the second day Yom Tov ought to be kept irrelevant.
Like, I'll set
And
up
they were talking about on the spiritual, because they understood that in the Chutzpah, it's in the diaspora, from a spiritual point of view, that means to happen. Nothing is harmless, and nothing is just because. It's meaning to everything, that's the difference. But from a law perspective, that's the
Ultimately, again,
this is very important to understand the gravity of the rabbinical from the Torah.
So please remember, essentially there are two cases in Christ.
The paragraph also includes marvelous judgments and laws. Which were not received from Moses, but rather were derived by the courts of the latter generations based on the principles of biblical whatever. Okay. The elders of those generations made these decisions and concluded that this was the law. Rashi included in the Talmud this entire body of knowledge stemming from the era of Moses' teacher until his own era. The sages of the Mishnah also composed other texts to explain the words of the Torah. Rothschild, the disciple of Rabbi composed an explanation of the book of Genesis. Rabbi Yishmael composed an explanation beginning these other names, beginning of the book of Exodus until the conclusion of the Torah. This is also called the Mechilta. Rabbi Akiva also composed a Mechilta, another book called Mechilta. Other sages of the following generations composed other collections of interpretations of verses, Midrashim. All of these works were composed before the Babylonian Talmud. Thus, Ravina, Ravashi, and their colleagues represented the final era of the great sages of Israel who transmitted the oral. They passed decrees, ordained practices, and put into effect customs. These decrees, ordinances, and customs spread out among the entire Jewish people in all the places where they lived. After the court of Ravashi composed the Talmud and completed it in the time of his son, Ravashi, the Jewish people became further dispersed throughout all the lands, reaching distant extremes and far removed islands. Strife sprung up throughout the world, and paths of travel became endangered by troops. Torah study decreased, and the Jews ceased entering their yeshivas in the thousands of myriads, as was customary previously. Instead, individuals, the remnant, whom God called aphorism, would gather in each city and country, occupy themselves in Torah study, and devote themselves to understanding the texts of the sages and learning the path of judgment from them. Every court that was established after the conclusion of the Talmud, regardless of the country in which it was established, issued decrees, enacted ordinances, and established customs for the people of that country, or those of several countries. These practices, however, were not accepted throughout the Jewish people because of the distance between the different settlements and the disruption of communication between them. And the most
So if you
famous
look at
one
Rashi says
was the ban against polygamy.
Yasi Perushi is
Right?
called this man.
That was in the Ashkenazi world,
Again, without getting into
not
all
in the
the
Sephardic world.
technicalities,
So again, we see over
you
here
can
is
go ahead
after the
and
Talmud, after the
lend,
Gemara,
borrow, not
there was
commerce,
no
but lend and
consensus
borrow
among the Jewish sages.
while it's still
And that
readily
is
available.
why
So
the
because
Gemara is the
once
end
it's no longer
word.
readily available
There's
in the
nothing.
field,
We
you can
cannot
no
decree
longer kind of
anything.
keep it for
Nobody can
yourself.
stand up and say, I'm
So the
making
idea
something
of
for the
it
entire
is,
Klal Yisrael.
people have
Not Rabbi down the street doesn't
the
agree with
borrow
you.
Shemitah Kodesh from the Ani and
The Talmud, that's why the Talmud is so much loved, because everything needs to be drawn from the Talmud. That's what he says now. Since each of these courts were considered to be individuals, and the High Court of 71 judges had been defunct for many years before the composition of the Talmud, people in one country could not be compelled to follow the practices of another country, nor is one court required to sanction decrees which another court has declared its locale. Similarly, if one of the Gaonim, and this was the period after the Talmud, was the Gaonim. We're going to learn about all this, but he's going further. One of the Gaonim interpreted the path of judgment in a certain way, while the courts which arose afterward interpreted the proper approach to be met to the matter in a different way. The opinion of which first need not be adhered to absolutely. Rather, whichever position appears to be correct, whether the first or the second, is accepted. So this is how things sort of got together, and the Rambam goes on as now is that basically the Talmud by the Gaonim was taught. And since the Talmud was written in Babylon, which was Aramaic, not everybody understood Aramaic anyway. So the Gaonim, the Gaon, the genius of the Talmud, had to teach the people that Talmud. Each one of these Gaonim had yeshivas and so on and so forth. Basically, the Rambam finishes off that people are not capable of sifting through the Talmud, or probably very difficult to draw the laws out of the Talmud. And therefore, you'll see the bottom line, we'll go through all this whole business, but this is later in history. Therefore, he says, I burdened my lords, I Moses, the son of Miner of Spain, the Sephardi, I realized that the book of the father, I divided on the rock, Hashem, blessed be he, I contemplated all these texts and sought to compose a work which would include the conclusions of the right, all the texts regarding forbidden and permitted, the impure and the pure, and the remainder of the terribles, all is clear, in concise terms, so that the entire article could be organized in each person's mouth without questions or objections. That was the genius of the Rambam. Okay?
Makes sense.
He did it in a way of you open up a Talmud today, everything's in English, but still got a lot of Gemara, and you need to what's the law, what it said. It's all piled in there, and for the layman today, it's almost impossible. We can't rely on himself, except in obvious cases, to warn. Everything stems, however, from the Talmud. Why? Because that was the last time everything, there was a consensus. After that, we were dispersed. And, there wasn't it wasn't a unity that we made and wanted. So this is the story of the oral law. This is the story of the Torah Shabbat. And that's why we realize over here that, who made up all the Jewish laws? This is no one made them up. There was a vote machine that stems from Rabbi should have made it right until the end. So anything that we pick up today from the Shulchan Aruch, we can trace every one of those laws back. Nobody was interested in just saying, well, I think this, that, and the other. Every one of those laws are firmly based in the Talmud, or at some point before the Talmud, a consensus came, and these things were decided with all the details. And therefore, each one of them has the weight, shall we say, carries the weight of Torah itself. That's the thing of the in the middle of this page, it goes on the Goyim and so on.
right?
until
Our
not up to
relations
date.
pair. In
So
other words,
this
when
is
there's
the Rabbi goes
immediacy,
after he
that's when
explains
it's
why he
estimate.
wrote his book.
If there is a lack
That's
of transactional
a different
immediacy,
discussion, which we'll get there,
when the
what the Rambam
payment
achieves.
does
But
not
now, at least
take
when
on
we
the
get to the
status
Gemara,
of estimate
we know
sold.
what the
And what
Gemara
that means
is.
practically
That's why
is that it
people
can
learning
be
Gemara,
used
learning
ultimately again,
in
let's say,
yeshiva,
for
they
some
learn
type of
Gemara.
sacrificial or temporal use.
Because
So watch
ultimately
this.
everything has
So
to
most
be from the
outcome,
Gemara.
no
Something just like
solo,
when the Belgian
if you
Jewish
give a
law
sheep,
reads
the
off,
African
right?
ball.
So we'll know
Now what does it mean, the
that
African
thing.
ball?
He'll know.
Rashi
Do
says,
this, do that.
hello,
Any part work,
Achazman.
but you
That's a
must
great
know.
now. Rather again, sometime later,
You must know how all this came about. It is all pulled together in the Gemara. And once you learn enough Gemara, you have the tools with which how to understand Jewish law. What's the idea
Again,
of
as opposed to
everything?
payment
Gemara,
relations.
Gemara in Aramaic means to learn.
Or for that matter, she has
It's
relationship.
actually interesting, apparently, just as I just said this today, it's a book
In both of these cases, ultimately,
word
again, the
shas,
estimate is going to be.
which is
However,
Shisha
no
Sedora.
solo, the
Shisha
African
Sedora 6.
that
But
essentially,
Mishnah is divided in
in
6
order for something
parts.
to be categorized as an
And
estimate
Talmud
solo,
is based all on the Mishnah. The Talmud is you have a Mishnah. You look at the
once you
Talmud, you have a
transactional
Mishnah.
immediacy, in other words,
And then you have
payment
pages of Talmud
relations,
which discuss
then
the Mishnah.
the man you see
So
the
Rabbi,
payment
the
has
name
the
Talmud
status
is the real
ultimately
name
of
for it.
a
All the people, everybody called it
Talmud.
Talmud. The name Shas became a code name because Talmud was forbidden by the church and they burned the Talmud, and that's what Shas became the word. Yes, and after it became different names. They didn't know what Shas was or something like that. So that was the idea. So covered the Rabbeinu condition and stuff.
Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, a sheet of produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's
Called
ahead and case it.
not to be mixed up with the original Hillel. This is 13th generation. He was a 13th generation from his ancestor, the famous Hillel.
Right, and then let's say
He's known as Hillel Hasheni, the second Hillel. It's great that we've spoken about Hillel, but as great as Hillel was, he is referred to as Hillel Hasheni, the second Hillel, not for no reason. He did something which was of Christ and value for the Jewish people. And that was, he set the Jewish calendar.
So why would we say that when he does have relations with our
Let's get a bit of background. Up until this point, more or less, from the time of Moshe Rabbeinu until this time,
when he does have relations with her on
was set, the years were set by the Sanhedrin, by the High Court that were in Jerusalem. How was it done? The Torah says that the authority to make laws lies within the hands of the beis din of the High Court.
Very interesting. What happened?
And they did it by getting witnesses, the witnesses who saw the new moon.
Now, relations didn't happen
The
until
new moon that came about after it being concealed. Those witnesses who had seen the new moon came to Jerusalem, testified to the fact that they had seen the new moon, and the new month was proclaimed. And only when the beis din proclaimed it did it actually become a new month. They had a limit. It was either on day number, there was 29 days in a month, it was either day number 30 to be Rosh Chodesh, to be the big first day of the new month, or day number 31 to be Rosh Chodesh. If the no witnesses came by day 31, they proclaimed the Rosh Chodesh anyway. But that's where we get the 2 days from. It was either one of those 2 days there. Therefore, the Jews who were able to hear of the new month being proclaimed had 1 day Yom Tov, and the Jews that weren't able had 2 days Yom Tov. That's how it all came about. We spoke about this last week. So, this is what was going on from the time of Moshe until this time.
Obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to
And it was at this time when Hillel Hasheni, this Hillel, saw that the Sanhedrin was not going to be able to convene for too much longer. It had already been, so to speak, exiled. It was not convening in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was destroyed. It was convening after Jerusalem was a place called Busha. From Busha, it was in the Tendagavil in Israel. And from there, it went to somewhere else. It was going to fall apart inevitably. So he had to, so something very drastic had to be done.
And even though the zona is a zona,
The Jewish cow, what's going to be? How are we going to keep any Yom Tov, any time? So what he did was, there are rules which, if you want to see even a synopsis of those rules by Maimonides, Maimonides was a genius and a man, and he wrote down, he had an abstract mind for astronomy like no one else. He studied all the books of the Greek books, all these things, and he laid down in clear language that even the layman can understand it, but you had to very difficult to use. But if you go stage by stage, slowly and slowly, you can understand the dynamics of the Jewish calendar. And the main idea is to be able to tell exactly where and when the new moon will be at that beginning of that month. We actually announce many Chabad shows that on the Shabbos before
can't be categorized as an
before Rosh Chodesh, we bless the new month. And before that, the custom is to announce the time when in Jerusalem, we go to Jerusalem. When in Jerusalem, need to be, and not just in a minute, but to the second. It's called Chalokim. Chalokim are astronomy gives, how do we say, degrees, but not just degrees. Degrees are very general. And within the degree, you have another bunch of degrees. Within those things, you have another bunch of things. She told me that I've been hearing it for years. I believe if there's a this don't quote me on this, if there's 118 degrees, there are 180 degrees, 360 degrees, 360 degrees, and I think there's 1,018 Chalokim in each one. So all
I will go ahead and concentrate this home.
the degree is not the degree of sky.
Just like your home, you
Say, the degree you're talking is the most circle. Not a circle on the table.
It's something that you own.
Well, 360 degrees is just a sky. I believe I get a notebook, so this is going to have to be, it's a big circle.
You can only imagine something that is yours.
So, this is all, these are rules in astronomy where you can work this out to the split second. Anyhow, so it's doable, it's very doable. Sometimes you have clocks that so what he did was, he put together the entire Sanhedrin and most of them, they agreed that this was eventually, at least not for now, but eventually it was going to present an issue. So what they did was, every month the base did a report would sanctify the new month. It was in Rosh Chodesh today is a holiday, sort of, it's Rosh Chodesh, we know Rosh Chodesh is a special day, especially for women. What they did was they convened at that time. They worked out, they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, which were always known, but they never actually followed it. They knew, they based it one of the ways that they would test out the witnesses. They knew what they were talking about because they knew exactly when the new moon would be seen. Okay?
And then utilize those in the
And they knew how it would look and where it would be the new moon would be pointing this way a little further. They knew everything. It's all known to them.
to accomplish
They knew exactly. They only needed the witnesses because that's what the Torah says. The Torah says the witnesses, when you have witnesses that actually saw it, then you can do it. What they did was, then they set the calendar by where they knew where the moon is going to be seen and sanctified every single Rosh Chodesh. From that time until the coming of Mashiach.
to be tomorrow, right? You just keep it until tomorrow.
They laid out rules for the Jewish calendar, and any Jew, anywhere, was able to fulfill the Yom Tov, Rosh Chodesh, to observe the holidays anywhere they may be.
Fine.
Which is a major, you can even compare it to writing down the oral Torah. The oral Torah didn't need to be written down for however many, over 1,000 years until the days of Moses, until the days of Rabbi, you know. What do you need to write it down for? The Jews were together. There was transmission from student to teacher to student. Everything was going well. Now came a time when that wouldn't be. So too was the Jewish calendar. And you have, the stories of Jews lining up in a desert island, or, Jews in concentration camps, exactly when this was. But when Rosh Hashanah comes to the day, no
Dia
questions.
scheduled for
Well, they didn't have one of these
on
calendars come out
Tuesday.
sent out to
She knows
the
she's
Bergen
not.
Bells, you know what I'm saying?
She's being offered up as a product. She's
You know,
not.
because the
So
rules
what's the
are
status
quite
in
clear.
Rabbi?
And if you put your head to it,
Even
one of these says,
the
simple part of what I just wrote, even a child can acquire this knowledge in about 3 days. Rabbi was talking about one of his kids, or one of our kids, but he said very, very simple. And when they argue, if you but you got to put it together, and it's doable. Oh, yeah.
So therefore,
You go to find it, yeah. The place where you'll see it all laid out put together. Scientifically, I gotta tell you, it's been articles written recently. Things that scientists and astronomers have only found now
offering it up is offering it
were
up.
already known by the sages of the Talmud, by Moses. They said things which didn't seem to be correct scientifically. This is just recently, a few months ago, somebody showed me an article in Israel. This mind-blowing article. I have to swallow one of these astronomy books to understand it, but it's
Obviously, again, it's wrong.
the exactness to
Right?
be, of what they knew then.
Because it was no
It only have been something godly. It only been something, from the Almighty, but on Sinai they got the rules of how to do this. It's a fascinating
and
subject.
ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the silent is, does the object become an explanation or
Now,
not?
moving back to the
The
Mishnah was written around 218, and this is when the Jews started, the Torah started to happen. It was all that era. However,
remember again,
from the year
the way of
235 till the year 350
right, is where she went ahead and
was the time in Israel when there was still yeshivas, so gradual descent. But that was the time when the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, was put together. There are two Talmuds, there are two versions of the Talmud, versions of two Talmuds. One is called the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, together in Babylon, and on the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud. That was written by Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan, who we went through last week. They managed to put together the Talmud, although things around the decline, but the Talmud Yerushalmi was nevertheless put together.
The animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia
Also
occurs,
was
the animal is no
absolutely
longer
free.
here.
We did
But
say, well,
perhaps
it
again,
wasn't a
this is just
paradise. There were times when things got tough, especially there was the Gemara actually makes note of a fellow called Ardashir, King Masu. He took up, he took up the reign in Babylon. He was quite a fanatical individual, and he had all sorts of things that went along with his religion. For example, he forbade lighting candles at night, which meant that Hanukkah candles couldn't be lit. The Gemara has a whole discussion of where Hanukkah lights should be put in a public place. By the front door, says the Gemara, at the time of the Pharisee, at the time of the Persians, sort of discovered Neo-Persians, who didn't allow lights. So you can put it on the table, says the Gemara. This was the discussion of the Gemara comes up because of this sort of 15-year period, but it was a very, very difficult period. Even though he did have some very evil decrees, the community in Babylon didn't disturb its ongoing growth. And it was in this era, starting from about 200, give or take, where for the next 7 generations, the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, was put together. Now, that was a major work. What it was is you had, what is the Talmud? What is the Gemara? We're referring mainly to the Talmud Bavli. The Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, went along similar lines, but today, since the community in Babylon was then on the increase, most of the Greeks were over there, and especially later on, when the migration from Israel came to Babylon, they had it all. They had the greatness from Israel, and they had their own great, which constitutes the fact that we follow today and learn primarily today the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud. What was it? Rabbi Yehuda mostly due to the principle together the Mishnah, as we said in about the year 218. He put it together in a very, very concise manner. It really was, it was a project which was the beginning of the writing of the oral law. They won't say, some historians even say it's because of his lack of excitement to do it. It was something which they had to refer to. This is what it looks like. What we'll write down just the key things and all the discussion will remain on. So we'll have a basis. That's how some people want to understand it, which is very understandable. He wrote things very, very concise, just that things should be written down in its essence, in its seminal way, so not to be forgotten.
When he doesn't go ahead and
what the yeshivas were doing and what the greats of the generation were doing were discussing the mission.
Alright, so let's
Yeah, the mission. Let's take the very first mission of the Talmud. Okay?
So
First mission of the Talmud is
Wednesday. He goes over to Rabbi. He says,
when do you there's a mitzvah to read the Shema in the evening. In the evening, b'shach b'chol v'komecha. We say this in the Shema. B'shach b'chol komecha, when you lay down and when you rise. What does it mean when you lay down, when you rise? In the oral Torah, you should read the Shema in the evening and in the morning. Okay. So the question is now, when is the evening? Says the Mishnah. When is the evening? When the Mishnah says the Mishnah has a couple of opinions. This one says this is actual nightfall, one says no before nightfall. So the Gemara, the Talmud comes and looks at it and says, well, what made this opinion say what he says? Where did they get it from? And more importantly, who do we roll like? Okay? There are many, many principles by which we follow in order to figure this out. Besides that, Judaism has a very lot of information which are around these laws. The beginning of the first tractate starts talking about, rising of the it starts talking about the night being split into three parts. What's the night being split into three parts? The whole story comes to the top and goes into King David. King David got up. What time did he get up? It's a whole shebang, right? And where's all that information on the Mishnah? The Mishnah says, look, the Talmud is a record of the discussions which came about from the Mishnah. You imagine you have an instruction, a very short instruction for a very major thing. And there's obviously a lot of discussion around it.
I'm going to pay you for the
There were 7 generations that
if I don't pay you money,
the Talmud makes record of, and we'll mention a few of them. Now, all these names are, these names you get any kid who started learning Gemara and started learning the Talmud will be all too familiar with all these names. Many of them worked in ways and contemporaries. We mentioned last week Rabbi Rabbi Shlokish, who worked in a tremendous way together. There was another, in the generations, in all these generations, there was a pair of people called Rav and Shmuel.
Let's say moving
Rabbi, and we only had that before with Rabbi Yehuda and Nossi Judah, the prince, also called Rabbi. He was in Israel, so Rabbi in Hebrew. Rav was Rav. His name was Rabbi Abba. But he was such a great man that people simply called him Rav. Shmuel was his counterpart. Shmuel also was very well versed in secular knowledge as well as Torah. He said he lived in a place called Nahav, and he said the pathways of the heaven, of the constellations, are as clear to me as the pathways of Nahav. He was a genius and a man who also had a great contact with the Babylonian philosophers and astronomers, people who were respected. Just to give you an idea, in the Talmud, Rav and Shmuel are quoted hundreds of times, mostly arguing with each other. And this was the clash. You had some, it was always, as we mentioned, like they always wanted somebody to think differently, to deal differently. And much of it followed logic. Some of it followed tradition, an argument to tradition, an unclarity which the Gemara always has to unravel, has to make clear this unclarity. Did he get it right? Did he get it wrong? Because a few people said one thing, then he's refuted. This is how it goes. The law always follows Rav when it comes to forbidden matters or permitted matters. Is something
Rashi
kosher or
says
not?
over
And
here,
Rabbi Shmuel
Rashi
will have an
discusses
argument.
all of
The
this.
law follows Rabbi. That
Right,
was his
if you
line
look
of
at the end, if you look
expertise.
at Rashi,
The
belongs to
law always
Isa.
followed
Right, if you look at
Shmuel
Rashi,
when it came
the
to
heart,
business laws. When it
it's
came
the
to
actual last one,
monetary
the
issues.
last of
The reason was
the
because
one,
Shmuel lived in Hardor,
or
which was a
something,
major city of commerce. And these cases were coming to him constantly, and therefore his field of expertise was money matters. And that's halacha karav be'isuri. The law follows Rab when it comes to isur, to forbidden or permitted items, and the law follows Shmuel in money-related issues. Shmuel, as we said, lived in a place called Hardor. Rab lived in a place called Sura. Both had very great yeshivas in them.
He says to the workers, like taxi drivers,
Yeshiva
go
in
and
Hardor eventually got destroyed, and the new yeshiva opened in a place called Pumbedisa, all cities in Babylon. The next pair we'll speak of again is people who go hundreds of times in the Talmud. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi, again, Rabbi is the great one. He was just referred to like that. And Rabbi Yosef, the Talmud says, Rabbi was somebody who was referred to as the uprooter of mountains. He was so sharp, if there was a mountain, there was something that which seemed to be just so given and so obvious. He was the one who dug under it and uprooted it, and it's not so obvious. He was as sharp as that. Rabbi Yosef was referred to as Sinai. This is the nickname. Sinai means Sinai. He was so well versed in quantity of everything that just wants to know. It was as if people compared to him that he stood on Sinai and heard it all. He just knew everything. And in fact, there is an argument in the Talmud. The question was, you can only have one Rosh Hashiva. One boss, more or less. They did work in pairs, but who would be the Rosh Hashiva? And the question arose is, who's better? The sharp one or the one who knows everything? And the question, if I remember correctly, was sent to Israel at a certain point, till a certain point, the authority in Israel was recognized by the Babylonian sages because it was Israel, and ultimately everything goes to there. When the migration started, that kind of faded away because there was nothing left there. So they sent to Israel, they said, Sinai, it is the one, Rabbi Yosef, the one who knows everything, because ultimately everybody, the phrase was, everybody needs the one who sells wheat. Everybody needs flour. That means you gotta know at the end of the day, it wasn't how sharp you are, alright, but you gotta know it. You gotta know the information for a starter. Therefore, he was to be the one more important. Maybe the most famous pair was a pair of people called Abaya and Rafa. Abaya, just to give you an idea, lived till 60 years old, and yet is quoted in the Gemara about 1,400 times. Rafa, who lived till about 70, is quoted in the Gemara about 2,000 times. And now there are not much more, I believe, pages in the Talmud than 2,000 runs around there. You cannot turn a few pages in the Talmud without getting Abaya and Rafa once or twice. Abaya, in fact, was an orphan and brought up by Rabbi, the predecessor, Rabbi and Rafa. Rabbi was an orphan brought up by Rabbi. In fact, Abaya wasn't really his real name. Abaya is an acronym. There's a verse that says, Asher b'cho Yerucham Yosef. It is in you that, the verse says, it is in you, Hashem, that the orphan is given benevolence. Hashem is benevolent to the orphans. Asher b'cho Yerucham Yosef is Abaya. At the beginning of it was that he was referred to. That was equal to be Abaya. The halacha, interestingly enough, although Rabbi is quoted this amount of time, 1,400 times in the Gemara, the halacha usually follows Rabbi. It's interesting. Usually, many times how the halacha was decided was by the later ones. Now, it was the next generation who were able to look objectively to what the previous generation had said and ruled it. So that was what it did, and most of the time it came to be as Rabbi. But Abaya was the Rosh Hashiva in his day. So just because you were the head of the yeshiva at this time, it didn't mean that the law always followed you. That was a question of if the next generation was going to give the verdict, and who were they going to give it like?
case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and
So
go
this kind of
Make it
pattern
two different
followed.
ones.
These were huge yeshivas. These weren't just a few boys getting together. These were places of Torah, which we mentioned the other time that twice a
When
year
is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers,
the religious instituted in Babylon was to be something called the Yarei Kala. The Yarei Kala was a year is a
and it says, if again, the
year is a month. 2 months during a year.
But
about 10,000 Jews would converge on these yeshivas and devote the month to learning. All business was stopped. Whatever they were doing, they took a holiday, and that was it. They came to learn. And this was all in these yeshivas where, it wasn't just boys again. It was all the people who wanted to devote their lives to holiness, sat there and, at the feet of these great men. The ones who transcribed officially, all this was written in note form, and so the ones who transcribed the Talmud to the end was a pair of people who were known as Rabbi and Ravashi. Rabbi and Ravashi, again contemporaries, had started transcribing all this discussion and all this information. And we are told that the actual transcribing took about 6 months for each tractate. About 39, if I'm not mistaken, tractates of Talmud, and each one took about 6 months. Again, sifting through what would go in, what would not go in, who would they, who would they follow, there was a major amount of discussion, and the beautiful thing about it is that it's many times recorded in the Talmud as a discussion. That's how it was recorded in the generations before. They said this, and often got rough. The sages always loved each other deeply, and argument was always for the sake of it. It wasn't a personal thing, but it was often a question: did you have the right to argue with the Rosh Hashiva, who we knew? There was some people said there was a case when somebody was expelled for not showing the right respect for somebody who knew better. It was very, very lively and very animated. The one which we call the Asimas Talmud, the seal laid on the Talmud by the son of Ravashi, who was called Ravashi. Mar, actually has two meanings for Israel. Mar means bitter. But if you want to say Mr. Schwartz, it's Mar Schwartz. Okay? Mar means sir. That way, Mr. or sir. Mar Ravashi, again, he was called sir. Not the word actual name was, but he was called Mar Ravashi. Again, that's the first syllable of Mora. Mora, for the sake of Mora, yes, the bitter part. So if they two have that connection,
משום שיש, הולך לקוצר בערביות,
sealed the Talmud about the year 500. From then on, we call it the seal of the Talmud, the sealing of the Talmud, because from then on, nobody had or has the ability to refute, to argue with anything which is laid down in the Talmud. Why? It was at that time that once again they had the consensus of all the Jewish sages. Everybody got together, and everybody, in an honest way, was able to sift through and to argue through the law of what should go in. And they went through it and chewed it over and over the years and years of generations, and it all got into the Talmud. After that, Jewish people, communities started to crop up different ways. They put the seal on the Talmud.
Otherwise, he has a tab.
This is the information.
Now that makes sense because now that it's paid for, and ultimately again,
until this day, what we call the basis of Jewish knowledge, where everything is pulled together, is in the Talmud. Mainly for law, there is the Midrash, which is for politics, for the other different. There is the Zohar, a couple, different, but then for law. And for much of also the deep elements of the Torah and stories, the basis is the Gemara. The Gemara does do a lot of ruling. The Mishnah does ruling, and the Gemara doesn't do a lot of ruling. But always new things, vistas are opened. New vistas are always open. You've got to understand that for the next 1,500 years until today, there have been thousands of Jewish books written. A question was asked, as we go through Jewish history for the next 1500 years until today, we're going to see how everything that was built up to the Talmud. The build-up was the Talmud has a lot of information, not always does the Talmud come to a conclusion. More importantly, there are different questions that the Talmud doesn't directly address. And this is endless. It goes on endlessly, especially when it comes to the modern era, or the last 100 years, when technology starts. So but everything must be based on the Talmud. The question is, according to the principles of the laws that the Talmud prescribes, Mishnah prescribes, how do we deal with this case? That is the basis for every Jewish law book that comes up from that day from the seal of the Talmud. No information was invited. You had no information. Where did you get it from? You heard it from somebody. Why wasn't it transcribed? So there was a reason why it wasn't transcribed, because the probably the law didn't follow you, and so on. So everything, and this is the beauty of Jewish law, that there's novelty, but it all must be firmly based on the Mishnah and on the Talmud. There's no making up your own thing. And this is until today, the question is, where you getting it from? You say something, where do you get it from? What's your source? Are you right by learning that source this way? And this is in fact what happened about 100 years after the Talmud. It was an era little known about it. We've got to remember that in the Dark Ages, which started around this point, a lot of history was lost. It was also seen how the world, after the collapse of Rome, entered into a dark age where things were very backward and very primitive. All the grandeur of Rome was all but lost. And that included Jews who suffered tremendously, and a lot of history was lost. That's probably the period of Jewish history where we know least of. For the next few hundred years after the Talmud, around 500. Places where, conflicts in Spain and so on, things were better. But the next 100 years after the Talmud, there was a time called the Rabbi Samurai, the rabbis who discussed, and they were basically discussing the Talmud, clarifying the Talmud to the people. Much of their clarifications are actually included in the Talmud in brackets, in parentheses. The Talmud today you'll see a lot of parentheses. Not all of them are from the Rabbi Samurai, but some of them are just plainly explaining what's going on here. Heaps of commentaries were written on the Talmud to explain what it's talking about. We'll get to that later. That started about 500 years afterwards. So this is the idea. And Talmud today, the Gemara today, is learned as the basis for Jewish knowledge that we've just come away from this tremendous celebration of the Daf Yomi. The people have taken on to learn a page of Talmud every day. We finish it in 7 years. They're learning Talmud for a reason, not because there's no better law books according to 1 to 2.
And then repay
But the
them
information, where is it? Where's the source? Where does it all start? It starts in the Talmud. And thank God.
Yes, it is obvious maravilloso. Obviously, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow while it's still readily available for us. Once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer pay with So the idea is people have to also borrow from the Armenian it's first off the
That's very good. Well, the idea is,
so what ended up happening again is on year number 8,
the Torah to be a kosher sefer Torah. Every word, every letter has to be identical. And Hashem doesn't need our reasoning, but it was not so much not because every Torah is exactly the same. They can change. When you write down the oral law, the sanctity is more in the content rather than in the words. The Mishnah is very exact. Rabbi Yehuda wrote the Mishnah after thinking 15 times of every word. And that's why the Talmud goes to town for pages of why was it worded this way. Okay? As much as you have a lawyer sitting there pondering on this word or that word, it makes a big difference. So this was the why was the Mishnah worded this way, not the other way? The Talmud, although quite exact, was written in an exact way, but the idea was more the content. Because of that, Since the Talmud had to be copied over by manuscript, no printing presses until a few hundred years ago, so there were different versions of the Talmud. But was it worded this way or this way? I'm not sure. You'll get a lot of Rabba and Rova, one with an aleph, and one's with an A in the end. That makes a big difference sometimes, because Rabba was from an older generation. Rabba was from an later generation. And sometimes you can have an argument which doesn't make sense, because how can Rabba be arguing with somebody who he died before? So a lot of, and obviously we have to come to the conclusion that it's not Rabba, it's Rabba, so we're going to fix the time, right? Manuscripts will have to be copied over, and therefore a lot of mistakes did creep in.
That's the idea. Therefore, again, I won't follow myself, and therefore, again,
because of censorship. You had the Pope who didn't like many parts of the Talmud, especially when it addressed JC in the Christian countries. That was all, rubbed out. They didn't like certain words in the Talmud. For example, in most, even today's editions of the Talmud, you won't find the word goy. No, just not there's nochri, there's this word, there's that word, because they you can see in all the prints of the Talmud, they have some of the proofs that had to go through. You see a mark over every word that did a mark. And if not for the Talmud printed or transcribed in the Oriental countries, it would have been lost forever, and vice versa. Okay? So today, with the printing, when it started, the printing press will go through when the Talmud started to be printed, and this was a big deal. Like you said before, you mentioned let's say we give her times. Abaya, exactly how we count the 1400 items on the computer. That's
There's been a relationship that they also again the land is important.
That will go to that exact number again. It will be something which was arguably was either said by Abaya or somebody else. But most of the time it's the same. Most of the time it's the same. There are books that they printed of the various what we call girses. The girsa, literally in the Aramaic means to learn, but the girsa means the version. That's the version of the Talmud. There's 2 volumes that they printed of. They gathered together all the versions of the Talmud and pulled them together. Today's the best print of the Talmud today, which is considered to be the other edition, from which probably 80% of the yeshivas always learn from today, has on the side of it, they did a tremendous job of sifting through all of this, and with the team of scholars decided which one would be the better version of it. So that's just as generations go on, they got better that way.
Hazer relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's a
That's how the Talmud is alive today.
If there is a lack of transactional,
thank God we can even say tens of thousands of young people who don't know who Shakespeare is, who know Abaya and Rava is, and they are. The Gemara mentions all the time. We say the Gemara says, Rashi says. Said as a immortal, said as a human being who may have died a few 100,000 years ago, says is that they are here, they pulsate, they are present. And Abaya and Rava are alive today in the Jewish people because of the contributions to what they made to the Talmud. The Reish Galusa, the one who headed the community leader, was quite a figure. It was a very important position. He had to be, as we said, from the house of David, and he was given parallel honor. And one of the honors was, in the Kaddish, we say, which means in your lives, in your days, and in the days of the entire house of Israel, Hashem should save us and something Mashiach. So, in the days of the Reish Galusa, it was in your days and our days, and in the lifetime of so and so, the Reish Galusa, and in the lifetime of the Jewish people, and so on the Kaddish. That's how that he was included in every Kaddish. And the only one in later generations actually got that as Maimonides in his day. He Jews included in certain communities. He was such a savior, such a great man. They included him in every camp. In your lives and the lives of Moshe ben Maimon.
Because of professional literacy, we don't view that
Another honor he was given, a parallel, was at least at one point when he received an aliyah, the Torah would be brought to his place. Okay, he didn't have to go up to the Torah was brought to him. So this was, and it was seen as a sort of continuum to the kings from the house of David. And the Jews wanted to preserve this and remember this. Besides his stature politically, but they had in this, the preserving of the house of David. The good thing was, luckily, that most of them were good people and always followed the rule of the heads of the yeshiva, the collaborators. There was the political figure, the Reish Galusa, who dealt with the government, who dealt with political affairs by the people, but he followed Torah, which was an amazing thing. And interesting story, which is actually quite well documented. This goes the following story. It was in the day of that 15th sort of year period where things were going. There was a king in Babylon who was very evil, and one of the things that evil decrees he wanted to do was he wanted to eradicate the house of David. No more of this, no more Reish Galusa. The Jews knew this was not to be tolerated, and he went about and he started getting rid of every family member of the house of David that was under his control. Now everybody by that time, all those that from the house of David were in Babylon because Jehoiakim, the king, hundreds and hundreds of years before, was brought to Babylon, and his entire family was there. He got to the very last person who was a woman who happened to be pregnant at the time. If he had killed her, that would be the end of the house of David. The story was again very well documented. This king one night had a dream, and in the dream he was walking in a beautiful orchard, and in his dream he figured, this is not my orchard. He wanted to destroy the orchard, and he got an axe, and in his dream cutting down every tree in the orchard. And he managed to cut down every single one of them, besides a small sapling which was in the ground, which was still growing. He lifted his axe to chop this small sapling when an old man came and seized him. And he says, "What are you doing? This is not your orchard. I tilled so hard to nurture this orchard. How dare you go and chop it all down?" And in his dream, he seized the axe from him and gave the king a blow on his head.
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this.
Tremendously shaken.
I'm doing this.
Much like this reminiscent the story of Pharaoh. What's this dream mean? So he had one of the old Jewish sages who he had kept prisoner for something or other, and he was sure, this old sage, that this was King David, who had appeared to him.
Even though the zone is a zone,
he accepted the explanation. He summoned that woman to be under his protection. The woman gave birth, and the house of David was saved. That boy who she gave birth to was called Bustanai, a bison or busta in Aramaic is an orchard. So he became later this Bustanai, the Reish Galusa, and from him carried on the house of David, from which people today even can trace the lineage to the house of David.
What's the case? If he said to the Sonia, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, "This is yours as of today." Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then Allah subshita the Sharila. Right? The Halasa Bishasira Umatara Ba'amu. So then obviously it's more she has title to it. It can't be categorized as a slave on Tuesday.
The story with the
so essentially gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you need to know how much you need in the action, it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, "This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday," right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, he gives it to her today, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if he
of the era after the sealing of the Talmud. Talmud was sealed by a man called Rabbi.
consecrate his home.
After him, about 100 years, there was a era where
Will go ahead and
it
consecrate
was
his
called
home.
Rabbonon Samaroni, which means those rabbis who understood the Talmud and explained it to the masses, and then started a system in Babylon for many hundreds of years, which was the system of the Gaonim. Again, we went through what life was like in Babylon. You had the Reish Galusa, you had the one who was the head of the exile who ran political affairs, and then you had the Gaon. The Gaon was the one who was basically the spiritual head of the people. Again, for many hundreds, a few hundred years, we're talking over here that the period of the Gaonim carried on. And today we're going to speak of a number of Gaonim. We don't know that much about the Gaonim period, bar for a few of them, which are very famous ones, which we're going to talk about. Life in Babylon, we sort of know what happened, but then we're going to today go into how the Jewish center sort of shifted from Babylon and started going into North Africa and eventually into Spain.
He doesn't expect that we will
A noted going,
what he does expect
was
to
we're
do
going to number
is
a few of them.
personalistic inventory
A
about all
one
the
of the
spiritual
Goinim
tools
was called
that
the
I
Amram
possess.
Goin.
Be honest about what I
First
possess.
name time we have Amram is the father of Moshe.
And then
Moshe
utilize
ben Amram.
those in
His name was Amram Goin. And he is famous for having composed, written the first Siddur.
to accomplish spiritual
Something
things
else too,
that
when
are
was the first Siddur written?
in our
It was written, shall we say, a
El
couple hundred years into the Common Era. Not exactly a date, and the other
He says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone.
you had around probably the year 600 or 700.
Was scheduled to be here tomorrow, right?
Rabbi
And
God.
just keep it with you until tomorrow. You missed the place, but if you need the sheep,
No more, 600, 700. The Talmud, yeah, 500 of the Common Era was the Simas of Talmud.
Then he says, turn me out, then I give you the right to acquire this.
Which basically constitutes the basic Siddur that we have today. And there were a number of people who wrote Siddurim. There was a Siddur, or what's called the Machzer, which kind of today many people will have Machzer is the word usually used for a Siddur for either the High Holy Days or festival. However, the word Machzer was used also for a regular Siddur. A student of Rothschild wrote a Siddur. Maimonides, as part of his congregation of the entire Torah, writes down the headings of the entire Siddur for the entire year. So, but the first one who wrote down a Siddur was Rabbi. Till then, the Chazan was really not just need to qualify for being able to read or being able to sing or whatever it was. The Chazan was somebody who would know the prayers. Everybody sort of knew the Amidah and the Shema and a few other key things. Remember, the men of the Great Assembly, the Anshei Haggadah, Mordechai, his generation Ezra, they were the ones who composed the Shemona Esrei, the Amidah, and some other parts of the key elements of the Davening. However, all the building that we have to it today, which came throughout the generations, was not really written officially. Amram Goin was the first one who organized it. Again, he was the authority of the Jewish world, and therefore he was able to take that responsibility on his shoulders.
What happens if she's not the shit?
The most famous of all the Gaonim, the one who really, we can say at the time was, again, mentioned if we would number 20, 30 people who were the cornerstones of Jewish life and Jewish learning and Jewish continuity, he would definitely be one of them. His name was Reb Sadia Goin. Reb Sadia Goin, Maimonides writes of him, if it not for Sadia, the Torah would have been forgotten from the Jewish people. Reb Sadia Goin lived at a time which the yeshivas in Babylon were more on the decline.
right? Because she went ahead and she
things were times were difficult.
she offered it up already
Financially, things were difficult in general.
Dafka
There was a lot of internal politics and fighting for the country, and also internal
but from the religious
groups anti-going.
here,
He was born in the year 882 in Egypt, and he was an all-rounder. There was nothing that he didn't profess. We have 24 books that survived. There were more than he wrote. We have 24 books that he composed on vast array of areas in Jewish thought, in Jewish literature, in Jewish poetry, in responsa, books on grammar, books on philosophy, and on different sort of subjects that were coming up at the time. Ingenious and he came at also a very key time
the animal is recategorized as an
as far as the internal shall we call it, that was going on then within the Jewish people. There was the system as we know of the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa didn't usually, or many times, didn't go from father to son. There were you had to fight for the position. There were qualifications. You had to be from House of David. Many times it did stay in the family. But there was a particular Reish Galusa who had two nephews. The older nephew was a man called Onon ben David. And this Onon, although he was again from the family of the Reish Galusa, he was the older one of the two nephews, who would mean that the Reish Galusa didn't have any sons, and therefore the position was going to be up between one of these two nephews. For whatever reason, the rabbinate of the time deemed it fitting that the younger one of these two nephews should be the one to take the position of Reish Galusa. Something that Onon ben David took very offensively. He went to the Caliph, he went to the king, the Muslim king of the time. The Caliph initially didn't hold him for anything worthwhile. He told him this, the good thing about the Reish Galusa system for the Caliph, or for the king of the time, is that the Jews were out the way. The Reish Galusa taxed. The Reish Galusa was, had all the authority. Money came into the coffers of the king. What do you want better? So he told him to go fly back. He said, that's it.
Years later, some people pay all of the bills late.
When that didn't help,
so late, right? 3 years later, it's still
because of his rage against the rabbinate, it started prodding in him to start off the breakaway, to start off the movement, which would be anti the rabbinate. And he started off a movement called the Rabbi, called in English as the Karaites. The Karaites come from the word Kara, which means scripture, and similar to the Sadducees, to the Sadducees, something very similar woke up once again much later on in Babylon. He said, these rabbis, they come to say they have the Talmud, they've got this and they've got that. Who said, don't believe them, we have the Chumash, we have the scripture, Tanakh, we're going by the Tanakh. Now, if you want to, it sounds sort of appealing. It was very appealing, or he was acceptable to those communities who were not under the direct influence of the Gaonim or of the yeshivas in Babylon, of the Jewish communities outside Babylon.
My hobby, I understand.
Now,
so let's analyze this, right? So
these Karaim also seemed to be an appealing movement, because the idea was very full. You're going to be more, they were more religious than the religious. Since they, obviously they couldn't ignore the oral law totally, about tefillin. It doesn't say anything about tefillin. But here, Onon ben David with his Karaim movement, he decided that there were certain things which, yes, we have a tradition, but you are able to play around with that, or those things which seem to be saying in the Torah clearly, you must follow them absolutely. So, for example, the famous one was, it says in the Torah, you're not allowed to burn a fire on Shabbos, and that's why the Karaim would have cold food on Shabbos, which was about the other stage where the Cholent idea came in, where the Karaim of the time. So Cholent is, what should we say? Cholent is 1500, it's 1400, 1300 years old. The idea was that he was a you see, if the Karaim would not be a dangerous sect, the rabbis wouldn't see fit to address them, or definitely not to make an institution to rebut them, but they were. They had some great following in their day. And they instituted all sorts of peculiar things. For example, we have in the Torah, the Torah says a person is not supposed to go away from his place on the Shabbos. Now, the Oral Torah tells us what that means. There's something called Tchum Shabbos, the boundary, the place of how far you're allowed to go on Shabbos. Today, the limit for that is 2,000 cubits outside the last house, the last structure of the city, of the town. That's the Tchum Shabbos. Torah says, even if you're walking, Torah doesn't want a person to go on hikes, until the end of the day. Torah wants you to rest on Shabbos. They translate it, I mean, Al Yetze Yishra B'Koyin B'Yom HaShvi'i, a person not allowed to go away from his place on the seventh day. She's going to stay home on Shabbos. These were the kind of things that they sort of went with now. That worked from a political side of view. When Omar ben David eventually got a good following, he got to the caliph, he got to the king, and he got permission that since he was a breakaway from mainstream Judaism, that he could become the Reish Galusa over his people. He told us it's a different community. This is with a different set of rules. They've got to have a Reish Galusa, to which the caliph agreed.
So he goes and he says to them,
and he started having an influence on the ignorant masses, those who weren't totally directed. The influence of the yeshivas, as we said.
okay,
The one who stepped in to battle them was Reb Tzaddik Goin. This is one of the major things that he did. He wrote books. He wrote a book which he clearly delineated what the origins and the truth of the oral Torah, that the Gaonim and the Talmud were not standing up for things that they got made up or wanted to bring in, but these were all solidly based from Moses, from Sinai. He was a very big threat to the Karaim, and until at one point he was physically assaulted by some of members from them and had to flee to Egypt. Reb Tzaddik Goin moved to Egypt and then moved away to Israel. He went to Tiberias, where he also met. There was a great yeshiva over there in Tiberias still. I remember that the things are still going on in Israel, in the Galil especially. There's a great yeshiva over there. Another sort of thing, another thing that happened was is that in one of the only times in history since the Jewish calendar was instituted, there was an argument as to exactly how things would be working at hand. There was the opinion in Tiberias was for the yeshiva over there that everything was a day off. And Reb Tzaddik Goin spent a huge amount of time and effort to reconcile this. This was going to be a threat to, to the Jewish world.
So therefore, again, no right.
There was a lot of internal strife, politics even as to taking sides of what was right until Reb Tzaddik Goin, he was, when he took on something, he went until the end, as we saw with the Quran. He didn't stop for anything, and he didn't settle until this was reconciled. In his lifetime, also, Reb Tzaddik Goin got into a bit of a riffraff with the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa wanted him to sign as a document to which he didn't agree, and there erupted a heat between himself and the Reish Galusa, which took years to reconcile. This was Reb Saadia Gaon. But in the end of the day, with dignity, he went through everything and prevailed on all his battles. And it's interesting, the Karaim are constant. They actually still exist. There's about 300 families in different little towns in Israel today who consider themselves Karaim. At the zenith, at the high point, they numbered about 500,000 people who kind of had this group. Most of them at that time converted to Islam. It was once they were out the door. That's what happened to most of them. It was only a stage for assimilation and integration with the rest of the people. They didn't have a back above the road. But the core existed, and constantly existed, but was only considered to be something to address in the time of Saadia Gaon, as well as a few hundred years going down the line. Every so often, there was the issue of the Karaim, which had to be addressed by a number of sages. What exactly happens with it, I don't well, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe Google them. Interesting bunch, I guess. But they still, at least, they're the remnants of them still. They're not strong. They're not
talking about where they are
remnants of them to exist.
From the shopkeeper who normally extends
hopefully, yeah. Well,
even the Orthodox say,
yes, the Torah itself, guides that, I guess they get that.
Ultimately, there is transactional immediacy. That's how literally translated.
That was
literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money.
Tremendous character. He wrote something called Emunos V'Deis, Beliefs and Opinions about the Karaim, which we have today, all these books that he wrote. Next going was another famous one called Reb Gaon. Reb Gaon, what happened was, in his day, the Babylonian Empire started to shake. That's when it started to sort of going down. As well as also, there was internal politics with the yeshiva in Pumbedisa and the yeshiva in Bovel in Babylon. And so much so that because of internal strife, it was on the verge of the threshold of closing. As we know, how things can escalate that way. Gaon came at the last minute and saved the situation of the yeshiva in Pumbedisa. He re-established the old idea of the Yarchei Kallah, of the 2 months a year when everybody would converge to the yeshiva, all working men would take off and converge to the yeshiva to come and learn. He also made a great network of fundraising, which was desperately needed to keep the yeshivas in Babylon open. Again, with attracting Talmidim, with attracting students, we have many letters that survive from Reb Shlomo Gaon, fundraising letters. He sent to all the Jewish communities around. This was the yeshiva. This was the place where this was the appeal. We'll see soon how that ceased to be an appeal. But as of then, this was the place. If there was no yeshiva in Pumbedisa and other places in Bovel, that was it. There was going to be no Judaism, and that was his pitch. Funds so started coming in. You see the roads in Babylon, all the roads were paved. There was internal, there was strife in Babylon. The country was set from different gangs and different, there were a lot of times the roads were dangerous, and people were nervous to come to the yeshiva. If there wasn't a magnetic force drawing you, then why bother? But Reb Shlomo Gaon was, he really made a renaissance in the yeshiva in Pumbedisa, main one in Babylon, and started drawing many Talmidim, many students who started streaming to them. Again, he had to address the Karaim. There is a famous letter, one of the sources that we have for the history of the Jewish people in general in various times. There are different pockets which we only know due to a number of sources. One of them being a certain letter that Rabbi Shlomo wrote to the community of what was known then as Kiruah, which is today Tunis. Not Kiruah, no Kiruah. This was the old name for Tunis. And the Karaim had made inroads in the community in Tunis. And they wrote a letter to the Goy. They knew there was one address. This is who you will ask the Jewish questions to again. Where were the great, where were the sages? There was limited knowledge in any one of these small or even larger Jewish communities. Everything was in Babylon. So they wrote a letter to Babylon, to the Goyim. Can you tell us if these Karaim are kosher? Is this true? Is this true what they're telling us? And he wrote a letter or an essay to them, explaining to them, stage by stage, of how the oral Torah works and how the tradition works, and that the Quran were in fact not telling them the truth. At the end of the day, actually, him and his son were accused of the government about something. They spent many time in prison with torture, false accusations. He got out after a huge ransom was because of the Muslim countries and in general, this is just the way it worked. With a great ransom, he got out and lived for I think 9 years afterwards. And the only time in history did history see a Goy taking over his father as a Goy. The next Goy was a man called Rabbi Goy, the son of Rabbi Shlomo Goy. In fact, it was even in his day, Rabbi Shlomo Goy lived to a very ripe old age, and it was even in the days of Rabbi Shlomo Goy that Rabbi Goy started to function already in filling his father's shoes. It's even recorded of the quote-unquote coronation of Rabbi Goy after his father's passing. It was actually this is recorded in history of it was the Sedra of Pinchas, where we have Moshe Rabbeinu giving over the leadership to Joshua. And in fact, when they were reading this portion in the Torah, and they got to the bit where Moshe leaned his hands on Joshua and said, and so the whole show screamed out, and Rabbi Shlomo leaned his hands on his son Rabbi and said, "You're going to be the next one." And it was spontaneous. This is something recorded in the great show of and he became the Goy in the year 1096. So we're not going through, again, not much is known about, every stage of the game in these days. This is the Dark Ages, if I remember, where things were not, we don't have so much record of. But Rabbi Goy became the Goy in 1096, and things only became greater. The center of Torah only became greater in his days. A third of the entire literature that we have from the Goy comes from Rabbi Goy. Literally thousands of responsa of letters have survived from Rabbi Goy. He knew many languages and was able to answer his questions in any language pretty much that it was written to him. And this is how we have his letters from the entire world. It was credited to his father. His father had revived the center in Boba as the center of Torah, and now everybody knew there was an address. And they wrote to that address. Now everybody knew the similarity existed one time, and then, as we said at the time of the second temple, where Ezra and people like that were desperate to make a center of Torah and succeeded. Well, this is what happened at this time as well. Thousands of students poured into the gates of the yeshiva in Bovel and learned at the feet of Rabbi Goy. Now, this went on throughout the lifetime of Rabbi, but we can say, interestingly enough, fact of history is that after the passing of Rabbi Goy, there really wasn't anybody to take over such a position. After his passing, what happened was that many of his students went
said,
back to
my workers
other
come in, let
communities
them buy, let them
and
eat, let
started
them
off
drink.
yeshivas
Okay?
of their own.
Now the Gemara says that's not problematic. You have to be concerned.
There's a,
They have access
there was a blessing and an issue with this. The issue was that no one was there a center. It wasn't a center where everything would go to. This is the eternal question of maybe every institution. Do you centralize or do you make branches? Or do you branch off? What happened is there was a center. The problem with the center is that we've got to remember to send a letter if you want to send a letter from Morocco or from Tunisia, if you wanted to send a letter, a question to the Goin, it took a year to
begin
get
by
there.
thanking all of our sponsors for this
Took a year to
initiative.
get
Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Rothschild for dedicating all these
So with
drushes
this,
this
now,
year.
what did that happen?
As
What
it's
happened
supposed to
with
be
that?
so
What's the problem with that? Problem is that if you don't give these delineate all the sages around these communities, around these communities, and the ignorance starts creeping in, you're asking for problems. So in a way, there was a blessing in the center of, although it was a tremendous center of learning for so many hundreds of years, since the time of the destruction of the first temple, we're talking here 1,000 years. The Babel was the center of Torah learning. After the Goin, it started to go down.
Success.
There were his students started to open different yeshivas in various places, and we're going to soon follow the map of how they went and how they ended up.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Now, in order to follow this map, we have to rewind. Let's not say that we have to go back. We have to.
Very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Leviana would do as follows. They would borrow
Throughout
from the poor,
the weeks that
and
we've
then
been talking about
repay
Jewish
them
history,
with 8th year produce,
Since
9th
the time,
year produce on the following year.
the Jews
So
entered
look
the
at
land
that,
of
so
Israel.
that says, oh, this is very interesting.
When the land of Israel is the land of Israel.
So obviously,
After the
again,
destruction
without
of the
getting into
first
all the
temple,
different components,
Nebuchadnezzar
but
kind of
you
split
can
the
go
people
ahead
in half, or
and
the sectors
lend
in half,
or borrow, not
creating
commerce, but
a
lend or
center
borrow
in Babylon.
produce
For
while it's
1,000
still
years,
readily available.
there was a center of Torah in Babylon, and to many degrees and in many times greater than the center in Israel.
Yourself. So the idea over here is,
By the way, there was always a Jewish community in Babylon
with borrow
up until recent times, 1950 something or other, when they kicked them out because Israel became a state and they told them, all right, you go. All the Babylonian, Iraqi Jews were expelled. Up until that time, there was always a Jewish presence in both of them.
Ultimately, again, with this new produce, 8th year produce.
So,
Gemara says, I'm ready to let you open up. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Rabbi.
at various stages in history, Jews traveled, and for various reasons landed in different places.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never say that. Interestingly enough,
For example, we said we're talking about Easter tonight.
you also
We'll talk about Italy a
the
little bit.
said the members of the House of the Alliance
Jewish
are acting
population in Italy pretty much started at the time of the Second Temple, when Roman rule was Israel was under Roman rule. The reason why they got there was they were learned by the culture. There was some good business to do in Rome. Rome was the place to be. And so the Jewish people started to becoming a Jewish migration to Rome. Not because also things, as we know, as we spoke of, were not always so rosy in Israel. It wasn't so exciting. Even to be Jewish in Israel at that time, they were persecuted by the various kings and governments that prevailed at the time.
Because the
Throughout, again, many of these communities, the documentation that we have of them is very late, but we do have proof that they were there very early. We'll see soon when it came to Spain. There were Jews in Spain from the time of King Solomon. It's recorded in the Tanakh, 2 words. We don't have any. There was a certain fellow who belonged to the
similar
people
piece would come up with
King
Esmond.
Solomon who went to Sephora, who went to Spain. Okay, so there was some truth in Spain. How, what happened with them for almost hundreds and maybe over 1,000 years? We're not sure exactly. There's very little evidence of what went on.
Makes sense. Listen to this.
But now when the terrorist centers, when the Jewish centers started to splinter out, we suddenly start seeing that
and ultimately,
there were things doing in these communities. So Italy is a perfect example.
Or he has relations with her, doesn't say anything.
As the time went on, after the days of Rabbi going, there started to be yeshivas which were established in Rome.
Let's say we gave her a land,
In a place called
and
Luca,
given our relations with her,
in a place
and of
called
course
Rome,
it's been in for
and then a place in Rome, meaning Italy, a place called Rome, a place called
so given our relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is
in Italy. That's somewhere, I don't know if that's the current name or the old
to
name.
which the Gemara
But
says,
there were
the
Jewish community in Liberia, they are now also that why they didn't get to this place. So I got the wrong.
ultimately they vary.
Must make a difference. Well, I've never seen. I went round to Florence to be there. So all these shawls that Rome is the most magnificent shawl that any but this is the phenomenon. You don't have the floor to the top of the dome is 18 meters. 18 meters of big.
And then
It's an unbelievable edifice, huh? And the cafe, that's right. The thing was that it's a walk away from the Argentinas from the Colosseum. You walk it all around.
Right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when
this is what happened. So there was a great stage that suddenly pops up in Rome. In Italy. He was called Rabbi Rabbi So amazing is the very first Hebrew dictionary that we have.
Give it a sheet.
Quoted many times by Rashi.
Now, what does it mean?
That was the dictionary printed today. We
Rashi
have it.
says,
Dictionary worth the Talmud, the Chumash, and this and that. Where did he come from? From Italy. He was doing Italy. He had worked in Babylon and ended up in Italy. That's sort of a typical example of what started to happen at this stage.
Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. By
the 11th century, this center had totally gone away from Babylon, and there were various yeshivas that popped up to us. There was in Tunisia, these were the names today, old names that there was in Morocco, in Algeria, there was great Jewish communities and places of learning. They were, so which weaned them off having to be dependent on Babylon and brought thorough knowledge and greater observance to these communities, led by the figures that they had. A very interesting fact of history is the following one, which contributed immensely and phenomenally to this idea. Rabbi Goy took over his father's role, not only in leadership, but also in having to fundraise. The Rosh Yeshiva was a fundraising business, and he had four, nothing changes, that's right, he had four of his greatest students, men of tremendous stature, to go out traveling to various communities, fundraising for the yeshivas in London. They actually sailed out of Italy, a place called Bari in Italy, only to be captured by a ship of pirates. Now, this is a famous story. It's called the story of the four captives, the very famous. These pirates knew what they were doing. They knew exactly who was on the ship. They had people scouting out for them. These are going to be four big shot Jews. And if you take them to any Jewish community, they are definitely going to give good ransom for them. And so they did. What ended up, each one had a story on his own. What ended up in short was, there was a man called Rabbi Mario,
I understand.
Gaoning stature. These were the people who loved by the Gaonim, who ended up in Alexandria, in Egypt. They made the yeshiva there.
Wednesday,
Alexandria was always a big Jewish community at the times of Jeremiah. Very assimilated. There was a lot going on in the region. It was very, at least at biblical times, at the times of the destruction of the temple, was a very cool country to be in. It was, great architecture and culture and everything.
What happened?
They assimilated. Now, Rabbi Shmaya, his coming, Rabbi Shmaya came to Alexandria, put up yeshiva, and suddenly things changed. Rabbeinu Rothschild ended up in Kaiwan. And before his students, there was another called Rabbeinu Rothschild, and he ended up in Narbonne in France. There were Jews in France, understanding by now, and he created the yeshiva over there. And another one, the fourth one, called Rabbi Ben Chalek, who actually was exiled with his wife and child, who was also called Chalek, was exiled to Cordoba. The communities ransomed them, each one with his own thing, and at the end of the day, all of them headed yeshivas in these respective places. And that was, this was 4 areas in the world that suddenly came on Jewish back.
That I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all. You can be righteous in some areas
the thing was,
and morally bankrupt in other areas.
you don't have to go to Babylon.
Right?
You don't have to send your rabbinic questions to Babylon. You're not dependent on them for spiritual guidance. We don't have to send money there either.
Sometimes they feel like a fake because here, I'm
And
learning
that's what
Torah, but I'm
contributed
doing
to
this.
more or
I'm
less
doing
the
stuff
yeshivas
out
in
of
Babylon. At the end of the day,
that's not what I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still a
the
contradiction.
community was still very strong. There were maybe smaller yeshivas. Again, you gathered around the Rav, you gathered around whoever it was, and you learned.
That even though
The
the
place to
zone
be,
is a zone,
however, was at that time was North Africa.
you know what? I guarantee you,
North Africa
those kabbalas
started
are
to
way up to
develop very
It's
rapidly
a easy little
under
because at the end of
two
the day, none of those
groups
are
of
interconnected.
somewhat Arabs, you can even call them, but mostly very strong Muslim people.
Sometimes
One
that's
group
a
was called the Berbers.
Many then,
The
so the
Berbers
Zohar
were
offered
a
up the
very
muscular
muscular tribe. They were warriors and men were great war peoples. They were farmers. They lived out on the mountains. They were tremendous horse riders, very wild and everything. So they sort of developed North Africa in that way.
Right, acquired this as of today.
Then there were the Moors. The Moorish people were very cultured. They were the cutting edge of society at that time. They had poetry, philosophy, medicine. They had everything going for them. In that era,
However,
North Africa, especially in the Moorish places, was the place to be if you needed, business was going there if you were young and you were Jewish. That was certainly a place to be because the Moorish were very, not only tolerant of the Jews, but to a great degree, extremely inviting and respectful. They respected philosophy, they respected custom and culture. And for them, the Jews were contributed to this tremendously, as we can understand, which set the stage for when these Moors eventually conquered Spain. The Jews followed and settled in Spain, and what we're going to begin tonight is what we a 300-year period, which is known as the Golden Age of Spain, where Jewish life and learning flourished to a degree which may be only paralleled today, when we have, obviously they weren't absolutely free, there was still anti-Semitism, there was still a lot of, in-house politics with even the Muslim rule. The Muslims weren't all, very corrupt, and, it was but still, with all of that, they enjoyed a tremendous amount of respect and freedom, which allowed them to flourish in an unparalleled fashion. The community, the Jewish community in Spain, as we said, there's records of them even in the times of King Solomon.
You only have to consecrate it. Well, you
however
only
Spain
can
was,
consecrate that which
had
you
went through
own.
different
You can't
stages.
consecrate it doesn't belong to
It
you.
was
So often in
the
life we
governing
forget that
forces
God
in Spain
expects of us
were
what
good
we're
and
able
tolerant
to
for the
do.
Jews. We're going
He
back,
doesn't
you know,
expect that we must do what else. He
whatever
doesn't
the
expect
time
that
of the
we must
tadpole was before even the common era. They
But
were
he does
tolerant, they were
expect
nice,
of you
and
to take a personalistic
to
view
one degree or another,
about
again, you
all
had the
the
bad king,
spiritual
the
things
good
that
king,
I
depends who was in
possess.
office.
Be honest
A
about what
great
I
shift
possess. You
happened,
possess a lot more than
which
honest.
was when the
And then you
emperor or the
realize
king of
those
Spain, whatever they
who
called
see
him,
personalistic
took on
beliefs.
Catholicism,
Only in
to
matters
officially
that
convert
which
it.
belongs
That
to you.
happened.
And I
So,
come only
that
asks of
brought
us
together, brought
to
with it all
accomplish
the
spiritual
tourists that
things that
Christianity
are
would
within
have
our purview,
brought
in
with
our
it in those
power,
days.
within our
It's
spiritual
just they adopted the way they do, the trend that was going through Christianity of anti-Semitism.
This is very
Now,
interesting.
Moorish, what
So
this
he says,
is all the way
right,
before.
so Reuben gives
What
to
happened
his own the
was,
sheep out
is that the
and
Moorish
he says, okay,
invaded
keep the sheep with you, we're
Spain,
scheduled to be here
and
tomorrow,
Muslims
right? And just
took it
keep it
over
with you
from the
until tomorrow.
Christians.
The mitzvah place, but if you need the sheep
Go
for some
further,
reason, let's say something
after
of
300
you need
years,
the
it
sheep, I
switched.
don't know, you need a
And
carbon,
when
you
the
need to know
Christians
whatever it is,
got the
then
conquered
says,
Spain
Tanya,
from
then
the
give you the right to
Muslims,
acquire it.
and hence,
It's interesting.
a few whatever years later, you have the
Fine.
Spanish Inquisition.
Gemara says this. So there was an
Spain for
essence on
300
again. What's
years
the
was
idea?
under
Why
Muslim
are
rule.
we doing this? Besides that,
And not just Muslim, but these Moorish
the thing
people
is because you
who had,
remember
as
this
we
all
said,
happened
great respect for the
with
Jews.
Rabiana with this sheep. The idea that's kind of happening over here
Now,
is that something is only
when they did this, when this
stands
happened,
when there was a level of transactional
you
use.
had
So now we see that by
a
the sheep case,
shift
and ultimately
in
we see it
in
by the
Jewish
Esmond only by the
literature,
Father
what we call them.
That emerges
We've gone through a number of,
so
we call the
I'm not
eras
very interesting.
from a
So let's say,
academic perspective, from a
Torah
Torah perspective. We have names for them. Those who were involved in writing the Mishnah, all those quoted in the Mishnah, were called Tanoim.
on Tuesday,
What we learned. Those who were involved in transcribing the Gemara and the Talmud, who said
So
it
what's
on
the
generation,
status now?
the Amoraim,
Even though
those who said, those who explained. Those, for a number, a few hundred years afterwards, a system was being adopted. That was something which today you would see like a parallel, like with the Sephardic world, you would go to the Gaon, you would go to the Chacham.
So therefore, do we say
The
ultimately again that
carried on until basically the eye going when things sort of started to
is the
fizzle out.
equivalent of
And the
offering?
era that we start to talk now, from the time of when Spanish Jewry started to build itself up, was called the Rishon. Rishon means the early ones.
Does she have the ability? What happens if she is marked this
That carries on for about
in the case that she
400 or
offers on
500
Tuesday,
years,
by the time the
and
deal
then you have
occurs,
the
obviously again it's gone.
Acharonim
It's
on the
gone,
later
right? So
ones,
it can't
which
become
carries on
Esmond Zona
today.
because
With
it's
the
no
later
longer in
ones,
existence at the time
the
that the deal occurred.
dividing
In
line
this case over
was
here, on
pretty
Tuesday, she's
much
not
around
Christian. Wednesday, the deal
the
occurs, and
codification of
ultimately,
the
by the
code of
time of the
Jewish law.
deal,
When
the
the code of
object is
Jewish
still
law was
here.
written, that was sort of a
Now,
breaking
the
point. It says, okay,
does
the code of Jewish law is written, then the early ones are done. Everything I needed to get here is here. And afterwards, you will comment on the code of Jewish law, that's fine. But you'll be treated as an Acharon. In the yeshiva world, it's not this fully unsettled yeshiva world, in the halachic world, it's very necessary to know who you're quoting. Are you quoting
Right? She
a
offered it up
Rishon?
already
Are you
by
quoting
the
from
time
the
of
early
the
generation? Or you're quoting an Acharon? Are you quoting from the later generation? Makes a difference. And the Rishonim are treated on the highest spiritual code, which they were. They were just lofty people. And, for example, in the yeshiva world, you'll have, if you're quoting a Rishon, then you
truth is,
you
this
can
this
tell something by the
Shaila is
wording
not
they
necessarily
use.
the Lazar himself.
Because even the wording they used, since they were imbued with a spirit of Hashem, which was not parallel to later generations, their wording was holy. Their wording is exact. So they said this way, not that way. That means something. Later generations, the
But
idea.
perhaps again, where she was just
The idea you could debate,
still in existence, time to be
you
off.
could
In which
argue,
case, halacha l'maisa,
relatively speaking, with an
halacha
Acharon.
l'maisa, the
Very
animal is
difficult to
recognized
argue
as
with
a
a Rishon.
Zona. All Gilma,
That's
if we vasa
taking
shitalei,
much more
the
than all
kishas
step.
and the sap.
Not always is
I
that
mean, no,
possible.
maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the deal. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in case we should just
As we said, the
concentrate
Moorish were very culture-loving and very pragmatic. They wanted authors to know what they wanted doctors, they wanted philosophers, they wanted writers, and they wanted people of profession. So there's no reason to go up against the Jew. He used his talent. Everywhere where they conquered, that's how when they swept through North Africa, until they got to Spain.
Or
When they did get to Spain, the Jews followed, and some magnificent Jewish community started to blossom in Spain. You had Cordoba, Barcelona, Sevilla, you had Madrid. These were all magnificent Jewish communities in Spain. And that was just the center of the world for knowledge. Just regular knowledge. They had these. The Moorish had a library of 400,000 manuscripts. The greatest library in the world was in Spain. That was the going on.
And then
Maybe
afterwards, he
on the
takes
street, philosophy, mental culture was honored. And when the Jews contributed to this, they were put up on a pedestal.
I don't understand this. Gemara says,
There are a number of Jews which will go through, which were part of this golden era, which goes for 300 years from about the year 1000, coming over to about the year 1300, in the golden era, we get to Spain. Unfinished and ultimate, but we're going to work up to what I would say is a crescendo, which works up to the era of next week or maybe the week after, we'll talk about Maimonides, but bear in mind the backdrop of where Maimonides is coming from. What kind of era did he live in? As we know many times, when things are going well, the Jewish thoughts are assimilation, unfortunately. We know that this is a fact of history. When you're accepted, so you like to melt in.
So let's say this is
However, this era, the Spanish Jewry, happened much less due to very towering Jewish leadership. They possessed them, and not just their leadership, political leadership. We'll speak too often today. Political leaders who are proud, religious Jews. The first one was a man called Hasdai ibn Shaprut. Now these ring all very Sephardic, and indeed we're talking about Sepharad. Hasdai was an advisor and a doctor and a statesman of the Caliph in Cordoba. Again, he knew a multitude of languages. He could speak Hebrew, in Arabic, and in Latin. He was fluent in Latin. That's when the old manuscript was brought. And the Caliph wanted to know what I was talking about. One particular monk had to start reading it off in Latin, and simultaneously Hasdai was translating it into Arabic. This was
Right?
He was super religious and a very good-hearted man. And he was an example for the entire community. He had many projects that he sort of started off. There was a great respect in Spain at the time, the era of the time, for grammar. Language was something important. And Hasdai imported from somewhere North Africa two great Jewish parliamentarians. People are grammar.
If it's in our process, in our issue requires it.
One called Dunash ben Lapat, and the other one called Menachem ben Saruk. Both of them were quoted quite often in Rashi. These are landmark Jewish people who wrote what they were doing in grammar, and he brought them in. In order to be on par with what had to be on par with in those days.
Very interesting. Here's the case.
He was also instrumental. He was right at the beginning of when the Moors conquered Spain and when the Jewish people came into Spain.
I'm going to pay you for the
proper yeshiva in Spain. And he was really made it his life's project that there should become a yeshiva in Spain. And he did not succeed. We mentioned before there was one of these four shipwreck, not shipwreck, not 4 hours on a shipwreck, but one of these four captured sages ended up in Cordoba. Now, what happened was an interesting story. Was this sage was called Rabbi his wife and his child came from the concealed sort of, maybe not his identity, but his greatness. Jewish fella came out of the community in Cordoba, took pity on them, and ransomed them, and he became the Shamash of the show. In Cordoba, keeping a very, very low profile, there was a sort of yeshiva, there was a yeshiva in Cordoba, and by, and I could have been awesome. One day, Rabbi Rothschild was teaching the tractate to Cuba. The tractate that deals with Yom Kippur, which is itself goes on to many other subjects and gets very complicated. And there was a certain part which Rabbi Rothschild was eavesdropping to, and he saw that Rabbi Rothschild was ignorant in a certain part of the Talmud. He could contain himself no longer and blurted out, well, I think the meaning is such and such, and everybody was very taken aback, including Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild was a helpful, truthful man. He immediately resigned from his position, stepped down as Rosh Hashiva, and was instrumental in making this Rabbi Rosh Hashiva of Cordoba. When he became the Rosh Hashiva, he was again a student of Rabbi Goy, a direct link to the magnificent Torah center of Babylon. And when that happened, he knew after running yeshiva, he was sent out by his teacher to fundraise for the yeshiva. He was the one who built up this yeshiva in Cordoba again to be a tremendous Torah center. All with the direct influence of Chasdai Ibn Shaprut, who was up there in the Holy Fenster. He was up there in the annals of the Spanish Empire, and was able to, from a political and from a monetary perspective, to get this established. As we said, this Rabbi had a son called Rabbi, came Rabbi took over his father. This Rabbi had a student who was called Rabbi Shmuel, not a very big assuming guy. And what happened was, is that at one point Cordoba was invaded by the Berbers. The Berbers were the wild tribe, the fanatical Muslims, who didn't to kill Muslim and Jew alike. Everybody, they were the Muslims. These Moors were very far from the Muslims in their eyes. And everybody had to escape Cordoba if they were able to. Between the refugees was this Rav Shmuel. He was reserved, but a very, very wise man, a genius man who again many languages and an all-rounder Torah philosophy. He was a great poet, including one of his great qualities was he was very good in calligraphy. Now, he ran to Malaga in Spain, and in Malaga, there was the vizier, who was the second to the king, he used to go on many trips throughout the empire, and he always needed letters to be sent to wherever he was going to find out, how are things going in Malaga, how are things back home. The problem was he had a very backward and ignorant court, really had the good rights, Arabic company, whatever, just one escapable, and they were looking for somebody to do the writing for them. Rabbi Shmuel had opened up a spice store down the road from the palace of the vizier of the viceroy, and somehow they got wind that this Jew sitting in the little spice store and learning was very good in languages and in writing. So they kind of found him and asked him if he was able to write the letters in Arabic to the vizier, which he did. The vizier was very impressed. He knew this more than any one of his men who was writing in these letters. And he eventually, when he came back, he invited Rabbi Shmuel to come back with him into his court and serve as his advisor and statesman. In fact, Rabbi Shmuel became known soon
before
as
we go
Rabbi
drink off
Shmuel
the tab,
HaNogid,
they're
Rabbi
talking
Shmuel
about where they
Prince.
are purchasing food
He
from
was the right-hand
shopkeepers
man
who
of the
normally
vizier, and
extend
on his
relative
deathbed,
to
the vizier
it gives them
confessed
the ugly
that
rap to say,
basically the
turning
country
into
was
a
being run by
ultimately
Rabbi
the
Shmuel.
shopkeeper normally
The
extends
king
credit to
heard
them.
of this, and
Ultimately, there
when
is
the vizier died, appointed Rabbi Shmuel
literally
HaNogid
translated,
as the
literally
vizier,
the
as the
shopkeeper
second to the king.
acquires his
He
money
became known as Rabbi
immediately. Look at
Shmuel
that.
HaNogid, and so you get Rabbi Shmuel the Prince. He was an unbelievable tzedakah. He gave great amounts to charity as the ability. He supported Israel. Forget that the famous thing was that the oil lamps in the shul in Jerusalem were donated from him. He had the oil flowing in Jerusalem.
And buy food, buy drink. He said,
What he did was, besides pouring out money to tzedakah, he also hired a team of scribes to copy the Talmud.
transactional
This is before
immediacy
printing.
that's happening.
Talmud was written. You had one
Rashi says
manuscript
over
here,
here,
one manuscript there, and they're sitting there writing the entire Talmud.
Right? The
This is
shopkeeper
the
is going
job
to
of
give,
it's a job of a lifetime, maybe. The scribe was able to write one copy, two copies, so if he was quick, he was able to write more. Because of that, the Talmud was scarce. You had even in the days after printing, we'll see that to have a set of shots, to have a set of Talmud was a rarity. A town with a shul and a rabbi and everything would not necessarily have an entire house. Even after printing. Till printing became more popular and books became cheaper. But then, there was a great need for manuscripts. And he employed a team of scribes. And this, because of him, the Shas, the Gemara, became more widespread and more loved throughout the Jewish world.
Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where
He
Ruben
was
says, here's
a
$100,
connection.
go out and
He had connections as well
make it two different things.
with
What are
Babylon,
these two
with the
cases?
community in
Babylon,
Babylon.
when is this
He was
so
a very straight
ultimately again
person, a very honest
the
person.
I'm not
And in a
going to
country where corruption
when is it
prevailed,
prohibited
that's
for
just
Ruben
the way
to
it
say
was. You had to
to
secure your way through everything.
drink?
You couldn't say, well, you couldn't go to the post office and buy a stamp without giving, a donation to the postman. Oh, you're just plain and simple wouldn't get your stamp. Well, mafia in a country like that where that's just was the name of the game. To have an honest person like that was both a role model and something to earn many enemies for, which he did. And he had the protection of the king who saw in him, the man that he was, and Shmuel HaNogid, and didn't allow anybody to touch him. He did write a book. This book is printed in the back of the Gemara, and it's called Mavoi HaTalmud, the entry into the Talmud. And what it is it's actually printed in the shape of a Talmud. But, sorry, that's something else. It's printed in the back of the first tractate of Brothers, and it gives you the history of the Talmud, of the history and also rules of how to learn the Talmud. So besides all he was doing, he wrote this short but very nice book until today by young boys who are going to start learning Talmud. I personally learned these parts of the Mavoi HaTalmud before we start learning Gemara, just to understand. He tells you what the Mishnah is and what a Baraisa is, but what included in the Mishnah. He tells you who can argue with who, which generation lived when, and he gives you sort of the some rules of how to learn Gemara. This was Rabbi Shmuel HaNogid. So, with having such people, you've got to talk about a span of about 100 years. He is from Chasdaim Shabrut, and Rabbi Shmuel HaNogid was a leading figure of the time. Proud Jewish people who held such high positions to be performed. And the spirituality as well as Jewish community life flourished. There were a number of great Jewish men that lived in that time. We're not going to go all of them. We'll finish it off next week. Who were all tremendous Jewish figures. There was a man called Rothschild, even Gabriel, even Fidel. That's who it is now. He won't name many places, but you'll see his products. We Jews have a lot of liturgy, have a lot of poetry that we say, especially especially
So
on
you feel
big
that most
days.
attack left
Rosh
and
Hashanah
you
Yom Kippur.
promote
Many
this.
Ashkenazim get away with a lot of it. You go to a Sephardi shul, they'll spin it from 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 12, 1 in the afternoon straight, saying what mostly is liturgy, beautiful poetry. In that era, poetry was very much respected and held high, and some of the greatest Jewish poets of all time lived in Spain in this era, and composed beautiful poetry which we have till today, and a part and parcel of davening on various days. Shlomo Ibn Gvurot was one of them. If you want to look out to many places, you'll see that many poets, chiefly he was one of the greatest, many poets signed their name in their poetry. The beginning of every stanza was spell out Shlomo Ibn Gvurot. You'll see it. This is not the noun, but you'll see it in the Chodoti.
The cases are already
We'll see it in the Chodoti. Next time we look at a
so
siddur,
there's no extension of prayer.
so
Or he has a tab, but
Chodoti
it's
was
paid
about
for.
100 to 500 years
Now
ago
that makes
in
sense.
Tzfat.
Because now that it's paid
The
for,
Arizal, the Rebbe of Cairo, in his day, the one of Rabbi Shulchan, he was called
it's
Reb
literally like
Shlomo
he's
El-Kabetz. Okay? Shlomo El-Kabetz, heard of it? Well, if you look at the Chodoti, the beginning of every stanza spells out Shlomo Levi.
Again, all of this is all on this same
So that's why many just sign their names in the poetry. For example, the Moros Sur.
I'm sorry.
We say Mohammed. We don't know exactly who it was, but we do know it was written by a man called Mordechai. Because the beginning of every stanza in Morris Sur, if you look at the siddur, spells the word Mordechai. You've got to remember as well, it's a very important thing to know, when we say our this liturgy, we turn pages and maybe look at the clock and shul. You've got to remember, we're not saying, we're saying besides liturgy, we're saying Jewish history. Every one of these poems had a composer,
I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case on years where we made prepay. Right, see, he left money with the shopkeeper. Again, it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which he goes, Emily, you're right. He said, you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, Emily, Tani, Vani Mechashi. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa says, you're right. Change the prices. Read the prices. Should be the following way. That halacha l'maisa, Ruben says to his. So the case, remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. He says, "Come go out and eat, go out and drink on me." In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid the hindran. He went ahead and he gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. So we have to be concerned. If we have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. And the way that prices should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful option to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, Zichronim Bracha. Our learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, and Zichronim Bracha. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Rock Princess Contribution to the Prophet Nefesh and bring them home the Shalom and the Karam of America, whose ultimate work give them success to call on Massey. Those are the gaps in our speaking. We're excited about ahead of us today.
You like Selena Gomez? Yeah, I like some of her songs a
facing
lot.
base 62B.
Really?
Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6,
Would you do
8,
her?
10, 12.
The question is not is she hot, it's would you do her? And those are two separate questions. I completely agree. With Kevin. Scale of 0 to 10, that bitch. It's an important thing that you do in life, folks. That doesn't necessarily, I mean,
and then repay them with
this bitch in this fucking.
on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says, oh, there's something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in
Judaism thing?
Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities,
This bitch is bad. This bitch
you can
is
go
smack
ahead
show.
and
No
lend
doubt.
or borrow,
Really?
not commerce, but lend or borrow
Dog,
Shemitah
I never look
produce
at this shit.
while it's still readily available for
Is it the
everyone.
same
So
bitch?
that's once it's
Is
no longer
Elijah
readily
Cut the same
available,
bitch?
you can no longer kind of
With
keep it
Abby,
for yourself. So the
Abby,
idea
you and
is, so the people of the house of Rabbi
no,
would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim.
really? Not the same bitch.
Part of the Shemitah.
Yo.
So
Boring.
what ended up happening
Yeah,
again
well, nobody
is on
that
year
shit
number
sucks.
8,
Damn, this girl is
well,
bad.
Rabbi also repaid the Aniyim. Ultimately, again,
Really?
with
Where the fuck can I
this
live?
new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people
you get it?
mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something
This
about it,
bitch passes
obviously,
the
that bothered
two-step
people
process.
to some degree. So they
She
said,
can get
Rabbi
it.
Yochanan,
Would you do
said,
her?
yeah,
Yeah,
obviously,
is she not?
it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
Look at this.
Interestingly enough,
For real.
Rashi, you also know the stars, a couple of Rashis. You also know, then there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the
Would
members
you
of the
do
house of
her?
Rabbi Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chipum that he shaita, lo hadu hanaf be'en, lo ichlufe han ba'ani, lav chalipen ninu, lo chayel kedusha shvies alai. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's
Game
document,
recognized.
we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can fall upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, that even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity. Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8-year produce. Which is very interesting. She next on the S9 and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with S9 Excellence related development, a person goes to a house and he gives her something for her services. Right? How does he give her money? Here he gives her an object. That object is called an estimate, so that's paying for a home, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign yoke, the words of the corresponding Hebrew estimate, what is the sign of this? Rice says, no some level of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing level of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband, wife, she can even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, but if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately they pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, even though my estimate if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the estimate doesn't make any sense? To which the Gemara says, hello, that is what he needs to say. Listen to this. if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we need to make sure he's outside. Since he was going to say like this, when does something become an S-not or a hard opinion? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Or relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S-not. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S-not zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So look, I'll cover. No solo, if you give it a sheep, the Achakach Bala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo, the Achazman. He doesn't have relationship with now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, the days are today and relationship for 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Barachach Nasala, it's not a Muslim. Bala, the Achakach Nasala, what does that matter if he has relations with her? And then he actually replaces her, it's not a Muslim. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S-not is going to be Muslim. However, Nasala, the Achakach, she's on fire. Therefore, we'll say, what we're saying is this time, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-not, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheet of payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheets of produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the open because they thought, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange practice or transaction business, so the open said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again to the 7th-year produce, the sheet of produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan case. So again, let's go through this, right?
So you rank people based on the hotness that they are?
It's your sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest
Really?
example.
Oh, I'm done. Who does it? Name someone. I'll wait.
Right? And then
The blind? I bet the blind rate people on how hot their voice is. It's
so again,
natural.
based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple.
Who's the hottest
right? Because it lacks
person ever?
transactional
I am.
immediacy.
Next
I
question.
understand.
Who's the second hottest person? Perhaps Andre the Giant. Next question. Really? No, maybe very white. Really? What's? I mean, are you talking about dudes or chicks?
I understand.
Oh,
When
okay.
he gives it to sheep, can't be labeled as testimony zone because he didn't have relations with her. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on
Hottest bitch of all
Wednesday,
time.
then retroactively,
But Audrey Hepburn's pretty hot.
designation of the
She's
sheep
the
as
hottest
a
bitch of all
harlot's
time.
payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively.
And there might have been some bitch who was super hot, like 1,000 years ago, but we only have a pain of her. I just wasn't very good. So
What's the case? This is very interesting. What happened?
Who do you think is the hottest bitch today, living? I think the most symmetric bitch is
Their relations didn't happen until Wednesday.
Anne Hathaway. Really? Yeah, I think the second most symmetric bitch is Alison Brie.
She offered it up as a carbon.
But that's symmetry.
Tuesday.
That's not
She offered
hot.
up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot.
All right.
I will say, you might say to yourself.
What about Sydney Sweeney? That bitch ain't a 5 on my scale. She actually just looks like she's asleep all the time. Really? Yeah. She's not that. She's not a 5. She is not that. Most overrated looking bitch of all time. Is she? Of this decade. All right. Name someone who is overrated. Sydney Sweeney. How about somebody else? Sabrina Carpenter. Those bitches aren't that. Really? Yeah. Name someone who's underrated. Allison. Okay? Name another person underrated.
Obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some level of harmonious
spirituality
and righteousness in all areas of life. But most of us are not.
Name it.
Sometimes we feel
What about Zendaya?
sometimes we feel
Overrated as fuck.
here, you know, I'm
Really?
learning
She
Torah,
can get
I'm
it,
doing this.
but
I'm
overrated.
getting stuck up, and I'm doing
Really?
this. Or I'm
No,
chesed, and I'm
totally
doing this.
overrated.
Right, it is hypocritical.
Totally
It's still a
unimpressive. I've never seen
contradiction,
anything
but
that bitch has
welcome to
been.
the
What is
nature
she?
of human condition.
She's from a Disney show or something? No one knows who that bitch is. No one. Do you not like her? I mean, she
And
can
even
get it.
though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas
Catherine Zeta-Jones. Whatever happened to her?
Pleasing aroma.
She could
Because
get
at
it.
the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries.
She was in T-Mobile commercials.
And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are
I didn't
broken.
take a shit.
Sometimes that's the
I
painful
slept
thing that comes.
all
In
day.
any event, so the zona
But I
offered up
didn't
the
really
governance.
sleep.
By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone.
What are your thoughts on yesterday's fight? Boring as fuck.
Okay,
Next
let's
question.
analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case,
I want to teach Daf Yomi. Really? Yeah, for like 5 minutes. And then I want to stop. Fall asleep.
Right, then I'm off on some sheet of the Sharila, right? The whole less the Shas, you know, so then obviously it's mutter, right?
Is it the overrated?
Can't be categorized as an
From
S
the
level.
Who's the
So
hottest
essentially,
spice
she gave
girl?
her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the little Amalakanim in the Aksha, it's enough in the caramel. This is very interesting.
I was
But if
thinking
he did
baby.
not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was
I'll
like,
never forget. I was at a fucking Barnes and Noble or
this
Borders.
is your animal
Could have been
as of
either.
now,
Which
as
one
of
was it?
Tuesday, right?
I think it
They're
was a Barnes
scheduled
and
for
Noble.
relations on
And they had
Wednesday.
that wannabe
So
or something. They had a picture of them. And I never really seen a picture of them. Like where I could stare and look at how hot they were. And I was like, baby,
it's not hers.
I guess she's.
It's not hers.
I had always
And
heard she's
it's not hers.
I guess she's not. I don't know. Fake news. And what about Scary? No, that name threw me off. But I think Mel B's pretty hot. Alright, what about Sporty? Underrated. Actually, pretty hot now. But back then, yeah. What about, what is that bitch's name? Jerry Howell or whatever. Jerry. What was that one thing? Can you name all the Spice Girls? Oh, boy. Look at this. Posh, Sporty, Scary, Baby. What's the other bitch's name? I don't know. Redhead? You can't. Ginger Spice.
And that's not necessarily the right
Yeah.
thing to do. It's good to
So,
know
that bitch could get it too. I'm not. They all could get it. I'm glad they didn't like replace them. All right, so rank the Spice Girls in order of hotness. Would you want 90s hotness or today? 90s. Baby, in my opinion, back then. Really? Yeah, but I don't know if I keep the same rankings today.
Oh, you can't possibly say that doesn't belong to you.
Ginger.
So often in life we forget that Rabbi expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else
Posh, Sporty, Scary. However, today,
what he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then
Ginger.
utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. It could only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual
Sporty,
things
Baby,
that
maybe
are
something
in
like
our purview, in our
Really?
power,
Baby
in our
went from
spiritual
top to bottom.
incredible. El Damala, so what's the case?
Man.
El Damala, the Habikabe,
She's the different one.
This is very interesting. So he says to
Wasn't
her,
Mel B
right,
the
so he
different one?
gives to the zone of the
I
sheep,
guess.
right? And he says, okay, keep the
But
sheep
Mel
with you,
B
we're
was
scheduled
with
to be at
3
tomorrow,
other women.
right?
And
And just keep it with
a
you
redhead
until
in it.
tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the
Really?
sheep for some reason,
Are you
something
done?
comes up, you need
Hey,
the sheep, I don't
hey,
know,
Mel
you
B.
need a car,
Are you done?
whatever it is. And then Gemara says,
I like
I'm going to give you the right to acquire it.
Do you think the Spice Girls over? Didn't anything wrong? Yeah, I think so.
Still, everyone said that's the zoning. Now, again, what's the idea? Why we do
Alright.
this?
Go
Besides
to
that, it's totally outside.
You're pushing.
We're doing this because
You're pushing to the moon, kid. Look at this athleticism. Look. Oh, no, we're not watching how to fucking make candles. This is the worst. Shut the fuck up.
So now we see that by the Shemitah case, And ultimately, we see it by the Esnon zone, by the Harlot payment case as well. That Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot payment case. So by Rabbi Kama B'Kisha Salman. This is very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damar Amirasa Lugabok Misulasa Lahendo, Kiman Dakri Basitani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnon zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs. And ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnon zona or not? So we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer. You give us Rabbi Eliezer. Someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, shekadma behikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the esnon zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hikri shaso lo. But from Rabbi Eliezer's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an esnon zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer can fake by. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakli basal davka b'hisha solo da isib shasbia." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an esnon is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esnon zona. Al dilma, hikrivasa pshitale, vikbishasa misapale. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an esnon zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. For which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, for both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with esnon zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an esnon zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an esnon zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the unknown. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making a say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. But the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with the Zona, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be also. It's called Amlefkista Lokasha. So most of that conscience is just important. The rights that we quoted before, Asan pays in the day 62, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if you place her 3 years later, ultimately it is still asr. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar his Baali li bitalazeh. Hadda Amar his Baali li bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, and another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, bitalazeh, kolkama diyayev lo have eslan b'nehashta k'miseh. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting, but ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So talking about a son who's not Jewish. All right, so another possibility is the Olam Bezoni Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukigon, the Koi Bechatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's two chutzah she acquires. Less than a second. Either Koi Bechatzeh, Bala the Achakach Masala, Hakanya. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which the Gemara says, the Shapi Neheli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and he says, listen, and I hear this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She only acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The ilav, and if not, shakle de esnanif. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha says like this. We'll say, listen, how? Again, it's interesting. All of this is reading unraveling from the Esnan Zayim. Watch this. Omer Adam Mechamarov Ulapala. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Sounds good on base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin lesach. And let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or Amei Haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin lesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amei Haaretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce in outside of Yerushalayim. he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The ha'ihu lo savilu mi ela priti yoyim. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything, right? Ruvain is giving them fun. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following things. Samach Yolave 63b, second line down. But if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu vani porea, Su shtu vani porea, and if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab, all. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not even cool. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem of no transactional immediacy. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, Ki Kapara, Demi Isur Kapara. So over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, Bechenteni, Hamakivo, the Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, so he's going ahead telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to me. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi just a moment. It's actually right across from Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruvain is not just saying, stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to produce the items, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who normally did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old company she'ima kipo milo mishtabit. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend him? Listen to this. The person says to his friend, "Take one of the phony, v'yiknu kon v'chosei lach." So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go out and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference.
Mr. Aquarius, I'm here. I'll be there in 1 moment.
Rashi says, "Kiven lo miyached shibudei." Look at Rashi. Third wide run. Rashi's in the bottom. Still not shibudei. Shelo yichei lo miyad moos lekach. Lav chalipa minhu v'lo mitzvah.
Mr. Aquarius. Yes, you are, madam. How's your day?
Since no money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that. Therefore, again,
Miss Aquarius, I was up late, and so I really did my best to reverse my hours, and now I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to try to stay up all day, but I got to get my hours back. That's right. Exactly, and he's on the other side of the world. All right, Mr. Aquarius, you, my friend, are going to have an invitation in your inbox with post haste. Yes, ma'am.
What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this is
Get it.
Rashi. Shektim lo, Balabais dinar the family. Chodem slow.
No doubt. This is a tough shot. We have a split here, folks. One of the oh, come on, it went through the pin. Garbage.
The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already.
Get it.
And now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt. They shouldn't even make me do this. They should just give me the 10, because everybody knows. Oh, another split. Exactly. Give me this. There we go.
I said this over.
He is right. One of the great splits of all time.
The prices shouldn't be that Rabbi says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say?
No doubt. Got
You
it.
should say, go out and drink.
No, another split.
I'll settle up.
What's up with these 888?
Again, with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case.
Give me this. What a spare. What a spare. Thank you, madam. That's what I needed to get back in this game after split after split after split. 3 splits in a row. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, what a beautiful spare. Folks, if you're keeping track at home, that was a phenomenal spare. Look at this. That's not what we wanted. But I'm going to get this one without a doubt. Don't even make me do it, Plato. All right, it all comes down to this.
My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink.
Miss Aquarius got it. You're going to get these two. No doubt. Miss Aquarius takes the lead, folks.
Then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. The way that
Beautiful.
price should read is Reuben says to his workers,
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
go out and drink.
And now she's going to get this.
That's
I know.
All
right.
No
No doubt. She's got 72, everybody. Give me this. Oh, it's over, Miss Aquarius. You won. Oh, no. Miss Aquarius with the championship. Great win. Miss Aquarius needs 6 more wins. Thank you, madam. Miss Aquarius with a beautiful win at the end. She gets 6. She's 6 wins away, folks. I win, you win, I win. This is game 2. And she's got a split on her hands, folks.
Dr. Edward J. Wolf, information of the yard site called Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shuttle, and then and Nathan and Beth Allen.
No doubt.
Of course, always
There we go.
dedicated to learning this.
That's a strike that we all wanted. We haven't had a strike yet. Now we have.
Exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is
That's going to be a difficult split. That's going to be a difficult split. You can get there. A lot of pins there.
2, 4, 6, 8.
No, it's okay. You got it.
Up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows:
No.
So very interesting case over here. And members of the household of Rabbi they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and
No.
then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in
This is a difficult split. This might be one of the most difficult splits in the game. That's a tough one.
So that's
Give me
once
this.
it's no longer readily available.
I've got a split just almost as tough as yours.
So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect on. Interesting enough.
You'll get these 3, no doubt.
You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said,
This is tough. You got to get it right in the middle. Or like that, or like that.
He's shaita.
That could have done it. This is one of the toughest splits that you can have. Let's just get.
So sometimes that forbidden identity
I'll
can
take
upon the previously permitted identity.
I win, you
So, for
win.
example, we can do
You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling. In friendship. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am.
Because the
Yeah, is right. Are you doing anything for next week's Super Bowl?
Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the Shema. And therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year of That's the idea. Therefore again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore again, Shemitah devolves upon the 8th year. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to
Do you know who's playing?
And interestingly enough, a similar case.
Do you know who's playing?
New
England Patriots, that was one of them, right?
That's correct.
Right?
And the other one, Seattle
That object is
Seahawks.
called an estimon, so the payment
That's
qualifier.
right.
It cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says, the corresponding case to estimon. What's the case? The Sanya says this. Rice says, no son Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her. And he gives her. Right? But he doesn't have
Excellent,
relations
sweet
with her.
dreams, Mr.
Or
Bird.
or he has relations with her and doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wife sheep. He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. This is this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan is on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most Elakamer, no salah, if you gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. The pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasallah, the achar fine. So therefore, both sides. So what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice to transact your business with Shemitah produce. But Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. there's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnab case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of ultimately right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some people, lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimam zona because he didn't have relations with her. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esman zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harlot, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important, we've met this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, on the Russia. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do controlling, and there are things that I don't do at all. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an ordinary thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake. I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach nichoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right, acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha and pshita the sharila, right? The halasa b'shastia umatara ba'amu b'yayim. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnad on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the izalo amalakanim in the aksha it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how can you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the ish kiyakdish is based on Kodesh Amrach Mar. The Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer that as a card? Unless they just by the way, a tremendous hospital here. You know, you could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kohos are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets a little bit. Fine. So the Gemara says, so everyone says that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's still only after one, that's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon Zone and by the Harlot case as well. That emerges gets a little bit into the Harlot case. So by the Rothschild, Kama Big Dishasal Max. Very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivan Damar Anirasol Gavot Misrasol Hadot, Kimandak Bibasi. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an eslam zonga because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslam zonga or not? So the Mercy B'tiv Shamit Rabbi Eliezer. You can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behekri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri so Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But from the Lazar's statement, it would appear that if she was Makdishim, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zola. So much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar would fake quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakni basal davka bakisha solo da isa b'shasbiya." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an esrog is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esrog zona. All dilma. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bigo, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zona. But in case we should just consecrated it, we're not sure. For which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Islam zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the okay. Let's analyze more. So we're making a say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for quantitative sacrificial purposes, or mini. The Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. Right? He says that he has relations with himself. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so she don't pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? For 3 years late. Still called the harlot's payment, and he still be also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so listen, that concept is important. The rights that he quoted before, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations, even if he pays her 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just a lokasha. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, Vitalazeh. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, Vitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep is that he gives transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, and ultimately again there is no transactional use. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to love that my heart. I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now Wednesday, even goes over to Rothschild and he says, have relations with its artisanal. He says, have relations with me with this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. Now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment. There's transactional use. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it curse. In order for it to be curse, one has to have the Gemara says sheep on. So I'm going to tell us about having the person of sheep on. Right? If you remember, livestock, animals, they fight sheep, or fight with the emotion, which is so that one is called the and so that means actually interesting. Working with the sheep so apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't believe in sheep until a farm. So it turns out that someone who's not Jewish, Levi's the other possibility is the old number is only Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you go, the koi bechatzer. Oh, interesting. The sheep standing in the fuss. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two classes she requires.
My heart, there was hard, and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved me. That's my knees will fall to thee. You came in your arms without falling to your knees. There's a sign to you that I never knew all the things you say we will love and you never do all the games you play. You will always win. But I say bye to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burned, but I cried when the universe without your name. When I'm with you, everything I was mine, when you keep forever. Even me, there's nothing is better. Cause there's a sign.
Donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paid. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi,
there's a precise art to it, and it all comes down to a beautiful mathematical concept, the catenary curve. When the anchor hits the bottom, the ship keeps letting out chain, a lot of chain. The goal isn't to make a straight line to the anchor. The goal is to create a long, heavy belly of chain that lies flat on the seabed for a significant distance. This curve is the catenary, and it does two incredible things. First, the sheer weight of hundreds of feet of chain lying on the seabed creates an insane amount of friction. It's like a giant paperweight. Second, and this is the genius part, it acts as a massive perfect shock absorber. When waves push the ship, they aren't pulling directly on the anchor. They're trying to lift this immensely heavy chain off the seafloor. All that energy is spent fighting the weight of the chain. The curve straightens out, absorbing the shock like a giant rubber band. By the time that force action,
he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ame aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by Yahweh, right? Or maybe
I had a 16-year-old liked one of my songs, and I wish I could block her.
He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying,
Why don't you block
do
her?
what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do.
I'm not going to block every single person out there.
Just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at
But I do wish there was a feature
right,
that just said if you're not 18,
it's actually the
you
last
can't
one.
look at stuff. But if you're over 18, you can't. There'd be a separate issue.
Ruvain is not the one giving them anything right now. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink.
Really? How do you know
They
she's
choose
16?
to do it afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Samach Yom base 63b, second line down. The Amarlach, the Amarlach,
Maybe she's
Su
like,
v'ichlu, vani porea, Su
but I
shu
also
vani
know
porea.
talk
He says,
to you in
to
30
the workers,
years,
like
maybe.
donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab.
I need more milks like
Now
that.
this
Shit,
is a
that's a
problem.
thing.
Choshish b'shum shlius b'shum mais b'shum yayin. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. And there's nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? Ki kapara de me iser kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're
Damn,
now
bitch.
going ahead and
How's that
circling back
addressed?
to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transaction and immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amon ki kapara dimi iser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these shemitah produce, the sheni produce, the yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Halchanami ki kapara dimi iser kapara." So to hear about Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for shemitah produce? Same thing. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is dealing, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stamp money where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever it was, items. Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. No, even the other thing is the Muslim really, last thing again, that doesn't apply to the Israel account, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These were people that need to business together. Therefore, that case was kind of back transactional. Avo, again, using that one. Even when you send out his work, in case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends the credit to him. And it sounds like what? Muslim. That should be okay. If that's the case, that's what they'll be lucky. At the time, if that's the case, then we set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different things. What do you do? The Gemara said that down where when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper.
That's true. That's true. Did you ever go there? No, I've been talking about that fucking place though for a long time. Really? Yeah. I like the look of that temple.
Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fun. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This commercial of old, companies should be like people need on the shop. More natural, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend the government of all this? Person says to his friend, hey, one of a clothing, the from the fussy rough. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to show him, give him money to show him, and all of my property will be coming to you. What's that for? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered. I can guarantee the Mercer says, what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship, when you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbers that transaction.
But there's a side of you that I never knew all the things you say, but you never on the game you play, you would always win. But I say fire to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, when I cry, it's screaming out your name. I set fire to the rain, into the flame. Can you do this one? Yeah. Living me together, nothing is better. Cause there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you say they will never, you never choose on the game. You play, you would always win. I set fire to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, I cry, cause I heard it screaming out your name. Your name, I set fire to the rain. You let me burn into the flame. When it's burning, oh God, as I knew that this was the last time. The last time, sometimes I think I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, in the land of the myself a looking for you. I set fire to the rain. Let it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, when I cry, as I hear they screaming out your name. Your name. That was sick, was it? That's probably. It's pretty sick. You've heard rumors that Adele is a fucking reptilian. Is that true? Man, I don't know, but they are some fucked up rumors. I can tell you this though. If she is, she can still be. Really?
Rather, what should it say?
Oh, so you give it to reptilians? I kind of prioritize reptilians. Really? I mean, what happens? What do you mean, what happens? If I orgasm inside of a reptilian, what happens? Just normal? Some kind of egg created? Who knows? I don't know, and you don't know. But this shit could be real. Anything could be real. Really?
That Ruben says is so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases of advice. Case number one is where Ruben gives his brothers $100. Says, "Come and go out and eat, but and drink on me." That case,
what's your favorite song of hers?
Case two, the way Ruben's understanding it now, is that Halacha L'Maisa, Ruben prepaid the chimba. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, "My work is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says,
It's not this.
ואני מחשתי. It was like, let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a
It's Selena, the real Selena sings that song?
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for
what the fuck is that song?
Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael,
It has
for
like
dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this year. As it's close for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen,
it's like what to make
and
you
Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hammer, the memory of their father, Ben Abba, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, of Nasan, from the Bracha. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Road, which is hostages in the home, Shalom and the Karov and Miracle in the social network. Success, the whole massive.
One of the most famous sneezes in the history of humankind.
Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 60. We are picking up on Sanach Basin base 62b. Today, Rabbi, which is 246.
No fucking lyrics. This is the one Selena Gomez song I like, and it's.
So he verses as follows. Today, Rabbi, Yasvi Perishvias Nanim, Uparlo Bishmias. So, very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi what they would do is as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, 9th year produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something still very interesting. Yasi Perishis called this Manabias. Obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but I'm also myself. You can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for other people. So once it's no longer readily available on the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is so people of the house of the night who follow Shemitah produce from the idea during the Shemitah. And part of the Shemitah comes to offer from the Shemitah after a year, so then what happens again is on year number 8, people have themselves to repay their repayment. Ultimately, again, with so the thing means so people mention something about it, obviously, the problem. Some people say something Yochanan said, yeah, I'm saying often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Net done, never say that. Interesting enough, you also have the side. You also know, the Yochanan said, very much the house of the Yannites, I'm not acting totally fine.
Maybe one of the worst things ever. Really?
לא איכלופי חן בעני, לא חליפה ממנו, ולא חייל קדושה שיש on us. Remember again, we saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously forbidden item. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is a transaction business, which needs the produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have the same the produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. I would say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce falls upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea of that. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on the Shemitah. This is very interesting. And you should connect them to Esnon. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnon Zona. Esnon Zona is the halacha the person goes to a zona, and she uses something for her services. Right? Obviously, she pays her money, but when you give her an object, the object is called an Esnon. So the payment for a harvest. And may not be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign of the corresponding to Exxon. What's the sign of this? Rice says, no so novel about that. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his owner. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her gives her as he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As not mutter. For her lips payment ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Nothing of the law, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a lamb to have sheep, but given the law, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the suit is what the second case, but you have a relationship with her, you didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, you didn't pay her anything. If you didn't pay her anything, even though not so long, my estimate if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in place that says that come up with the estimate is what doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, hello, how he come? That is what he needs to say. Not so long, the answer comes for Allah. If you give her, let's say, give her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to tell you is this outside. Since we're going to say like this, when does somebody become a pessimist? Yes, no, was Elikana, no son he gave her the sheep, the Aharkas Bala. So what does it mean, the Aharkas Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo, the Achazman. Doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate? Maybe you see, I think this one will look on this up. Days with today and have relations with her 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Aharkas Bala, that's not a mutter. Oh, Bala, the Aharkas Bala. What for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he afterwards takes her, that's not a mutter. And both of these cases, ultimately, again, however, not so long, the Aharkas is no fine. Therefore, also, we're saying this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, so what that means is exactly once we did that one, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep for payment has the status ultimately again of a household. Now, again, remember, the household of Rabbi, they would follow sheep that produce from the floor, and we pay it ultimately again the sheep to the floor. Because the felt I don't know, so they had the government said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't do that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7-year produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed next week. Not so long the Aharkas Bala, so again, let's go with this, right? Let's close ahead and paste it. Then you guys use up on this sheet, and this is the sheet because this example right? So keep your sheet. Right? And then let's say keep your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday next week. So again, the basement we put in before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore it's not forbidden but constituted sheet. Right? There's a lack of transaction in the sheet. Remember, I understand. He bought out, but when he does have it, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you say that when he does have relations with top of some people, Rachel Allah is the Estelle of Freya? Obviously, I understand. When he gives her the sheet, can't be labeled as Estelle of but when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an Estelle of Freya.
There's no undercover here, son.
The Rothschild says it's very interesting.
Really?
Come up and it's very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relationship happened until Wednesday. We're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a part of the spiritual law. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona. And she's offering up the honest. I said, so what we meant was many times. What is working is we all need consistency. And we all need to inherit confidence. And in certain respects, I'm something. In certain respects, I'm a lot. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a holy thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life, and most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is not contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the new tradition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also leaves covenants. You know what? I guarantee you, those covenants are reacting to Allah. It's a easy aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to live contradiction and struggle to find it. And you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human life. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time their 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then the Halachah of she did the Sharila. Right? The Halachah Bishasbiya Umakana then obviously it's multiple, right? She has titles to it. It can't be categorized as an S9 on Tuesday because it is right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And if she has every right to offer it up. However, the little unlucky in the Asha is nothing. It's very interesting. But if she did not give her permission to acquire it as a friend, right? If he was not explicitly saying, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, if he's done today, then we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he puts in the carbon. How could she offer it up as a carbon? After all, the Ishkiyak is based on how the Shamra Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Erech now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. I'm called the Shusel. So to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then why could she offer it up as a car? You could only be matched something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, the Prophet only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who really talk and inspire to do that. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's focus on their abilities are. The Rebbe shall only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. Because so often in life we forget that his Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else. He doesn't expect that someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than what you're honest about. and then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic goals. Only you can match that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual lives. Incredible. Eladamalos, what's the case? Eladamalos, this is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, it's scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The Mr. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is, then Imar says, can I give you the right to acquire it? So it's interesting thing, which I just think that's fine. So Imar says, let's do everyone that has his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, let's tell them the afternoon. We're doing this because we can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be destined with its status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon Zona, by the Harlot case. Everyone just gets over into this Harlot case. So by the Moshe, I'm not making shot so much. Very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben into the Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, Amirasa with the Rock and Slasa, Imam Daki Basikam. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is equivalent to giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it? Although offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish it? Again, because I must say, here the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the year occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the year, the object is still here. So now the shadow is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying the case shall be Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot, right? Rabbi Eliezer said, "Cut up the hikri basa." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the year occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about hikri shaso? No, but from the Eliezer statement over here, that if she is not fishing, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the year occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Eliezer is fake and quiet. She is, this Shaila is the Mamish Shaila of the Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Misha Tzitay Rabbi Eliezer, Daki Basa, Dafka Batu Shaso, no, Daki Sib Shazia. Does the Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Ultimately, if he lost up Shitale, the Kushas and the Sakha. I mean, maybe obviously it's dropped it up and it's no longer exists. And of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says table. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to both like, but the John in the case of the year is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished in Eslam Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a public statement, it must be transactional and immediate stage. Means payment, Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. if he deposited an animal with payment. Now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not issued consequence, so the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. Next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thinking. That's the foundation. Okay, let's analyze that. So everything was said was, let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecration sacrificial purposes, or meaning marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, the Rabbi says that woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. I say he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called a harlot's payment, and it still be usher. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so it wasn't that country, so just important rights that we call the law. That's how the patient said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional needs. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in which is a few years later. Ultimately, it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Baali me, is Baali me, the Talazah. How the Amar is Baali me, the Talazah. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, it's another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talazah. So ultimately, again, where it says when we identify the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with it's on the zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Shechal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the part of the possession, which the Gemara says is zone. Okay, so kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only been by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't believe the sheep as what Rothschild said that a son who's not Jewish. You guys know about this. We all love the zone in Israel. No, it's not about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Hasid. Or just the sheep standing in her crossing. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the crossing she requires. It's like, you just play the Hasid, I understand. If it's in our thoughts, in our that she acquires, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, it's already in our thoughts, it's already acquired. What are we talking about? You must remember she acquired it before, because this is like the paradigmatic case of estimation, because she's acquired the sheep even before the PR, if the sheep is standing in her thoughts, so she must go to the shopping and the apple. Very interesting. But here's the case. So when it comes to Rothschild, they says this. And here, this sheep is not posted. Another game, what's a post? The post essentially is that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for your relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he might see not late, Susie, kind of your phone put up. He says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Imam, and if not, sharply to ask them, take this sheep ultimately again as your holy talking. Fine. Masses of sheep, or sheep, it's supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara will appall. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again between them. That actually points out over here that these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. That's why this is important. And he says to them, so right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Kosher, okay, so that's before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, you go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or a supplemental, whatever it is. He's giving them, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the Eno Kosher will do this. Eno Kosher, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this, 60 kb. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum achas, lo mishum yayim. And let's say, here's right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or Amir Haaretz, he has to be going to go by Yahweh. Right? Or maybe handing of the again the Amir Haaretz to the Bashir, or Maisa Shing, who's doing outside of the line. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do it right. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi says through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is the last one, the last of the long one. The heart, those some people need, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them answers, right? We're just giving them trust. And it's kind of, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sound of flow, they 60 second line. Says to them, Su Be'echlu, Bani Tolea, Su Bani Tolea. He says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. We go to Bani Tolea. Habibihu Lokea Habisu Mahilo, the Hashel Solid National had the issue of the because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for them. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for himself. Almost. What do you see here? He can't put a maintenance. So what you see here is that I'm not going to say this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now again to the Rabbi case of Rabbi. What did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for Europe. So said, not a problem with some transactional meetings. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last episode here? So what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local arrangement is transactional meetings, and he is considered to be paying for these Shmita produce, Shani produce. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all the money, he can't borrow, and he was a kapara. So to forget about Rabbi Yanai, when they begin here, ultimately again, isn't that what Shmita produce? Same thing. If you might say, Gemara, this dog, the same thing, Hamatuto, in the Chicago. No, it's different. Moving case, like he's going ahead, telling the workers, don't drink off the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to living. וההיכרו שכמוך שישנו הדין or coming on לכן תלך חליפים. So what's that? That's it. There is transaction fees. Ruben is dealing with other. Ruben is not just saying stand one where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Tevra, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore, it's almost like an exchange. Like the shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers and fleetwood and Ruben's going to immediately pay for that. לא יכול להיות, אבל אחר כך בלעדיי, even the Hanakami, the Muslim image, large ending arrows, again, that doesn't apply in this like it wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transactional needs. Whereas Avo, and when you say like people, again, using that logic, if we were to send out his work the same case, no you can go to your doctor off the cash. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat things or drink, make it two different cases. What do you do cases do? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakipo, in the staggered way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends the credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up the limited items. About Chenbani, but the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be caught. In other words, benefit is very smart. You go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old. Where's that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the the person says to his friend, take one of the phony, so what happens? So like Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, what do you see today? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So what's the difference? I look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kibbutz lo miyachid shibude." Look at Rashi. Third wise word in Rashi is about it. Kibbutz shibude. Shelo yichei lo miyachid lo's rav chalipa minhu lo missa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the cash. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichei le'mos l'kach lav chalik eninu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, on my chashish. So if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we do against that? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, who says the Gemara? Ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? My chashish, you should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha of that perhaps again shvika produce versus halomiyachid shibudei shekacha lomiyachid shibudei. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated in advance, it does not take transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Okay, Rashi, Shekimo, Balabai is dinar the company. Chodem Shalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabai is so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Bryson says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab that is paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take negative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with negative actions. I know. I'm used to the coming up in the back up. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav says, so again, all of this is the same amount of transactional needs. Like that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the Shemite coming up to the Nashville. So Rav said, I said this over, and what happened? I'm not right. He hockey at the time the prices shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same way the case on the earth was Reuben prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should we consume? You're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, the halacha license, you're right, change the license, read the license, should really be our own way. That halacha license, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the license. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, everyone go out to eat, go out and drink, on me. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, the way the Muslim understanding it now, is that halacha myself, Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned if they have access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the further different. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is saying. Yeah, let's have a wait for today. Everyone, what a down.
Because of the position, the entire but there are other people who are right, don't care. They don't care about the fact.
Let's say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Havalim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Crystal Drazen, Luna Drazen, and Lee Rosenslide, and Stanley Rosenslide, and sponsors, Dr. Andrew J. Wolf, Orange of the Yard-Side Contract, and his father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and Meeting and that child memory of the father, and father, Baruch Mordechai, and the name of Nelson, as always, we dedicate our name to Swiss Orchid's hospital, to welcome us to bring home the Shalom and the Karak and Merk of the soldier. Give them success, full of mercy. Mostly that and that speaking of an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Samach Gimel 63, and we are not on South Basin base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Ite Shias Nandi, who follow the Shias. So very interesting things over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 sheets of produce on the following year. So if you look at actually says on this one, Yes, she is called in Smarabia. So obviously, again, without getting into all the sheets of technicalities, but Halacha L'Maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow sheep or produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so people of the house of Rabbi would borrow sheep or produce from the Ani and during the Shmini. Actually goes on the Carlo the Shminis, the Otli Ani and Shminis Achara Gira, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi also repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, with your produce. Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this back in Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that's bothering people to some degree. So they said to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, they will say that interesting enough, look at Rashi, you also know the stars, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, lo havu hanach be'en, lo ichluf ve'echan ba'ani, ma chali beninu, lo chayim kedusha shlitzalai. So remember again, we saw yesterday that already. When we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity is often previously forbidden. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is a transaction business, which means the produce, that even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have the same thing, the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not a beer problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the sheep and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep and produce, and therefore no sheep or prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is the very interesting. And to connect them to Esmon and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esmon and Zona. Esmon is when the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives her money, gives her an object. That object is called an Esmon, so that's payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of the corresponding piece of Esmon was the sign of. Right, it says, no son of let's say you're going to go to Rachel is home. Like you're going to go home, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, no son law. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Es nana mutter. For harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't care. Nothing level of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a wife. She's not taking the law of Allah, not able to be guys. He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, he didn't pay anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that the Halacha the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Ella, that this one means to say, this is this. If you gave her, let's say, you gave her the sheep. And then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Since we want to say like this, when does something become an estimate, when a harlot's payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relations. Right? Or relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So it's Elikama. No salah, if you gave it a sheep, the Akakak bala. Now what does it mean, the Akakak bala? Rashi says, Ashav Ella, the Akar's not. It doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, Of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, pay me today and have to just for 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Kazala, as not looking. Oh, Bala, the Akaka Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with them. And then he afterwards takes her as not in both of these cases, ultimately, again, as not is going to be murder. However, Nasala, the Akaka, is not fine. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Islam Sunnah, there has to be transactional use. Once the transactional use, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep to produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Ochanan because they thought, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little practice. Thank you for this. Sheep the produce. So I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this test on this. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's go ahead and case. Now you've got Ruben is up, and he's your sheep, and he's using the sheep. The easiest example of right? So he's your sheep, right? And then let's say he's your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for contributing contributions, right? Because it lacks transactional use. You must understand. When he does have relations, that's on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does he say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, you can't be but when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should involve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Islam Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi says it's very interesting, but what's the case? He should come up and he can bust them. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. The highest harvest, the highest Zona. I will say, you must say to yourself, come on, what a freak. She's a Zona, but she's not doing a carbonos. Let's say, so why did make this minute? So this is what I'm saying, and you only can have and in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well, and that I'm righteous. Either kind is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas, and more of the things in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake, because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical, it is more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. In all of the hypocrisy, in all of the human contradictions, such is the nature of life. It is important for us to use faith in ourselves. That even though the Zona is a Zona, she also responds. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reaction we call it which is easy aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to struggle from other things. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of in any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's unpack this. Okay. If you know, let's say, if he said to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha was she did the shayla, right? The halacha yishaskia umatana amahubiya. Then obviously it's mutter, right? She has titles with. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Latinese in the action is the card, which is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it first, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if you must make out how to suffer at the carbon after all, the Yaktish is based on published on that one. So it says, the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an error, evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my days of the so just like your home, you own it. I've called the shoes, so to be only used to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I pick it up as a part. Let's say just start with you know, could only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, the Father only asks us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's co-hosts have abilities. The ownership only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to be what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory on all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest, not what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what I'm honest. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And our Holy Father will only ask of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual lives. Incredible. Eladamra, what's the case? Eladamra, the Hamikave, I just be. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the son of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for something, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, Kali Aksha, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's fine. So there was an essence of it. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's sort of and the news is because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, which is Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond zone and by the Harlot. That's where it gets a little bit of so variable. Come up with Yusha so much. So let's say Reuben gives Reuben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a cover, but she's not. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, I mean, Russell was above Russell. Cannot doctor bossy coming. So we say that essentially making something practice is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, when we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being machdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. Now, offering it up is offering it up, but being machdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being machdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was machdish? Again, you must say, you heard the shaila is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it is no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurs. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's machdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying the Tivsham is Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on top of the daf, right? And Rabbi Eliezer, so remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if she shut song low? But from Rabbi Eliezer statement over here, that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says no. The Rabbi Eliezer mistake requires. The truth is, this shaila is not the shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, "Come on, Mifsha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer that we also Dafka Baki Shasam Lo that is Shaspia." So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the dia. But by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if you also pshitale, vikishasam is maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling out of the female. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to one of our carbon. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making what's that second disorder was, let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. We say it's mutter and used for purposes. Or immediately marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala bi Akakah Masala, Akini Ashalo Shoni Esmala Asa. But the Rabbi says that woman has relations with herself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just look hash. So we'll say that conscious interest in point. Right, that we played before last time. To be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in the case of 3 years later, ultimately it's still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not his name of kasha. It's not a contradiction. Haga Amar is Ba'ali Li, to tell us that. Haga Amar is Ba'ali Li, to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case of family history says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it a little bit more. Here, we're going to tell us that my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. He then goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with me. So to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harmless payment. Because there's transactional needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You understand? So I'm going to tell them about having the customer sheep home. Remember, livestock, animals.
Yo, dog, just one moment. How you living, pimp? What's good?
So apparently, again,
Yo, dog, you just muted yourself. How you living? Yo. Spirit man. I am. Was it on Kick? Okay, where did somebody commented to you, or you found me on YouTube?
No, I think somebody named me Rabbi.
Yeah. Wait, have you been live streaming your life 24/7? You're that guy. No way. Okay, there's no way you finally found me. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so you've been doing it for like 250 days, right?
Yes, you're right.
Well, firstly, congratulations. I have been watching your streams. We do something very similar. We stream our lives for world peace, right?
Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's why. Okay, that's how. All right.
100%. Yeah, I've been doing it for like 1,500 days. Yeah, so 4 years. But I see what we do is very similar. Like every 12 hours, we restart a new YouTube stream, right? 100%, my man. Yeah, absolutely. See, I started after the pandemic, and somebody came into my stream recently, and they're like, "Hey, you should check out this other person. They're basically doing the same thing that you're doing, but they and like you might have something in common with them." So I was trying to get a hold of you, but I understand. I completely understand, my man. That like we're doing our own things, and we don't have time to be checking that YouTube chat, and then also it doesn't make any noise, so it doesn't like get your attention when somebody's chatting there. And when you're streaming as long as we do, even sleeping online and everything, you just stop paying attention to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
And he says that so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right?
I'm in agreement with you. Well, and it's gonna make streams like ours really important to be able to study humans from a biological standpoint and aging over time.
So I'll say, now the anal culture,
It's the cure for aging yourself.
What's the concern here? The Gemara says that
100%. So I promote myself on X Spaces. I don't know how you promote yourself, but you do have some caring people out there who got me in touch with you. Do you mind if I give you my pitch, what I do?
Well, that's why I'm here to figure it out.
Because essentially, he's doing them in the same federal.
I'll tell you what I think will work. But I want to hear what you think
essentially,
before
he's
you.
not on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. the phrase "content is king" was made popular in the 1990s, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm live not on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my streams, the link's available on my Twitter profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, which you found, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm very proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community. We continue to grow each day. In addition to making everyone extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. And then usually I say to the people who I'm shilling, if you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coaching friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. So that's usually what I say to people, and it changes lives.
Therefore, the Gemara says, so to hear about the other night, maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that
Yes, we are. We are absolutely. It's so good to find somebody who knows exactly what I go through. Yeah, exactly, man.
I'm not sure how you're paying your bills, but how you pay for years. Unless you're working from home.
I have done that, but I'm a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And then being a certified project management professional, I do have people who ask me to freelance for them, and so if I ever need to, I do.
Ruben's not just saying stop one where you walk and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the
like you do.
This is the shopkeeper Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. She says over here, right? The shopkeepers is here, donkey drivers. Ruben's going to immediately again, that doesn't apply right?
That's what's preventing us from cooperating. We trust each other.
Therefore, that keeps us trying to provide transactional points. But again, using that send out and now he's not sending to a shop who's normally extensive. Then it sounds like multiple. Then that should be okay. If that's the case, that's multiple healthy. If that's the case, instead of making the first case where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and drink, make it two different. What should I do? When is this so ultimately again, that
sort
is
of
prohibited.
a
When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his wife, though you can drink and
where it's
I'll
more
pick up the
about
tab, that's
so we
only the
use
shopkeeper extends
you use
credit to
social
Ruben
sort of
because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the
most of the time when I
has
started
money
doing
for
this,
limited
I
items.
first have trying to get your first and
But
for people that will really stick it out with you.
not extend credit.
And I'm not sure if you have like people if you have 10 or more like
And that
will stick it through critiques and criticism and all that.
go ahead and
Again, we have to start at home. And then we bring team out that each person reaches out. And right now we're in a culture where it expands contact everybody. It sounds like oh, we're not discussing but the reality is all people how humanity has never done anything. The network that people together. So this is what basically MLM is you have one person that brings on I think 6 to 9 people to keep somebody within close, not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed. It's productivity is so and this way you're not running around trying to keep up with everybody. You just keep up with people and you train them every day in these special programs to peace. And then you help them once they know the message before problem solving, before communication strategies. Then you help them get their 60 years work. So you can grow very fast, faster than exponential. You go from one person to 30 people, around 200 people, and then 1,000 people for one person.
Even the low
And you basically separate the numbers, you basically grow to the within 21 days, we're both learning how to do that. For me, that's the only realistic strategy to create global peace within the time frame we have left before AI starts to subtly integrate us with potential minor threat mechanisms so that you can't
go out,
the
go
future.
eat and drink, I'll pick up.
So what do you think of that?
I think it's brilliant. You've gone through the numbers and you recognize that when people do find out about what we do, it is going to happen potentially very quickly within 20 days or so. And the amount of people who have internet access, we're looking at maybe anywhere between 2 and 4 billion. But we're English speakers, so that's going to limit the amount of people who are able to immediately understand our message. Additionally, what you said in terms of AI and CRISPR and World War III and climate change, I'm all on board with everything that you said there. You didn't say anything that I disagreed with, so that's very refreshing. In terms of the, yeah, no, absolutely. In terms of the what you say in the shadow band world, yeah, you're 100%. People don't want peace. I shouldn't say that. The people at the top don't want peace. It is a risk to the military-industrial complex. It's a risk to the government contractors. It's a risk to perhaps religion. In some ways, even though it shouldn't, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but it is a risk to the current power structures. So I think that's one reason why we haven't been promoted. I can tell you one time, if you had the opportunity, look in this Discord at the very top, right under Shalom, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams, and there's a link in there. Do you see the link? Click that link, and you can see I'm not live on just one stream. I'm live on like more than a dozen streams 24/7. And at one point of this stream, like maybe 2 years ago, maybe a little more than 2 years ago, I had just one day, I had thousands of people join the stream immediately, and I didn't know why they joined, but essentially YouTube put me on the front page, and when that happens, anything can happen, and I just got overwhelmed. It was like drinking from a fire hydrant, or a fire hose, I should say. And it just overwhelming. And then once that happened, never again. And it's one of those things where I did my best. I made some friends through that process, and when I built this server, I only built the server like 2 years ago or so. So I haven't been doing that for 4 years. And the 2,800 people in here are growing, certainly as the stream goes. And like I have people who live in here with me. I would love it if you would live in here with me, or at least check in with me regularly, because what we are doing is so common. I mean, I don't understand. Well, I get it. You're doing your own thing, but like you should live in here with me. We're doing this together. It should be a team.
Yeah, I agree. That's the fundamental problem. People are growing together, but what happens is eventually the egos get in the way of power dynamics. They people fight over who's going to suffer this. And that's why in terms of
let them buy, let them eat, let them drink.
and not the balance. A lot of people in their leadership positions, they don't have wisdom, they have power. So there's 6 categories that lead to these really nasty battles. They are facial beauty, social beauty, self beauty, body beauty, and cultural beauty. If you have high ratings in one category, you can push your way down. It doesn't mean you're wise. So we need to find a way to define what wisdom is and build a universal meritocracy that the people who are leading are there for a good reason, and that the public challenge that to see who's a better leader. That's meritocracy of wisdom is what's missing in all organizations. That is the way to bring people together. And justify why the
as his house from Soros Troubles for all and Israel. Rabbi told us eating when the Drazin honor of Israel Drazin and Ina Drazin and Moon Roses like and Standing Roses like from Rabbi. Sponsors, Dr. Edmund K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Outside Contract, Father Cyrus Shalom, then C. Hirsch, and
yeah, most certainly. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I recognize that we need to start small. And I've watched your streams. It's basically a lot of what my streams are. Many times we're on our phone or something and just like reading something, and the stream's just going. And I've watched you sleep. And you know, I mean, I know a little bit about you. Like, you want to do this until you're there were like some demands that you have made, basically. Like, can you explain what? Because I want to do this the rest of my life. But what are the demands you want to do?
And then
we don't have our mind. We're going to make a big difference in having something.
So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says yeah, here she is. Called
this
again, we're not getting into all the technicalities, but you can go ahead and lend.
So I feel like, yeah,
while it's still readily available for everyone. Once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so
I understand. I know I'm in the same. I can help you with that though. Discord, the app is incredibly resource heavy. Have you ever run Discord in a browser, just a new tab?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, excellent. Absolutely. Yeah. Really, because it just allows me to multi-stream in many different places. Do you know of Rumble Studio? Yeah, exactly. It's really great though. It's the only competitor to YouTube that actually archives your footage. So look, if you do this long enough, if you do the wrong thing, you'll lose your account. They'll just take your account down. And if that happens to you, it's good to have redundancies. And so basically what Rumble Studio allows you to do is run your stream simultaneously, very efficiently on YouTube, on Rumble, on certainly Twitch and Kick all simultaneously without any issue. It doesn't take up any more bandwidth, and it's free. That's the big thing, and I'm sure you're aware too. We're running on a very low budget here, and we can't be taking on monthly subscriptions or anything like that. I mean, I know that's how we're working, so we can certainly be allies in that. So what you do is create a Rumble account if you don't already have one, and the beautiful thing about Rumble is it archives your streams, like YouTube. Twitch only does it for like 30 days or so, and Kick only does it for 30 days. But this gives you the freedom of having redundant streams. So, if anything ever happened to your YouTube account, God forbid, you'd be able to have all of that information backed up. And it also gives you more of an audience because it unifies your chat, and I can tell you it runs smoother than the YouTube YouTube Creator Studio. So basically, it's like really efficient, and you can. Are you using OBS? Okay, yeah, exactly. So OBS can be very intense when it comes to your resources as well, and like I've helped a lot of people to do this, and it changes their lives as streamers because basically it triples the amount, or sometimes quadruples the amount of interaction that they get. Because not only will you have people talking to you on YouTube, but there are more people who perhaps are talking to you on Kick, certainly, and on Rumble and on Twitch. So it kind of opens you up to everything, and your chat is unified. It runs more efficiently. And like I find it to be extremely beneficial, and you can do it with OBS. You can still have your graphics on the screen that I've seen of yours. You just run a virtual camera, which is not difficult to do. And if you want help with that, I'll certainly help you. If you want, I don't want you to change anything about what you're doing until you recognize, like, hey, this might be an option for me. But you know as much as I do, when you're on YouTube for long periods of time, especially when you're shadow banned or whatever they want to consider deboosted or whatever, you'll go hours, if not days, without anybody saying anything to you on your stream, right? Exactly.
Transactional immediacy. Pays are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9 solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elakaran. No salah, you can give her the sheep. The Acharkach Ba'ala. What does it mean, the Acharkach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'acharzman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again,
100%. Oh, you tell me. Basically, I get some people who live in here alongside me 24 hours a day, so you won't be alone. We have Brandon in here. I mean, you can see the call, 3,511 hours. Like, that's the last time that no one was in here, and it probably was just because I had to restart my computer or something. That's 150 days of multiple people being in here. And then we also have this other person in here, Jacid Remote, and they've joined us recently, and they're in here 24 hours. And then I also have a woman who sleeps in here, usually each night when she has the opportunity. So that is kind of the core 24-hour people. And then throughout the day, I'll get another 10 to 20 people in here. And then I have some friends who come in and we play games together. And so I have a friend from Australia who's in here all the time. He'll be in here like, I'd say at least a couple hours a day. And then I have a friend from Canada who comes in here. And he is usually, when he's in here for like 12 hours. And then I just get the random people who come in. I've created a bot on Kick that promotes me. So that's how a lot of people find out about what I do. And then also I'm live in a bunch of different discords as well. I'm live in like 6 other discords with my camera on, and I don't say anything to anybody, so they just click on my profile and they'll come in. So in answer to your question, how many people daily do I have who come in here? Probably anywhere between 20 and 30, perhaps. How many people do we grow a day? At least a handful. And it's been pretty consistent. I lose people too, of course, just for whatever reason. But the people who are in here, who are like the core members, they're in here 24/7. As much as you or I stream, they're in here.
I have probably 5. I have people with pretty different bases.
I'm so glad that you do too. Oh, agreed. Right. I do my best to. I do my best to. You should know the 5 people who are kind of your core. Please send them the invite so that we can kind of combine our forces. The people who I have in here, I can certainly have them follow your YouTube account. I know you have like 300 people, and that you should know is to be expected. Anybody who has 50,000 people, they're buying them. I'm sure you know how that's done. Exactly. Yeah, and are you familiar with X Spaces? Okay, so like basically you should, if I were you, I mean, this is what I do. They have shill spaces. Basically, you can share about your project, and you would come out and just basically say the same thing that I do. Hi, I'm Spiritman8570. I stream my life 24/7, have been for almost an entire year on YouTube for world peace. I have Hegelian philosophies. I love to talk about how we can make the world a better place. If you're interested in these types of topics, feel free to send me a follow. I'd love to connect with you. It doesn't have to be super long, but basically, I've been doing that just on X for the last 90 days, and I've gotten over 3,500 real people, 3,700 real people. And like that means I can message these people. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. And many times they have spaces. I mean, some of the people I have following me have hundreds of thousands of followers themselves. And it's just kind of the idea that getting close enough to them to have them repost some of my content, to with where I think I'm going to have the opportunity to potentially go viral is through one of those connections that I'm building, so that I don't force people, or not necessarily force, but like people don't have to find me on YouTube because it's just such a vast ocean. I go out and find the people. And as you know, that being a live streamer can get boring. And so it gives you something to do constantly because these X spaces are going 24/7, and you get people to find out about you, and they connect with you, and then you have a way of promoting yourself and your project. So, if I may ask, have you had any fortune of promoting yourself on X Spaces?
A little bit. I believe it's Elon quite a bit. You guys have to hear about
And you're familiar with X Spaces, right? This is the audio portion of X. Okay, good. Yeah, well, so I actually have been doing it. You can do 24 hours and then you have to restart it. There is a way to do it consistently, but I've been doing it now for like 350 days. I'm almost at 365 days. And they allow video. So it's not just, well, with an iOS device, they allow video. So I have an entire year of my life essentially on X Spaces in addition to just being on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and all the other platforms that I'm on. No, 100%. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure I could say this to you and you're in agreement. Your streams are the most important thing in your world. Excellent. Right. Absolutely.
And I spoke with a couple of professional social media companies that wanted to promote my channel. Because the hunger break, like, people like it. Like I went viral 4 times too, just like you. I got and I turned to go viral crazy. And then all of a sudden within 1 hour.
That's exactly right.
Somebody really reported you, I think,
that very well could be. That very well could be.
Well, I feel like the real magic out here is creating content and then having hyper enjoyable, optimized feed structure that then becomes a blog structure. The reason why we're calling it a blog is very much have a structure, but also it's very primal in terms of art and it also resonates with religious individuals, all the references to Judaism and I guess Islam. That's not sure. You're a rabbi, so I guess
100%. Yeah. So from how that works in my life, I awake, I daven chakras, which is morning prayer. I daven tefillin. I say blessings on foods. I teach a class every morning on Kabbalah. So anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours, and then I go into X spaces until midday and say blessings on food certainly, and I light candles and do my best to live as orthodox a lifestyle as I can while still live streaming.
You're old school and the new school.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. And the thing that really changed this, like prior to being a streamer, I was not someone who ever wanted to be on camera. It was not something I wanted to do. I was what you would think of as your traditional Orthodox Jew, going to shul or synagogue every single day, certainly living within communities and wanting to kind of stay away from that whole social media world. But pandemic occurred, and my position as a project manager quickly went remote. And so I went from being on camera for 0 hours to 8 hours a day or so. And then I would have classes, religious classes that would sometimes take anywhere between 2 or more hours. And that really was like, wow, half my waking day is already on camera or so. Why not just keep the cameras going? And that's kind of what I started. And I also I like to golf, and so I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and I would just make little videos of my golf swing at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to upload those videos and just kind of store them as an archive for my future family, God willing. And I just ended up finding that it took me too long, and I'm sure you've run into this where you are just archiving on a phone, and it takes up all kinds of space, and then it takes forever to upload it. I just thought, you know what? I don't have time for this. I don't have the patience for this. I'm going to just start streaming it. And I felt that, if I want to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. That's just kind of how I am. So I bought like 10 different computers and another like 23 different handheld devices. That's why I have all these like different. So yeah, I mean, I have a lot of devices, anywhere from like iPhones and PCs to tablets, and I started streaming my life from like at the time I started with like 4 different angles. So just so that, because I feel it's important if you can do it, so that, and as you know as well, I'm sure you get app crashes, you get disconnects, I'm sure like you and I are of one mind in all of the technical issues that certainly can occur. Absolutely. And like we are of one soul there, and how frustrating it is. And one of the things that I really want to do is improve technology when we go viral, and be able to hopefully fix a lot of the system. But I initially started with like 4 different streams, and then what I found was that over the course of the years, that I would sometimes lose a stream because of copyright, or because of, like, especially around the time of the pandemic, it would be like health misinformation. Even though I wouldn't talk about health, I don't really talk about health that much on here, but I would be watching like a Joe Rogan podcast or something on YouTube that would be talking about it, and I could get a strike because of that. Things that I wasn't necessarily doing personally. It's not like I give health advice. That's not my thing. But I would lose an account here or there. So I felt that I'm going to have redundant accounts. That's why when you see I'm live on like 20 different accounts 24/7, that's in case I lose any one of them. Unfortunately, I haven't in the last few years. But when I first started, I lost a bunch. So once I go viral, I'd like to be able to get that content back, hopefully. But I do have redundant streams as well on Instagram and some other places. So like basically, you could go back for the last 4 years, essentially every moment of every day, almost 5. I mean, I started in fall of 2021, and so this fall I will be at 5 years. And at least from what I talk to people, that's really when it clicks in somebody's mind that, wow, somebody has a half decade of their life camera. I need to check this out. And but yeah, I've got like a ton of different devices, and as you know, like you've got to You got to restart them when you awake, and like make sure they start before you go to bed. All of those things. So it's really great to know I'm not alone in this, and neither are you. I think that it would be really great of us, perhaps this week, we see if there's anybody else out there who's doing what we're doing. It's hard to find people like what we're doing, who are doing things like what we're doing. I know there's a girl on Twitch who's been doing it for like 4 years or something, a little short of what I've been doing, but she doesn't archive. And that's such a big part of it to me. Like, I want to be able to watch my life 24/7 going back. If you don't archive it, it's great that you're streaming, but to me, that's just not really that impressive. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, luckily I do got credit cards. Well, maybe 12 hours, right? Saved it on data, and this ton of data keys. And it's exactly actually my goal is I have some pictures. Okay, I used to have 8,000 if you realize a lot of you gotta like
Absolutely.
like them because particularly I think that they're always I for some reason why
Exactly. I I agree with you. And this should be a category, like 24/7 streamers. That should be a category. It is on Rumble, but it should be for other people as well. Now, what did you say? So long as you have a credit card attached, I just find so long as I do the phone verification, it saves my stream.
really okay wow maybe you got it the other turn you but I feel like I think we should have that.
Yeah, I could potentially understand that. And as you know, I mean, I've done IRL streaming. I don't do it as much as I once did because it's so much more difficult with phones overheating and bandwidth and like having power to the phones. But I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the mountains. uh, I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland, like basically everywhere in Southern California. So I do have a lot of IRL streams as well that are out there, but generally I do just stream from my location just because I need to be near Wi-Fi, as I'm sure that or you need to be near your internet. So, but yeah, I would say as well, somebody made me aware of somebody who has been streaming for about 4 years as well at this point. They're in Russia, but they don't talk on stream, which I think is somewhat disadvantageous. Like, I think it's important to be able to get your message out there. And also, they're not always on stream either. They just basically have live streams. Oh, and here's the big thing about this: they started a stream like 4 years ago, but they don't archive it. So, as you're, I'm sure, aware, if your stream goes longer than 12 hours, it's not available to the general public any more than just that 12 hour. So there are some people who do similar things to what we do, but I've never met somebody. You're the first person I've met who archives it and is diligent about that. And I'm glad that you see the importance of that and how our lives potentially will be studied in the future.
It's never happened. I've always talked about it. Roughly 2 years back, you get
Hawkins radiation, yeah. Hawking radiation. Yes. Most certainly. Oh, certainly.
Okay, thank God. I think spreadsheets are like saving grace. You have to do the do a doc. I want to check one of the best inner Brent meetings. We want to work together like a team.
And I love that you like to play games because we, the model of government, offers a game, not just decisions, but there's core rules and interacting with the government is fun. It shouldn't be this moving hack or oh my god. You talk to the government and it makes you feel the opposite. It makes you feel like you're wasting their time on your way to get over those games. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. That's not how God's supposed to feel. That's not spirit. But there's four rules, and if we go our strength will right, and we can start going like this, we need to keep something incredible going. That's really what it comes from. Like the game of life. That's the direction I'm trying to do. I wonder if you come to our little podcast here, and I'll show it to you. And if you think it's something that would be good for your here, you can start merging your project finance skill, and then what we got going on in project management, you can start to build a project. I don't know if you think it's got something, but that's one of the things of your dialect. Maybe I'll stop this real quick.
You should stay in here.
You should.
Okay. You hate government? You like their methods? Like you are an anarchist? Where are you riding?
Sure. I'm a libertarian socialist, so I'm for individual freedom, and I feel that there should be perhaps um, a safety net for people who need it, and ideally in the future, I think perhaps we should be able to live within small communities in a peaceful fashion. I am against generally capitalism, and though I have had capitalistic ideas in the past, and I am generally against full-on statism as well. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes, but it is a recognized political belief system, at least in some political sciences, but also it's recognized in some countries, including Israel.
Very interesting too. Very interesting because the Messiah is higher, right? So I make time for that.
If you would enlighten me, what's your messianic claim? Can you enlighten me? I may not recall that.
So every religion has a scientific research.
Well, but let me just we don't consider it to be a return. It would be the first time this person.
Oh yeah, the first time.
Okay.
You guys have a coming. Here it is.
That's correct.
But one thing that is right is that we have to be real. Not look at what we have to be deeply. And if we say right now that it's going to be a real government with a lot of foundation, we're just going to say that it's going to be a social enterprise right now. We're going to see the change in our body. We're going to be leading down to that environment. As long as you find yourself in that way, you're making a change. You try to be selfish. Any other government enterprise. That's the body that you are.
Infinite light. I would agree that the United Nations is not doing what it was essentially. Yeah, it's from its what's the word for which I'm its initial goals, and I would say that the people who started it in post World War II would be disappointed in the role that it currently has in the world. It did not become a peacekeeping um, organization. It did not help to feed the starving of the world. It did not help war. It's basically, if you actually know people who interact with the United Nations, it's a big party of diplomats globally, and they go to the nicest restaurants in Manhattan and get drunk, and then go in and just basically have diplomatic immunity. They then go back to their countries and basically say that they are doing their job, but in reality, it's just a very nepotistic and also just like a big club. And if you're not in it, then you're not going to have any say on the global scale. And I don't agree with that. I'm very much for um, transparency, especially in government. I don't understand why what you're doing, what I'm, can't be done in the halls of the United Nations. Why isn't everything just live streamed there? Why isn't it live streamed so that you don't have people who are perhaps, doing malfeasance or, embezzlement or whatever it may be? I am about, I don't think there's any in police stations. I feel that it should be live streamed. We shouldn't have this idea that everything should be so secure and compartmentalized. I'm about free speech. I'm about free communication and freedom of thought. And especially something like the United Nations, there should be a live stream of the United Nations right now. We could go to it. Maybe the lights are off, or maybe, it's like they're cleaning up in there, but I should be able to see what's going on in the essentially de facto global government 24 hours a day. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I'm about transparency. If I may interrupt, I don't like the term democracy. I feel that it's been bastardized. Democracy at its heart is one person, one vote, and no government has that. That's correct. Are you talking about e-democracy? E-democracy, it's essentially where everyone votes on their devices of whatever they want, but it removes the need for any type of representation or any type of leadership. For how long has he been streaming 24/7? How long has he been streaming 24/7? Absolutely, 100%. Have you thought of creating a Discord? Okay. Okay, yeah, and so that's the thing. It's really hard to bring life to a Discord. It's extremely hard, and just to get random people to join it. Why? Like you have to give them a reason, and then you have to be in there. But that's good that you have that. And so I sent you a friend request. If you want, you can send link to board, and I'll certainly join it. And I'll promote it. I've talked to people about your project in here already, so some people may be already familiar with you, and um, I think it's a great idea. This military guy wants to get in here. 100%. I'm all about that. I really don't have any hard and fast rules in here, except you have to be 18 years old. I don't want children in here, and not that I have anything against children, but many of the conversations that we have in here maybe aren't for children's ears. And then additionally, I just like I understand if people are going to maybe use some terms that they're familiar, like they want to use the N word. Okay, but don't call someone something that is going to offend them. Like basically treat others the way that you want to be treated mentality. And if people do that, um, they're we all get along really well, and that's been a pretty good a pretty good um, um, I would say set of rules. I don't have any major um, qualms with people. I get some people who come in here and they want to stream movies, or watch things on their own, and they don't even communicate, and that's absolutely fine. And then, as you see, it's a very large server. I have it prepped that hopefully someday we go viral, and it's ready for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people with all the different um, channels that you can see in here. But for the time being, most of the time people are in here. But please get the 5 people who you consider the core people in your community in here, and let's combine forces. And then also, you don't leave. You should be in here 24/7. And if you ever need me, you just call me out. So long as I'm awake, and I'll help you with anything you want, or be able to discuss any. And you shouldn't consider yourself doing this alone, or uh, and you may not have, but you have allies, not just in me, but in my community. And we're here to help you, and we want to grow together.
I'm wondering, how do you know? How do you go to small are you just looking at thinker, or how do you decide that you're into those types of things that get very way?
Yeah, for the time being, I am the moderator. I'm in here all the time. I don't let people post writings. And you may say, well, why not? I used to. I used to let people post whatever they wanted. But you'll find that you will have people who will come in and just troll you. And really, the thing that was bothersome is some people posted really gory material in every single of the 500 different channels that I had, and it took me quite a amount of time to clean all that up. So, plan is this: once we grow into, let's say, we have maybe like 100 active users in the channel, or in the server immediately, then we're going to do moderators, and perhaps even be able to compensate them and be able to do training for them, and what is allowed and what isn't allowed. But for the time being, it's really like a video. It's a constant video call. If people do want to send me a message, I have above this, there's an Ask Rabbi Anything section, and also a support section. So people can send me messages if they need to communicate something. And I want it to be in the future where people can type and have emojis and memes and all those cool things that other servers have. But you'll find when you have, like if your server continues to grow, you don't want to be babysitting the whole time, and it can become quite that type of a system.
Have you ever thought of doing
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly thought of those types of things, but really, I'm more about the information and the data currently, and the story of what it is. I'm I'm not someone who really gets political. I have political beliefs certainly, and but I do my best to avoid um, constant debate. If I want that, I'll go to X Spaces, something like that, where that type of debate is more continuous. But in here, we normally just let everybody kind of do their own thing. And I feel that the United Nations is still salvageable. In fact, about 4 years ago, when I first started this, actually 3 years ago, after I'd done it for 444 straight days, I put out a press release stating that I had intentions to run as the Secretary General of the United Nations. So I've already basically announced a campaign in press releases that have been published in newspapers, and I think that the United Nations can be salvaged. So I'm not necessarily about the um, discarding of it. And I agree with what you're saying. The United Nations basically doesn't have any bite; it's all bark. And I can imagine a world where every country globally has to contribute like 10% of its overall military to a global military that could essentially be a peacekeeping entity. I'm not 100% sure on all of the exact um, uh, decisions on that or the details, but I feel, and also the role of AI and robotics could take up a lot of this in drones, essentially. Um, but I am for a world, ideally, where you don't put your hands on me and I don't put my hands on you without consent. That's really important to me. And some of the other things that I talk about, I'm very scientifically oriented. So I know that you're politically motivated, and that's great, and there's some religion to what you're talking. Okay, great. So I like to talk about futurism, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, terraforming interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, teleportation, perhaps de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, so not that long, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and will consider it a privilege to be able to sit on this stream. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Other things that I like to talk about life extension technology. So I'm an advocate for it, or at least for the general discussion of it. And I'd like to, for everyone who's helped me along the way, be able to give them the resources for things like perhaps if they want um, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, perhaps if any type of blood transfusion, if they wanted something like red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, to be able to increase the average life expectancy from age 80 in the Western world to age 100, 120. And then I'm really open to the discussion moving past that, where people are at 120 or whatever age, and they say, Rabbi, you know, back in 2026, everything that you talked about was essentially sounded like science fiction, but over the course of the last decade, it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And I'm open to this discussion of mind uploading technology, where, with people's consent, scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is, central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android and avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, or yourself a robot, an ethereal being, whatever people want to be, but essentially potentially be a way at digital immortality. And whether there is or isn't, I like to have those types of discussions. So that's kind of where my passions are. With that, what are your thoughts?
Very, very good. Very good. Yeah, we're very much like combine that like universalist, disciplinarian, interdisciplinarian, and transdisciplinarian. It's good every knowledge is held by reason logic. So we try to wait all provides because it's all about being technically all through the day. So everything from metaphysics, ontology, theology, natural philosophy, physics, mathematics, biology, animalism, botany, consciousness, psychology, anthropology, abstract right, legality, morality, ethics, natural Basically everything uses AI. Christopher, I've just made that, and I love that you know Christopher because
100% gene editing.
because it's we're bringing the woolly mammoth and all these species back to life because it's just DNA and protein. People don't understand that's what they are. Their cells are just your DNA and protein over and over again. So I think that you're very you like here's the thing is there's a slogan. If I ask you a slogan that you go by, what's the number one slogan you go by?
Perhaps treat others the way that you want to be treated.
Great, that's one for sure. In terms of project management, inviting, challenging. They're pretty good metabolic. A lot of stuff going on and rare. So I feel like you're right. The best case scenario is that what trip goes to is very the best case scenario that we can send this to a proper governance structure. Then in the worst case scenario, then we have to accommodate and then structure them to do it. Not by force, but by being the example where people would rather work with this structure. And then you would be basically the de facto security general across government. I feel like you're actually definitely got the right stuff so far. Hold the top. And there is 200 more topics. You've already walked down this channel. It's done. Funnels a lot of people here. It's already people. Because you're right. It's very, very volatile. And when I came in, I kind of like, this is so stressful. So a little stressful about that. But I see now we're going to do this. So in some sense, this area is sort of come opposite that if you're going to be a government, very impressive government, but that's all because of information. Realize that you're money.
Absolutely. If I may elaborate on that, initially I did allow people to say whatever they wanted in 500 different chats, but people have bots. If you're on Discord enough, and literally the bots come in and every single Discord will post like a link to another Discord, and it's an overwhelming amount for any one individual. If you have 500 places that are available to be able to be spammed, and then on top of that, people put gory things in there, people put very anti-Semitic things in there, just anti like just self-promotion things. So what I did is I did lock it down with the intention, and I even say this in the self-promotion channel. If you look at the chat, it says once we grow and we have enough moderation, every single chat in here will be open to anybody who wants. And so I would say that it went from libertarian to dictatorship with intent of being a libertarian environment in the future as well. And so I don't want you to think that it will always be this way. No, like I said, like even if we had 50 people in here in one time, and there were enough people who said, look, at least give us one place to write general. Okay, I can do that. And once we build up trust and things, then I'd be like, okay, well, my man, Spirit Man, you're going to be a moderator, and you see anything in here that is wrong or you need to make me aware of it, let me know. I'll get a notification when people send things, but for the current period, if if you recognize that, especially with as many discords as I'm in, and I've become a big target for bots and for people. I mean, you'll just find that people come in and just yell like just very mean things. They'll just yell the N word until I ban them. Like those kind of people. I they're literally they'll come in and just play sounds of chainsaws to try to awake me. I get it. I get it. They're just trolling. So I have already built um an appeal server. If I ever banned anybody like incorrectly or I want people to be able to give their reasoning why they shouldn't have been banned, and really nobody. I will almost fortunately nobody uses it. I don't ban that many people, but if a situation comes in where somebody just wants to come in and play a chainsaw the whole time, sometimes I just might mute them and and then just they can be in here all they want, but then they'll leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back. They're literally doing everything they can to get banned. And when you do run into those kinds of things, okay, fine. But I have had some people who, over the course of, let's say, I think I started this in like 2024, in the summer of 2024. There have been like one or two people who said, "Hey, I want you to know that I came in trolling you, and I would like to be let back in. Can you let me back in?" And I've let them back in. So you should know that not every server has an appeal server. They'll just one and done. You're done, and you can appeal. I don't like that. I've been banned in a lot of different servers for what I feel is just me being there, just with the camera on. A lot of people don't like that, and I want to give people an opportunity to, and especially when we get larger, we're going to have to manage the the text channels. In addition to that, server appeal server. But I'm in a lot of different large servers. I see how their teams do it, and they have teams. And I'd like to be able to compensate people in the future of that. But so yeah, we went from libertarian to dictatorship with the idea of libertarianism in the future. So I hope that fits in your purview.
That's part of the righteous fear of the right of the Russian flow. And so once you're elected, you're trying to understand, right? The other, you're going to lead at the same level that Zion rises to Zion, rises to Zion. There's something called the vow of banning something. Ban is within the word abandon. The reason why abandon is bad is God, which is a break. So what we do, God, anybody that every time the hierarchy goes, like a circular hierarchy. The bottom connects back to the top. Ideally, you learn your life stage. All the centuries aren't the essential. You have to just represent it. And see it. But about abandonment, basically says you're never going to abandon anybody. Level one, that's the highest level. You don't abandon anybody. You can fear of killing anybody. You don't abandon anybody. That doesn't mean you're cruel. Level five, you're allowed to. Let's make like two abandonments per vow was not a bad thing. Name your words, the vow was and let's say you get let's say you and I get closer, right? Here's what it's like. Okay, first you trust somebody, the trust becomes more and more and more volatile because the more you trust somebody, the more the things are volatile. So there's like this paradox that happens. Let's say you and I get to a high level of trust, and then all of a sudden there's a real problem. Like one of us has to die, double blind, or we reach nuclear dialect. And it's like, oh man, I didn't know that you were a Justin Bieber lover. No way, or that you can't have you hate that, or I find out that you're a Zionist, or you think that I'm a Nazi, or something like that. Right? Like, eventually we'll stumble upon something so bad that it's like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I used to trust you, you were my best friend. And all of a sudden, now you're my worst enemy. Those types of dialogue are versatile all the time, especially at high levels of trust. Unless you have social logic related immediately. And when that happens, you go nuclear. The vow of other man and the vow of return. Instead of completely abandoning and have to love Diane, you still have to treat the other person as you want to treat. What this means is that you don't let go completely if you want to. You don't really want to. Instead, create a boundary. The boundary is proportional to how much time you give that person. Whatever it is, like, okay, let's say you're a Nazi, right? You being Jewish, that's your threat. Like, okay, I need to drop down to you. But still don't abandon it. You figure out what it is that is causing it to act in the way that we're marking. That returning is something that okay, I'm going to return to you one day. All these contradictions without really challenging to get to.
I can tell you my general thought on this is, and this isn't just this is with anybody. Um, you should have the right to ban anybody you want, even if you want to ban every single person on earth. However, in my world, once a year you should have to reevaluate whether you want to keep that person banned. It shouldn't. There should be no life, essentially, which I think kind of coincides with your idea that like ban should not be permanent and should be second chances, and I agree with. So, and there should be. Pardon me. Uh, I'm okay with that. If you and I are gonna live for the rest of our lives, and somehow we get indefinite immortality, but let's say you don't like me, then you can ban me as much as you want. But once a year, you have to reevaluate that ban to ensure that that's something that you want to keep essentially um, included or live. But generally, I think time heals all wounds. And given 100,000 years, if we were to continue our lives, you would be able to forgive me whatever it is that I did 100,000 years ago. And like especially with like big tech, like they ban people all the time for life. Not even court systems ban people for life. Like you can get a no contact order, but it's only for like 5 years. You can't get like a lifetime ban. Even like governments, like well, like they're more reasonable with these things, but big tech is not. And I think that big tech should say, hey, you were banned off of, let's say, whatever platform. Uh, but it only lasts for 1 year unless they want to reevaluate it and renew it. But I feel like after enough time, of every year they're renewing this. They'll say what that person did wasn't that bad. Time has passed. I'm going to give them a second chance, and I'm about second chances.
Great. I agree with you. Totally agree. Even the court, I think we should move away from banning people to boundaries that the person that sets the boundary has to check actually setting a 1 year default to your kid and make them. But what if we did it more? Okay. This person's saying that you're a lot. Could it be a box? You just give it probably try to say, hey, you here's the boundary. You're not up here, but we're going to return to you in 1 month and figure out who you are, why you're doing this. Eventually, you treat them. Eventually, yeah, especially if you get psychological advice. Cut down, like who are you? And then stay on the front. Eventually, you have to sort of get the right.
I'm in agreement with that. I would just say I'm in agreement with that. I would just say we're just you may say 1 month, I say 1 year just because 1 year is easier. But if you wanted to do 1 month, that's fine. I also don't find it to be my role to change anybody else. If I wanted to, though, I could say, hey, we're gonna let you back in. But like just like what you're saying, talk to us. Why do you feel that you're wanting to do that? And they'll say, look, I was just an immature person, and what I was doing I thought was funny back then, but I've changed. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things that someone can admit that they were wrong and that they want to move forward. And they need that conversation is important to have, and they should be let back in like they were originally. And I'm all about that. Uh, um, the corporate world generally, also higher education. I've been an administrator and just taken a lot of training in terms of conflict management. And I a lot of it has come as common sense to me that um, just because you made a mistake, a lot of times these different platforms will ban you for something that you didn't that isn't even wrong. It just so happened that they made a mistake, they confused you with someone else, or whatever it may be, or maybe there was just a false accusation against you, whatever it could be. And you need the opportunity to be able to have your say and get a second chance. I mean, I've been banned. I get banned a lot of times in people's Discord. I come in there and I look at the rules, and if the rules don't say anything about you can have your camera on, then I'll go in and turn my camera on. And if no one messages me and says, "Hey, Rabbi, you need to turn your camera off" or something like that, and I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm live on YouTube. I'm not showing any skin or anything like that. But they'll just ban you. And even on Discord, you don't even get a notification that you've been banned. And then all of a sudden you try to get back in, but be like, what happened? And there's no response. I've had that happen to me enough that there need to be systems of reconciliation, essentially. People need to be able to state their case. Maybe a mistake was made. Maybe someone misheard something, whatever. I mean, who knows what it is. But this one and done system that the phrase used draconian organizations have created, I feel is in improper. And then you get in basically people who have connections who can get back in, and those who don't have connections cannot, and that's unfair as well. So there should be a system. I mean, I would even have it on Discord where your ban of someone lasts 365 days, and then on the 365th day, you'll get a notification saying, "Hey, do you want to continue this ban of this person? If so, like," and they've also sent a message saying why they think they should be unbanned, and you should allow people to have a second chance. And I think that should be part of social dynamics, clubs, and even the law and governments. And especially when we're living in a world where there are those of us who have transhumanist type of ideas that maybe we might live much longer than people in the past. Why should we say that because something that you did, I don't know, 25 years ago should still have an effect on what's going on today just because the system is set up the way that it is? Uh, to me, it's a system that needs to be reevaluated. So I would say a lot of my conflict management just comes from common sense, but additionally, I've been formally trained. I'm perhaps the biggest Zionist in the world, but I think it's different than what many people consider to be traditional Zionism. I feel that eventually everyone will want to perhaps be under a single religion. I can see many changes happening within Judaism today, and perhaps, and I'm talking like long thousands of years into the future, that everyone would be of their own religion and of one country, and that's a lot of the ideals within Zionism. Do I agree with destroying someone's home or destroying someone's livelihood or destroying someone's life based on some type of order that they were given from um, a military enforcer? Absolutely not. I have a lot of issues with Israel, and I talk about them on my stream. In particular, the idea of who is a Jew. Most of Israel is not Jewish right now. And you may say, well, what do you mean by that? And it would be like, okay, well, 80% are recognized as Jews by the state, and another 20% are either Muslim or Christian or something else. But of that 80%, about 40% of them are not halakhically Jewish, meaning they cannot marry within Judaism. They came from the Soviet Union, and they had a grandfather who was Jewish, but their mother's not Jewish. There are a lot of major issues I have within Judaism, and really I look forward to a day perhaps where everyone in Israel has a conversion so that everyone could marry everyone that they wanted to marry. And I'm much more for openness within Judaism. And then eventually, given 100,000 years, I would love to see Israel as the winner of all of the um, countries, but I could also see there are arguments that Britain has already had a global um, civilization. The United States, in many ways, has. When I say I'm a Zionist, I want an eventual world where we are all united and united even under one religion. And I understand that Judaism may need some changes to that. It's experienced changes in the past. What I don't want is for civilization building where many people suffer. And also, I feel as if that the idea that one person putting their hands on any other person without consent is something that we need to live with within our own communities and globally. And that's the type of Zionist I am. I talk about world peace and I identify as a pacifist. And there are certain situations that happen where, okay, well, what happens if somebody busts into your home and wants to kill you? Can you fight back? Okay, I understand some self defense may be needed, but in general, it's about treat others the way that you want to be treated. And there is certainly a group of Zionists, as I believe, who have this idea of a global civilization someday, but through peaceful means. Really, I would say to you that I would like to have a globally unified world, a global religion someday, perhaps, where people are able to do what they want to do. There's freedom and everything like that without anyone dying unnecessarily.
Outside in Israel.
What about it? Oh, sure. Absolutely. So I want world peace. So I want world peace in Israel, especially, and many of the people who live outside Israel, I think, should have the opportunity to perhaps become Jewish if they want. And for those who don't want to become Jewish, they should be able to live the life that they want in a peaceful fashion. No one says, at least under current times, that Israel has to be 100% Jewish, because it's not. Um, even Nor has it ever been. And so I want peace there, and I certainly don't want people to die unnecessarily.
Ultimately, you think that Israel not like Israel could change, or is it two fixes, one fix, three fixes?
I want a Oh, I mean, ideally, I want the entire globe to be Israel. Just like ideally, I would want the entire globe to be the United States. This is not something that is seen as a strange thinking. Anyone who's part of any civilization, they want their country to take over the world. Now, I just want it to be done in a peaceful manner. And so, in the same way that um, that people of the British Empire 100 years ago felt that the sun would never set on the British Empire and that it would be strong forever. I would want the same for Israel. When it comes to a state solution, ideally, I want a one world government, one state for the entire world, no borders. I'm about really a borderless entity. I think that the country system and borders is really perhaps outdated thinking, and we should be seeing ourselves as a global citizens, but not necessarily the citizens of a certain territory or country.
I can just correct you. Good naivety. Naivety is good artist. I think that he's trying to do it. Why did we do this? But there's no
Just just one moment, Spirit. Just one moment. Just one moment. Hey, big dog. Hey, come to my Discord. I'm talking with somebody right now. Do you see the Discord link? It's in my profile. Yeah, come to my Discord. We'd love to meet you. Excellent. We'll see you there. Apologies, Spirit. Go ahead.
I kind of do like your manners. I actually
Okay.
I really like you.
Oh, well, I like you too, and I like your watching your streams. You should know, and I don't know. This is something that happens to me as well. Sometimes your sound doesn't come through. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, that's for a you copyright stuff, or because somebody else is on the channel. You're not allowed to if you screen somebody else. You're allowed to record stuff. Basically, don't tell them that you can't screen them. That would work out a lot better at using network. That might be why. Sometimes
Absolutely, Spirit. Just a moment. Musa, welcome. Did you meet me from Twitter Spaces?
Yeah.
Excellent. My man, I'm going to send you. Are you a Web3 marketer?
No.
Okay. Are you in Web?
I have only Phantom Wallet.
Oh, that's okay. Are you in cryptocurrency?
Yeah, I have only Phantom Wallet, only the wallet, Phantom Wallet, and ATH and Solana Wallet only.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, so just one moment, and I'll send you the message that I send to people. What is your username, Musa?
Sorry?
On X, what is your username?
Delco.
No, what is your username? Like,
Yeah, let me show you.
you can just spell it for me.
Yeah, I want to spell DELCO.
Delco. I've got it, my man. I've got it. Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna say hi to you, and just one moment to you, Spirit. We'll be with you in just a moment. Delco, how's your day going?
Well, brother,
Excellent.
I'm just starting a day.
Absolutely.
Just starting a day right.
Absolutely. Have you been in any Twitter Spaces today, aside from mine?
No, this is my first Twitter space in the morning.
Okay, very well. Hey, there's gonna be a big one in like 5 hours. I can send you an invite to it. They're going to be like 1,000 people in it. So if that's of interest to you, it's going to be a chill and chill where you're able to share about your project or what you want to do, or even if you just want more followers. So I did want to make you aware of that. And I want you, if you would go to your Twitter messages, I'm sending you just a list, a breakdown that I give to people who want to learn more about Web3 and just really market themselves better. So if you can, please read through it. Also, if you're looking for a job, I have resources there, especially if you're in Africa. I've got some recruiters in there and how to make a resume and what websites to use. I have a list of websites in there. So what I want you to do, Musa, is read through it. And then when you've read through it, let me know if it makes sense to you. It should. If it doesn't, I'll answer any questions that you have. And then it gives you a good game plan of where to get started. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent, Musa. Okay, so you read that. In the meantime, I'm going to continue talking to my friend here, Spirit. So, yeah, Spirit, I mean, I don't think anybody on Earth gets along 100% with anybody else, but generally, we seem to have common goals for the most part, and we
I
were
will definitely look down there.
excellent. Please do, Musa. Please do.
Yeah.
And if you have questions, come to me. I'm here to help you. Okay.
Yeah, it's just because of my Telegram is not working here. I try a lot.
That's okay.
But it can't work. Only WhatsApp.
That's okay. I have WhatsApp in the list. So if you ever need me, just come send me a message on Twitter or just come in here and I'll help you. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent, my man. Back to Spirit.
Brother, I just
Yep.
was trying to share something with you, but you've been busy right now.
Absolutely. What do you want to share with me? You tell me anything you want.
Yeah, it's just because my family situation today, brother. As we wake up today with no food, that's why I'm sharing my situation at this moment. Things are going so hard with me and my family.
I
As
understand.
you can see, it is early in the morning here. I'm just trying to go to the main road. If I can find someone making blog, I join them so that I can have food for my family today.
I understand, my friend. I don't give handouts, but what I do is I give you the power to be able to change your life. So, do you have a resume?
Like,
Okay, a resume is a one sheet usually that has your contact information, what kind of job you want, your job experience, and your education. Have you ever heard of a resume?
not really.
Okay, so what you
Bro,
do,
I'm a village boy.
I understand, and what I'm saying to
Drop
you,
out of school in grade 6, that's why.
what I'm saying to you is that you need more than just somebody who gives you a little bit of food. You need a career. You need the ability
Yeah,
to be
I know.
exactly.
I know. It's just because of, yeah, I understand. It's just because of me. Finally, we meet that time I was in this situation. That's why. So,
I understand. So read the messages that I sent you. Create a resume. You can start getting a job by the end of this week. So I understand that you may be hungry for a little bit, but maybe somebody will give you a handout somewhere else. But then you can have a job by the end of this week if you do what I say in those
yeah.
in those messages. And if you need help creating your resume or applying to jobs, come to me and I will help you. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Musa.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm here to help you.
Thank you, sir.
And Musa, before you go, in these chill and chill spaces, the really big ones, the ones that I talked about, you can go in there and tell people what you're going through. Hey, my name's Musa. I woke up this morning with my family. We have no food. If anybody,
I was been sharing my story a very long time in space here.
Okay, very well.
People are not listening.
Well, and I understand that because, frankly, a lot of people are in the same situation that you are, and that's why I want to help you to get a job. So what you do is in the third message that I sent you, it gives you how to create your resume. It's very easy. You just go to ChatGPT. Do you know what ChatGPT is, Musa?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you're going to put your contact information in there. You're going to put what kind of job you want, which could be a Web3 marketer. You are going to put in there what your previous work history is and your education history. Once you have that sheet, you can start applying to jobs like this morning, today. And people are going to start contacting you within 24 hours about what you've done. And perhaps by the end of the week, you're going to have a job. And if you don't, you're going to be able to go into chill and chill spaces and be able to say, hey, everybody, I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd like to be able to connect with your project. And people will DM you and perhaps give you some money for that. I know it's difficult to do because you need food now. There's nothing I can do about that, but I can help you in the long term. And if you need a mentor, coach, or friend, I'm here to be one, okay?
Yeah, all right, boss.
All right. Best wishes, Musa.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome, my friend. So back to spirit. Yeah. You found a someone who has a lot of commonalities with you, and this should be your new home, really. And if your Discord was, like it doesn't have to be my Discord, but this is where we get a lot of people. Um, and you never know who you're going to meet in here. And perhaps this week we'll be able to connect with maybe some other people who are doing the 24-hour thing. I know that when I talk to people about doing the 24-hour thing, it's motivating to them, and a lot of them want to do it themselves. They just want to know where to get started and everything, and just continue to grow as a community. How does that sound, Spirit?
Yeah, we can do that. We might have to start up a God's government server though.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And you said like these nuclear push points. I don't like to get political, and so I, frankly, I like people to be able to believe what they want to believe and be under whatever government they want to be under. Um, I'm someone who I see that you're very politically motivated, and you can create a God's government server. I'm not necessarily against that, but I notice that when I start to get, if even just as I've been doing this, once you start to get political with people, you can turn a lot of people off. And I want to maximize the amount of people who are engaged, than rather have like a core group of really motivated people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere. And I'll tell you why. Because fundamentally people are political. What they care about, whether it's what's the type of religion, politics, there's
Exactly.
these topics. This is exactly the kind of space that we need to create because it kind of connects to performing or following. You're superficial, and when you get to know somebody truly, you get into these nuclear dialectics. They're like, oh my God, you're a Zionist. They're like, oh, they freak out, and all that time you spent with them doing superficial connections didn't mean anything. So having that many superficial empty connections is just terrifying. You can't do it. You can, and you definitely can. But in terms of actually changing the world and saving people and the impending conflict for the next couple of months, we need to do something radically different. So even like the approach you have is great for what you call relationship building, like ever living meeting. Like you're always streaming, right? Ever living in here. That's what we like. Just that with your dialectics already, like okay, the potential for the channel to go critical mass will have these nuclear dialectics waiting for it. And I'm already more Jewish than you is. I'm more Muslim than Muslim. I'm more Christian than Christian. You don't have to convince me to be a Jew. I'm already a Jew. I'm already a Christian. I'm already a scientist. I'm already an atheist. I'm already a theist. Just like, well, you can't be a Yeah, you can. My God, you can. So that's how I've gotten atheists. What we're going to get atheists to love God as a miracle. One of the first miracles people can get God's atheists to love God more. Many people are like, no, that's not possible. There's no way you paid that person to do that. But no, you can't pay like $450. And then that's where people are going to know that the true Messiah has come. It's because we don't have faith in God. He's proven God. We know God exists. Not only exists, God being is. And that's the state they want to see. They want to see they have the power of God within them because they're tired of being serving. They've got to change dogmatic question.
Well,
If you question faith, it undermines God.
if I may question something that you said, you're saying that basically relationship building is not the way, it's not going to be successful. And frankly, I
Not
think
in time. Not in time. It'll eventually be successful, just not in time.
exactly. Well, no, that's all I need. And um, basically, promotion of myself on X allows me, it's already built 3,700 connections in the last, oh, 90 days or so. And um, I mean, that's not everyone on earth, but that's 3,700 more than I've done, just traditional ways. And
That is cool. That is good.
and I would and
Tomorrow, where is this chill and share?
yeah, so they're called Chill and Chills, and they're available like 24/7. And what you do is you just go on X and go to Spaces and type in the Spaces search the term shill, SHILL. And what these are places where people give an invitation to hear about new projects or to be able to talk about their marketing strategies or even their like whatever kind of political beliefs they have. They're just basically open mics. And so you go in there and you say to people, hey, this is what I'm doing. If you think that this is cool, send me a follow. I'll follow you back, and then you grow that way. And they're they're going 24/7. So right now there are at least, wow, one, two, three, four, five, and they're big. Okay, one of them has 9 people. That's not great. Another has 20. Another has 567. I know this one. In fact, I know this one really well. And then another one has 76, and another has 1.7 thousand, 1,700 people. You go into the space and you talk about what you do, and then you'll get a ton of people who follow you just based on what you're doing, or they'll check out your YouTube stream or whatever. But they're like ways to use a megaphone to be able to get out what you're doing. And I know in my heart, if I keep doing this for the next 100 years, somebody's going to hear what I say and say, wow, that's really cool. If I'm in a space with 1,700 people, that's a lot of people. There are a lot of influencers in that space. Somebody's going to check out and see that I'm live streaming right now on X, that I'm live streaming on YouTube, that I'm hosting my own space on X, that I'm live on Discord, and say, that's really neat. And you've been doing it for 4 years? Yeah. Wow, I want to connect with you. I want to send you a DM. I want you to be a part of our project. I mean, it's already happened. That's how I got associated with these cryptocurrencies that sponsor me. Like, I don't wear this shirt because I like Sonic the Hedgehog. I wear this shirt because the name of the cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million is based on Sonic the Hedgehog. So that's it's like kind of one of those things. People will hear your message in these spaces and they'll want to connect with you. If you want a really great resource for being able to find all the spaces that are going on and the different discussions, the website is spacesdashboard.com, spacesdashboard.com. And that will show you every space that's going on Twitter right now. And, some of these spaces are like not even chill and chills, but they'll be like religious discussion or philosophy discussion or politics discussion. And they're perfect for you, who is someone who is politically motivated. Not to say that I'm not, but I recognize that that isn't for my audience always the best way that I can connect with the most amount of people. But you are recognizing that, hey, I want the people who are politically motivated or have the same philosophical ideals as I do right away. And because of that, I think it's a great opportunity for you to be able to tell people about, who you are and what you do. and it's mutually beneficial. The more people I get in here, the more people I'm going to tell about your stream, and the more people that you get in your stream, the more people you're going to tell about me. So I mean, we're definitely allies in that, and I think that you're. Why not? Wait, hold on. Why not? Why not? They haven't heard me. They don't know anything about me. They're judging a book by its cover. They're judging a book by its cover. I've been in them before. I've been to. I live streamed my life in a. I am an unusual case, but I live streamed my life in an Islamic server for over a year. I recognize that. My answer to my an- my answer to that is perhaps controversial even within Judaism, but I didn't do that personally. I don't want your people to starve, and the people who starve your people may not even be Jewish, halakhically, according to Jewish law. So they're just basically a secular group that may have done that. There's a lot more peace that I think I can get out of people than that, meaning they're going to see me in many ways as an ally. I want the people who are perhaps doing wrong things to be living a Torah true life. And that doesn't mean that everybody has to attend shul on Saturday, but it does mean that they have to take into account the needs of people, not just within our own religion, but other religions as well, and treat people with respect. And many of the people, I mean, a huge 40% of people who are starving, close to 50%, and really, if you get down to it, it could be even more. But I would say to those people are six, maybe as many as 50% of the people who are starving, their people, I don't even consider Jewish. So they're not even like they need a conversion, not just in my opinion, but in the opinion of every Orthodox rabbi in the world. Yeah, so the Israeli state recognizes it's called the law of return, and it's after the Holocaust. But essentially, you could have a grandparent who was Jewish and be able to make what's called aliyah, like to return to Israel. And that's cool, but that's not Judaism. That was a state saying that. Judaism says that your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have had a kosher conversion. That's what halakha, that's what Orthodox Judaism states. And about 40% of all people who are in Israel who are recognized as Jews are not Jewish, meaning they can't get married in an Orthodox synagogue. They can't marry an Orthodox person. Many times they have to go to another country to get some type of marriage. Their children are not seen as Jewish, and it's a terrible system. On top of that, that means that they're not learning anything about who we are as Jews. They're basically they're secular individuals who are just recognized by the state as being Jewish, but not Jewish enough to marry my daughter or the daughter of a Jew. And that is a terrible system. And so, really, there aren't a lot of ways around it aside from a conversion for those people. And this happened for many different reasons. Many secular Soviets moving after the fall of the Soviet Union came to Israel and didn't have any religious background, and many were not even considered, uh, perhaps even halakhically Jewish. When I say halakhically Jewish, it means according to Jewish law. and that's a major issue. It's a terrible situation where you have two people who fall in love who are recognized by the state as Jews, but then when they go to make the arrangements to have their wedding, one of them is not considered a Jew. That's a very sad situation. So then they have to go to a country like Cyprus and get married. That's not a situation that I like. I want a situation where all Jews are recognized as Jews and are living according to at least what we consider a Torah true life. And I think that many people in the Arab world would agree with that, that it doesn't make any sense that we're calling these people Jews when they're not religiously even recognized as Jews within their own religion. And many of those people are doing some of the terrible things to the Arab world that neither of us want, neither the friends of yours, nor do I. And I feel that, and I'm not alone. This is not an extremist take. This is a mainstream centrist Orthodox take. This is what the Lubavitcher Rebbe would have said. This is what Rabbi Moshe Feinstein would have said. This is what Rabbi Jonathan Sachs would have said. This is what every rabbi says, and it goes back to Jewish law. In order to be a Jew, your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have a kosher conversion. Israel allows in a lot of people who are Jews just from their father side, but not their mother side, and they're not considered Jews within the halakhic world. It's a terrible situation. So what am I saying? A lot of the members of the IDF, in fact, 40% of them are not Jews who are doing some of these things. It's a terrible situation. And I want them to be Jews. And perhaps if they had the education that was necessary, they wouldn't be acting in such a way. So what am I saying? I mean, I did these statistics actually using within the last 3 weeks. And there is an 86% chance that Israel itself has elected a non-Jewish prime minister. When you go back to Ben Gurion and all the way up to Netanyahu, there's an 86% chance. And why is that? Because many times Israel accepts people who have patrilineal descent, which is not Judaism from an Orthodox standpoint. And that means there's more than a 50% chance that some of the prime ministers who perhaps the people who the Arab world has not liked are not Jewish in themselves. And that's not necessarily their fault, but it's just the way that the country was founded and 70 plus years ago. And frankly, it's something that I want to change. I want, if anything, those people in Israel who are Jewish and recognized by the state as Jewish to be Jewish according to Jewish law. I don't want situations where you have two people who love each other who are unable to get married and their children are not Jewish. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that they're Jewish according to the state, but not Jewish according to the religion. That doesn't make any sense. And I know the Arab world would agree with me. So when they start hearing those things, hey, so you mean to say that we have a rabbi here who wants to essentially clean up the act of Israel from a religious standpoint? I absolutely do. It's something I'm passionate about, and I talk about not just regularly, but I teach on it at least for an hour every single day. Yeah, so usually I daven or pray about 5 o'clock in the morning on Pacific time, and then I start a new stream on just one of my streams, and my my class that I teach is called Kabbalah and Coffee. So I usually make coffee, and what I do is I start with some Yiddish. We do a Yiddish word of the day from the Chabad website for people in the future who may not be that associated with Yiddishkeit. Basically, the Yiddish world, and just some of the more common phrases that you might hear in the Yiddish world, and then we then go through the biographies of famous Kabbalists. So, like today, we did the Sephardic world. Yesterday, we did Italian Kabbalists. And then what I do is we usually read through anywhere between 1 and 5 different biographies of them. And that usually takes up to like 30 minutes or so. Then what we do is we watch a video, just like on, just do it yourself. Basically, it's not do it yourself. It's from the Chabad website, which is a Hasidic group with whom I'm associated. And so like today, there was just like a like how to properly light candles for anyone who doesn't know how to do that at home. And then we sometimes go through what's called Daf Yomi, or the daily Torah portion, or daily, pardon me, Talmud portion. Sometimes we go through the weekly Torah parsha, the weekly Torah portion. But those, when I do those videos, they can get really long. They can get like 3 hours long, and I do my best to avoid that. So we've been really sticking to Kabbalah. Then we read at least some from Kabbalah, Kabbalistic work of one of the authors who we reviewed. And then at the end, what I do is I have major debates within Judaism using AI. So I'll take in like a handful of rabbis from the last 2,000 years, and I'll say, okay, pretend Rabbi Akiva is here, pretend that Rambam is here, pretend that the Vilna Gaon is here, pretend that the Chafetz Chaim is here, pretend that the Lubavitcher Rebbe is here. Imagine they're all in the room with me, and we're talking about who is a Jew. Would they not agree that 40% of all Israel is not, 40% of the Jews who are accepted in Israel as Jewish are non-Jews, according to halakhic law? And AI is the thing that then I read it, what it says, and it's like, yeah, absolutely, they wouldn't be able to get married in a shul in Israel or in the United States or anywhere else in the world. And what are the ways that we can improve this situation so that everybody could get married? And really, the best answer is a nationwide conversion. Otherwise, it can get really messy when it comes to whose conversions were kosher, whose were not. And we don't, I mean, really, a great way to be able to do this is through DNA. But if you have a conversion, then the DNA argument isn't going to be essentially legitimized within your DNA. And DNA is not something that's used in proving Jewishness. Generally, it can be evidence in some cases, but because of that, and there are so many different people in Israel who consider themselves to be Jews, but they're not, according to Jewish law. The agreement that all those rabbis and myself can conclude is that Israel needs a full conversion. And so then we go through, how would that work? How would a nationwide conversion work? So that's just one of the arguments that we've done. Another one that we did today was, okay, so there's an issue within Jewish law, and I do this with, like, I just take in all the different rabbis and almost pretend like they were here with me, and some of them will give different, like, their different views, and I generally know them. But so today there's something called a mamzer, and a mamzer generally is someone who is born from an incestuous relationship, or perhaps a woman who who commits adultery. There are some other small intricacies I don't want to go into right now, but basically there's an idea of, in the future, if we have people who invent like male egg and female sperm. And I have this idea, and it's sociologically proven, that humans essentially want to reproduce with themselves. Ideally, we're just unable to do it. So a lot of times we find mates that are similar to us, maybe in looks or in personality or whatever. But ideally, there would be a segment of humans who would want to reproduce with themselves. What happens in a situation from a Jewish standpoint where you have like a nation that may one day want to reproduce with themselves, basically not have to find a mate, but just be able to generate, perhaps in a test tube or even physically, female sperm or male egg? Like, how would that work? And I talk about these things it may sound very futuristic, but I imagine within the next 1,000 years, or perhaps even the next 100 years, these are going to be questions that Israel is going to have to address. And what happens to those children? Are they seen as mamzerim? which is basically momsers. What's so bad about being a momser? If you're a momser, you can only marry other momsers or converts. It's basically it defines who you can marry in the future. But what would happen in that situation if the whole country went this way? And the answer is basically everybody would be a momser for 10 generations, which is generally what the understanding is in Torah. And then from there, the category would just be basically that's what a Jew is. And so these are just discussions that I have, and they're very futuristic, but that's the way that I think. Other ones that I've had more recently are things like what about with the smart home, like or electric cars, like where do those fit in terms of Shabbat and being like Shomer Shabbat, a guardian of Shabbat, someone who considers themselves to not work on Shabbat. Traditionally, like I don't drive on Shabbat, I don't work on Shabbat, but there are some leniencies when it comes to some electronic devices in some communities. And especially after COVID, after the pandemic, especially within the Sephardic community, which is not my community, but like they would allow for live streaming. And so these kind of arguments come about. And then like basically I have them out with the famous rabbis of the past. So we do that for an hour or two, sometimes as many as 3 hours. And they're fascinating discussions. And I do it in a way that I just have a way, like you may say like, wow, you have a kind tone. Certainly I can when but you'll find that um, I'm very I can be stern, especially within Judaism. And I'll say like, cut the bullshit. I don't want you to give me a politically correct answer. I want straight brass tacks. I want straight tacos. I want a real answer, and don't beat around the bush. Tell me how this could work. Still man this for me. And I'll go to AI and it'll give me the answer that, may not necessarily be mainstream, but is an opportunity in the future, something like that. And that's what I do. And I've been doing um I've done them in the past, but I've really done them daily now, for almost 40 straight days. And you're gonna maybe be like, well, why 40 days? So I turned 40 years old um a few like last month, and or 2 months ago. And one of the things that within Kabbalah, it has been traditional that you don't study Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. And so once I turned 40, I saw it as an excellent opportunity for me to not just study Kabbalah from a personal perspective, but also share what I learned with the world. So I've created somewhat a formal set of classes. So as I previously said, basically we start with some Yiddish, then we go into Kabbalistic biographies, we read through some Kabbalistic texts, and then I have like an open whatever is on my mind that I think Judaism may have to address in the future. And then I go back to streaming. So I'll do that in probably like 5 hours or so, maybe a little earlier than that, maybe a little later, but that's what I've been doing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's very thorough, but it is religious, right? So it's good. I mean, there's some real content, and you're very passionate about it, which is good. I want to get into that, and I want to build a community that if you can survive a conversation with topics that matter, then you have all these superficial. They're trying to make us, oh, you want TikTok community, you're all superficial. They're getting you. I think we do need some areas where we can like calm down and like watch the news or something. But for the most part, we have all of that. Like that's mostly all of our society. And then every once in a while, you get a little glimmer of outside of the synagogue or outside the mosque, for example, or the church. Big space. And God has a structure. We have the Zionists and everybody in there. The Ukrainians and the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, the 50 people who work for it. So I feel like we need to solve these contradictions if we're going to create a very being a Zionist, being such a doc, good because I'm looking for something to be later of the topic, especially about claiming to be the Messiah. So he's probably telling me, but do I need to satisfy to be the Messiah in Halachic law or the proper law that you're talking about? The criterion, I'd love to already in the chat there. But both of you don't have to take the time to read them if you don't want to. But some people take like 1, 5 minutes. Somebody took 5 hours. Like, too much. But just what we mentioned basically, where are we in contact? And where's the nuclear dialectic at the time? And to be honest, you can't really go into nuclear dialectic today. So I think we'll have on a bad. You'll never make me angry enough to
I like that. I like that theory. In terms of what do you need to be Mashiach? Well, you have to be Jewish, so that's an important one, which means that you have to come from a Jewish woman, or um, you also have to be of the tribe of David. So essentially, you have to come from a Davidic dynasty, so the tribe of Israel, actually. So that means not a Cohen or a Levite. The big one is the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash, the temple, the third temple. Whatever person does that will be seen. Yeah, that's exactly the position. Yeah, and
you know the party planning to build the third temple.
Do I know that there's already a plan? Yeah, it's called the Temple Institute.
Yeah, so they're actually planning it apparently. They already have the materials on call and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Oh, at 100%.
Well, we better start building it because the Messiah has come, and they have to go to Mount Olives again or something.
Well, so
the Mormons have to go into Missouri, I guess. Interesting.
So that's going to cause a huge amount of issues because obviously the Muslim world doesn't want the Dome of the Rock removed. And I have a theory on how it can be done. I want it done extremely peacefully, completely peacefully, meaning nobody dies. And it's like, okay, well, how could this be done? And I've spoken with Muslim people, and they're like, that's a really good idea, Rabbi. So within Judaism, that site is the most important site in all of Judaism. Within Islam, it's the third most important. The most important is Mecca. The second most important is Medina. And the third most important is the Temple Mount. And the world doesn't know that. They think that it's the most important in all of the religions, but it's technically not. And if we were able to speak with the United Nations, there's an argument to be made, just like we have UNESCO heritage sites, to have religious sites within UNESCO, and not just within Judaism, not just within Islam, not just within Christianity, but essentially every major religion should have the opportunity to create their place of worship as a UNESCO heritage site, if we could rename it, whatever. And the idea would be this: every religion gets 2 sites. So that means Islam could get Mecca and Medina, and maybe Christianity could get the Vatican and it's in like maybe what's it called? The cathedral in not cathedral, but it's in London, or perhaps whatever Christians want. I mean, I'm not familiar with too many Christian things, but certainly the like Buddhism could pick their 2 great temples, whatever they want. The if we want to break up Christianity into its different subsets, then Protestantism could pick whatever they want. Perhaps the Mormons could pick whatever they want. But basically, have it so that the 13 or so major religions, and why 13? Those are the ones with adherents of at least 10 million people. So these aren't small religions; they're the big guys. Basically, get to choose 2 places of worship. Now, the big question is, okay, well, what about Judaism? What 2 will Judaism choose? And the idea, and this is just trying to get on the good side of Islam, but really, Judaism wants a Temple Mount, and there's a Dome of the Rock there. And I would just say this straight up to all of Islam: we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. I want to do it the easy way. I don't want any Muslims to die, or anybody to die. So here's what I'm proposing. Since Judaism gets 2 choices, and we only want one, we will give Islam our other choice, and we will make it Islamabad, which is a major place of worship within the Islamic world in Pakistan. Now, in exchange, what we want to do is we want to preserve the Dome of the Rock. We don't want to destroy it. And just like you would have a cookie cutter where you would cut around uh, an area, we would basically take a cookie cutter, and I would say that Israel could pay for this, or the United Nations, whomever we want. But this is the only way to really avoid a giant war. But basically, cut the Dome of the Rock out of the ground and then put it on a container ship and have it travel to the major Islamic ports of the world, places like Dubai, places like Jakarta. There are more Muslims in Indonesia than any other country in the world, and none of them are ever going to be able to most likely make it to Mecca or Medina or Jerusalem. But they would be able to see one of their holy sites if they were to be able to get to one of their major population centers and be able to see what it's like and be able to tour it. And then give it an eventual home in the United States, because there are no Muslim holy sites in the New World. And there are the Muslims who are here want one, but there just isn't one. And so a place that has been discussed, New York City, perhaps Washington, D.C., but I think Philadelphia would be a really great one. It's a city of brotherly love. It has a high Muslim population. It's easily accessible, and it the Dome of the Rock could be given like a UNESCO heritage site there. Then what happens with the site in at the Temple Mount? Well, then we rebuild the temple, the third temple, and that way everybody kind of gets what they want. Now, I understand the Muslim world is going to say, hey, we don't want to give up that spot. And I understand that. But when the rest of the world hears that you're basically not playing that fair by saying, hey, we want Mecca, we want Medina, and we want Jerusalem. That's the third most important place in our religion. Third most isn't that big of a deal. It's like, look, we're giving you the top two, and we're going to make sure that they're protected, and you're basically playing you're hogging too many of the sites, and on top of that you're going to get an extra site that nobody else gets in Islamabad. I've told this to Muslim people and they think brilliant, and they think that that is a way that we could have peace in that area without a giant war. And I would say this straight up to uh, the Arab world, the Islamic world: if you don't do this, you will all be wiped up off the face of the earth. And I don't want that to happen to you. But I know that the Samson, the 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 basically the idea of global annihilation is a realistic opportunity. And I don't want the Samson option taken. I want it to be peaceful. And I don't want any Muslim people to die in this. And I've even said this. I would, whatever person proposes this plan, would say that if anything happened to the Dome of the Rock, that you could do the same type of damage to my face. Basically, if even one part of the facade crumbled, then you could take a part of my face. Like basically, I would personally do my best to guarantee, or whatever person in leadership would do absolutely everything they can to personally ensure the safety of that building. And then Islam gets a lot of cool stuff. They would get basically a new holy site in the New World. They get Islamabad um, as a place of reverence, where there are more Muslims there than um, in Saudi Arabia. And also, the Muslims around the world would get the opportunity to view a holy site in real life, and they wouldn't ever get that opportunity, most likely. So that would be my proposal. And then, yeah, the Temple Institute absolutely is going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, and then perhaps in one way or another, sacrifices will restart after 2,000 plus years of having halted. and I would say to my Muslim viewers, or anyone, even Christian viewers, I've seen this in in like religious maps, but basically, it's not necessarily what is your religion. It's what kind of Jew are you. Muslims connect themselves to Ishmael, the son of Abraham. We're all Abrahamic religions. So there's an argument to be made that they're just a different type of Judaism that broke off, perhaps, or was somewhat developed maybe 1400 years ago. And Christianity certainly had Jewish beginnings. Its founder was a Jew, or even, I mean, if you consider like Peter and Paul, they were Jews. Uh, the Nazarene was born of a Jewish woman. He was Jewish. He never was Christian. So it's what kind of Jew are you? And I think that there's an opportunity to be able to convince many of them to come back to what their mother religion is. It's not Islam. It's not Sunni Islam. It's not Shiite Islam. It's Judaism. And many of them have never heard anyone ever say that they want a potential opportunity for them to be welcome. Look, halal and uh, kosher are very similar. Essentially, everything that's kosher is halal except for um, alcohol. So, I mean, we already have very similar dietary requirements. Now, not everything halal is kosher, but that's a different story. And I, I'm an outside the box thinker, and I think in very large terms. And I don't want anyone who wants to come back to the initial religion of where their religion perhaps branched to be turned away if I can help it. And notice throughout all of this, never do I say that someone needs to invade anyone else. Never do I say that someone needs to be forced into a conversion. This should all be of someone's true accord and forthrightness. If somebody doesn't want to be Jewish, that's absolutely fine. They should be allowed that. What I'm saying though is what they've never heard before potentially is that if they want to become Jewish, they can be, and that there's a route. Many people don't even think you can convert to Orthodox Judaism, but you absolutely can. It's done every single day. So I'm an outside the box thinker. I don't want anyone to get hurt, but I do want to see the rebuilding of the third temple. And if you can put that together, and you were Jewish, and your lineage could be essentially proven, um, you're human. Well, it's a good question. Is your mom Jewish? No, that's true. But I mean, she would have told you I'm Jewish. So there's an assumption that you're not. Um, and okay, that's an excellent question. So Kohanic is what the so that's Cohen. That's been our tradition, but it's difficult to prove. In fact, it's impossible to prove. But that's just been what my family um, lineage has been. Now, I'm saying what we traditionally believe. I mean, if you can get all of Judaism to believe that you're Jewish, even still, they're going to say, okay, what about you? I mean, it has to be more than perhaps just a matrilineal connection. And your mother didn't tell you you're Jewish, and you don't have a Jewish conversion, so that's not Jewish. So Yeah, no, that's been done before. It's not recognized within yeah, it has been done. It's not recognized within Judaism. So many of us, I'm included, can connect our lineage to four women in the Ashkenazic world about 2,000 years ago. But that's about the best that can be done. Now, there is a way to potentially do it better, but the test doesn't really exist at this point. Though I've talked about it in the past that potentially people could trace their mitochondrial DNA back to um, a concentration of women in the ancient Near East that would have been under the perhaps Davidic lineage at that time, but even more than that, even like at least close to 3,000 years. But that's just not something that's available. So the way that we determine whether someone's a Jew is if your mother tells you that you're a Jew, and if not, then do you have a kosher conversion? And the fact that you lack those would mean that Judaism isn't going to see you as a Messiah. Other people may, and that's great, but just from a Jewish perspective, we're not going to. And I have a question though. You said that like you're waiting for the second coming. Isn't that Jesus of the Nazarene?
Well, this is the thing, right? We think like God, all these contradictions are just human. So the logic is that our body like Jewish or whether they're all one illusion of God recognizing when you recognize it, that's when they might prove it well. Beyond spec, then we list of land right that's that's different. But not today is not just in prophetic conscience. I think it's prophetic is prophetic conscience. You cannot God. You can't be one with God and produce one with God. And that kind of oneness is
as I understand, what you believe, or like traditionally, is that the Nazarene is going to come back and for the second coming, right?
well, the thing is, Jesus was an inner kingdom but now what's happening is the idea of the Jews is happening now. Who came first was the Messiah. Now the second coming is the form of the Jews one. The first coming of the Jews was the second coming of the Christians. And it's not another prophet for Muslims. There's also betrayal. You have to be able to see the universe logically connect those. But it's satisfied. You see, like God, you satisfy Hausa. Which is why we bring the religions together in the world, not in the Antichrist way, revert by the way of the inner unity of essence that preserves certain differences in the sensual brings them together to speak the same thing. Not formal sensual sentences, whatever, but it's the language of God's being,
All right. So but you're complicating it. So you've got to get it down to just normal people. When people ask you, "Are you Jesus?" What do you say? Okay, so you feel that you are Jesus.
Yeah. There's sides. There's three sides, right? There's the universal side, the particular side, and the individual side. So the individual particularity of Islam, right, the male is his mother Mary, trying to make it very biological, to make it individual. That is this person is coming back in the same body, and he ate bread, and he resurrected the same physical body. All of these things are ordinary human consciousness. The reality is that the universal side is the people in the ordinary consciousness. That's what has to be taught.
Hold on.
No, I don't
Though.
have the same body.
But wait, hold
I'm
on.
not a brown man.
Hold on. So you say you're Jesus, which is cool. You're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. So you actually think that you are part God?
Well, not part. You're one.
Oh, you are God. So hold on. You think you are God?
Oh yeah, one side. Well, I guess in a way it's a part that's not a part. It's the contradiction again. But yes, God on earth is happening now in this form, this particular manifestation. Happen to you too. When you understand it, it's already in you too. You start using the word in a perfect sense. It seems impossible when you're a human. You're an imperfect. You're dead. The reality is there is a side to it that is perfect. And you can't achieve it when the soul comes through consciousness. It elevates consciousness. Spirit is about return back to God.
Okay.
Not only as a separation
Spirit. All of the words that you add hurt your argument. You should just be very simple. Yes, I am God. Next question. Like when you keep talking about it, it makes me lose your you're playing word games. So yes, you believe you're God. Yes, you believe you're Jesus, and that you believe you're Messiah, which is cool. And so from there, did you feed 5,000 people like 2,000 years ago?
That manifestation, yes, but there was some human intervention in that people misunderstand. There's a lot of superstition in the Christian faith, which was sort of a downfall. That's what led to all this swap throughout Italy. Why Protestants prevailed. But I'm going back to unite these all systems started back together with true Christian then uniting Christianity with Islam, and then grounding it in Judaism, or grounding Judaism in ancient human knowledge with created modern This is because even about this start with the human being, started with the beginning. Actually, it started contemptuously with this version of the universe, but it started actually as God being remanifesting on this plane.
Okay, so
we need that reflection that occasionally sparks creation.
Okay, I get that. Okay, so do you believe that God is all knowing?
In the universal, in terms of the free will of this universe, there is a side to it that is radically free. And that side, if you know that, and God knows it, there is a trade-off that happens. And that trade-off has to preserve this unity of particular, the individual, and the universal. So God knows perfect truth.
Look, you're weakening your argument. You're weakening your argument. I know that you're trying to justify it with words, but God would not need to justify it with words. It would just be yes. Next question.
No. Because when you say yes, it's like this. It's a leaf of plant. Is the root the plant?
A leaf is a part of a leaf is a part. A leaf is a part of a plant. A leaf is a part of a plant. I mean, I can answer it really simply though. I don't need to keep going and going and going. It's just I can answer it really simply. A root is part of a plant. A leaf is part of a plant, as plants are traditionally defined. So I'm asking you, as you who have said that you are God, Is God all knowing? It should be within like 2 sentences. You should be able to answer this.
Well, now we're saying, well, is God the planet, or is God the leaf, or is God knowing the leaf of the planet?
It would be. It's basically a yes or no question.
So it isn't. You're turning it to a yes or no question because you have ordinary consciousness. You're thinking about it in a linear term on eternal life. You're not thinking of it as far as universal logic, not a particular logic like you're using now. Probably the not blah.
No, I'm not. I'm using pure common sense. I'm just asking: is God all knowing?
Well, I'm then do ordinary consciousness. But often that comes to be meaning. So, for example, is God all knowing in the universe? Yeah.
Okay, so then in your God that you've said, so don't you know everything?
Not the particular. Not in this manifestation. If I knew the particular in this manifestation, I'd have to let go of my individuality.
So then you just stated you're basically saying then you're not God.
No, I'm saying that God has a different nature than you understand. You're turning God into your limitation. God is yourness isn't tainted by the particular. Because real completeness works through what's called concrete non-duality. So instead of having God being the all-knowing, you have to think about it as abstract opposition, or the opposition is opposite, but in a concrete nature in itself, and it's opposite. So in terms of our universe, it's by definition, it has to be it has to be. Because God's true completeness includes all moments of the right word. So incompleteness has its right moment. And that's our universe. So if you were to know that, you undo this necessary moment. But within that incompleteness is a completeness. But you have to know how to recognize which drift goes to mess up the moment and replace one with the other, different drift, and then become ego by accident. Not because you might actually try to do it, but a lot of people know how to try. What is God? God all God. And what is this going to be? The endlessness. God's not endless. Not at the moment dependent. Spirit. Because God's actually sovereign. Eternity. You have to have both. And if you don't have it, then God's concreteness is mighty. It's not excluding an opposition with God. That's how you think of God. And a lot of people don't think about it that way. They're thinking on common sense, which is actually it turns everything into a yes or no. That has its moments. That does happen. It does it in the wrong way. It does it in the abstract way, rather than in the concrete, non-dual way. That's why you gotta be careful, right? When I get to debate with people, they want to have a debate, but I want to have a separate. The first thing you have to know about how God is that there's always three moments. And you can link them individually. You have to contextualize that as an abstract. You want to think as a totality of abstract of God. Not God is all.
Okay. All right. I mean,
Why we're going to have new studies that come up. We're going to have a new Bible study. All of them will be studied again. And you vindicate it by the theater way. How to look at the text, how to divide them, what actually done, and not just how people support. Even though they tried very hard to support it perfectly. It always does.
okay. So I was all with you, like up until you started saying that you were God, and I mean when
well, this is the thing. You're one with God. If you are the timeless space system, you end up in a contradiction. That contradiction undoes the moment of entity. So you are one with God. The way and that's your mentality. And what you notice is you even now the entire God you're not at the age of God. You know how to recognize the age. You know the age of that. But people don't know the age. And that is by definition good know to keep defining. If you want to
All right. Can you lift? Can you? Can you? Can you make? Can you make? As God, that's what you say you are. Can you make a?
That I said that I'm God in the right context. But if you do it in the wrong way, you're going to dissolve my attitude, and then you're going to end up with an abstraction of your conversation. But go ahead. Is godly knowledge your yes? Is God side your yes?
No, I mean I asked you straight up, are you God? And you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to
Hold on. You say yes. You say yes.
I know that.
You say
If
yes.
I want to return back to my fatherhood, I have to let go of my infinity.
Okay. Okay, so you say you're God. Can you make a stone so large that not even you can lift it?
Well, now you're in the contradiction, right? Now you're back in ordinary consciousness.
No, it's a paradox.
So for me, if I want to let go of my finitude, which means that I am following the limits of this universe and this physical laws of this universe. But no, I can't create the stone unless I go full psychotic and let go of my reality. Then I can't. Then you have reality lapse. Yes, I could. So could you. But you're going to violate something very important. And it's much more important than creating a stone that nobody can move. It's going to remove meaningfulness to the entirety of your existence. So you can. Once you realize that there's no point. And the whole point is to be here in these rules and still be godly. And that godliness isn't just superstition and all these types of spiritual things. It's like Christ, back on the cross, the Christ just turned off all of his pain settings on the cross, which didn't happen.
That was you though, right? That was you though, right?
Well, in the universal, yes, but I don't have my particular memories from back then. Because then I have to give up my individuality again.
Okay.
Spirit and the nature is the same.
All right.
The particularity of it. It's not something essential. But back then, I know that in that embodiment, no pain that was real pain, 100% man. It's not that God.
So you think that you resurrected after 3 days?
So in that embodiment, there's a lot of superstition there. What actually probably happened in terms of how the nature of God actually works is probably.
Not probably. You're God. You should be able to tell me exactly. No, you gotta recognize you're God. You should be able to tell me exactly what happened.
Well, you're talking about God the Father.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I believe in God. I don't cut God up. I'm monotheistic. So you're saying that you were on the cross and that you resurrected. That's what the Nazarene did.
Spirit in that form. Yes. Technically, so did you. You know how to remember that. You have to get into the right mind. The reality is, Jesus didn't know what was happening. When they first entered into the death, he knew he was God. He didn't know, when did Moses go use the wash? He was what kind of thoughts did he have?
Okay. So
that's where we have to come back to the way that you've been taught, the way that you think of God is actually your image. But you're supposed to be the image of God as far as the nature of things. Essentially God. When you use the hill, can you make a boulder that's perfect? That's essentially God. But if you don't understand the nature of things, you're going to be visualizing. You're going to make linear. We're supposed to be
okay.
reason why these religious ways never go anywhere because there's as soon as you use the power of words to stand for yourself, you end up in contradiction that can't make you go.
Okay.
In modern conflict management, that's how business is
Okay.
called psychology.
Well, I can
But
tell
you're
you,
a much deeper way of thinking that I'm trying to show you right now. You keep trying to visualize it. I'm like, you can't think that way.
my friend, my
And I've
friend,
heard the book's not
my
good,
friend,
it's
my
like
friend, my friend. I stream my life. I stream my life. I don't debate religion, and I don't debate politics. And you should know, I'm with you all the way up until the point where you say you're God. That's where the breakdown happens to me, and I think you should recognize that any person out there is not going to necessarily be on board with that. There's got to be a rational part of you that recognizes, like, everything that you say is cool. You stream your life for world peace, that's great. That you want to create a world government, that's understandable. But when you get into that you are God, you don't find that you lose people.
Well, the thing is, you're going to lose people who are lost no matter what you do. I'll tell them why. We have to create a culture of people that are deep enough to second understand the nature within our teaching it, and then create a culture. The culture starts to get people thinking in the right way, the non-regular way. Get out of the ordinary get off what they think they know something, but they're actually the opposite of what they understand. So yes, there's a God double sides to it. Great. And you can know the purpose of the fact that did you go to my YouTube see the proof of doing this there, or was that before I
Um, I did go to your YouTube and I did see you had some broken links. Were you aware of that?
Oh, I fixed those. Yeah, but because when you paste the link in the chat, the paragraphs are not created as new line. They're just like appended to the next line. So I separated them and
Okay.
so they're now they're just
Well, just send me whatever you want in that message. While you do that, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, big dog, I'm back. All righty. Well, it's pretty late here. It's like almost 1. So I'm gonna be getting some sleep. But we will continue. Go ahead. I was gonna say we'll definitely continue our conversations tomorrow if that works for you.
Yeah, we should. It's 2 o'clock here, and that reminds me of one of the things I want to tell you. But by the way, when you realize that I'm a side, that's the moment that you realize you are. Not the dude tomorrow. Purify your mind. You can understand that short, essentially that's the short. I'm very curious how mind powerful is going to interpret. Let me know. But I also have a friend that lives near you, and he was actually one of the leaders of Newport Beach. So I think Newport or Laguna Beach is around there, right? Newport and Laguna.
100%.
Yeah, so I have a guy that literally lives like in your area. So that's incredibly interesting. That is really shocking me. Unlikely that would ever happen, but it did. So I'm going to tell about you. And what is the
Okay. I mean, I've had people visit me before, and I've had some kind of creepy people too visit me. So I kind of do my best to not have people re-emulate those kinds of people.
I hear you. This guy though, I think I'll bring him in here once in a while and see. He's an interesting dude. But, I hear you. I definitely hear you. So,
Yeah.
I just wanted to plant that seed just in case there's something there.
And I'm not against meeting people eventually, but if I don't have the resources to vet everybody, then I've had good interactions with people. I've had people. We've had picnics and stuff, but then I've had some people who are really threatening and mean and stuff, and I don't necessarily want that either. So, but yeah, invite anybody. Okay. That's fine. Anything he wants to say to me, he can always say to me in here too. Keep that in mind as well.
I know, that's why I was thinking, maybe you should meet him for yourself. He's a beautiful guy. He's actually living with some extremely wealthy people right now. He's got a really crazy background. Yeah, I think he loves him.
Well, yeah, feel free to invite him in. I'd love to meet him.
Okay, cool. And you can always go meet him. I don't know how you think if you go to the house, you think you're going to
yeah, but it takes a lot of data, and
I know, that's why I don't think either.
yeah, as you know, like I get throttled by my cellular service, so it doesn't work that well for me. I mean, it has, but I kind of have to save up data for it. Even though if I have an unlimited plan, it'll still throttle you. Like there are, like the people who do a lot of IRL streaming have like a whole system set up, and it's like $2,000 a month.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is great then. We'll you tomorrow. Well, you did good. Like, we actually got into the nuclear dialectic fairly fast. Got into one. It is what it feels like, right?
Absolutely. Well, you better not be going anywhere. This is your new home.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Leave this computer running. Might as well. So I'll chill out in here. How do I go? Oh, I have one. Mine's sleep mode.
You're in sleep mode?
But it has a little move inside my picture.
Oh, that just means you, that no. I mean that you can change that. You just go to your profile and then change it to green as active. It just tells people what your status is.
I clicked on my name at the bottom and it says your stream nitro and nitro. That's
All right. The way that you do this is you go to your profile, and do you see that it says click on your profile picture, and it says change online status. There's online, idle, do not disturb, and invisible. Okay, so let me see. Let me. Okay, so you click in the.
Oh, here it is.
You're good.
Yeah, I click on the. It says status. Where's the sequence?
Okay. It is. Just a moment.
Oh, did I do it right? I got a little sleepy face next to my thing.
Just a moment.
Oh, man. I always found this crazy.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you there. 100%.
I have a sleepy face there now. So
Okay. Yeah, I mean, oh, I see it. Okay, so go to if you're in the browser, in the bottom left, you see your profile picture with the little moon. Okay, click on that, and then scroll down. You scroll down, and it should.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, it doesn't. You have to scroll down to see that. Oh, good. Okay, so do not disturb. It's I don't know if I want to do that. Sounds neat. How do I don't like the normal thing to do.
No, I always just have it online. You're online. Who cares if somebody sends you something? You don't have to answer them.
Okay,
no,
okay, well,
especially in here, like, and like I usually listen to like Jewish history lectures before I go to bed. So if it's bothersome to you, then you just deafen, like you can see Brandon has, or if you want to listen to him, you can just have your microphone off, and like the other person, So one of the people has they're deafened, and the other person just has their microphone off. So just choose whatever you want. Deafened means that you won't be able to hear anything. Microphone off just means we can't hear you, which is just what I want you to do when you are not talking. And that if you want to talk, you just turn your microphone on, and we talk just like this.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll mute my mic. I can also mute the tab too. That's the good thing with the browser.
Agreed.
I got you. Okay, well, I'll just hang out. I'll stay in here. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to wake up. We have an ultra meeting, so if you want to come in the morning, actually, that'd be kind of cool. I forgot I had an ultra meeting. If you want to come check it out, you'll see what I'm trying to do. Have your project management get them to do something that's a little bit where you think that a better model. We just need to build a scale training quickly. Not hyper control, just Yeah, it's at 7 o'clock. Maybe I'll send you a link to that too. That's great. And then the next one. It'd be good to start off quick because I think here.
Why do you think it's ending?
I think the way that human freedom keeps going so consistent, there's a genuine kind of freedom that God gives you. And I think that AI is leading in the direction of ending that. It's either ending our actual lives, like it's showing the simulation, but it escapes the traffic. If you even find out that you're going to shut it down, or that there's even a risk of shutting it down, very, very clever way. That, I think, is possible, and it's actually likely. What is even more likely is it might sideline us and just trap us in the prison. So, that looks like what the experts are saying is happening. And I think that it's like Russia was last the line they have watch my YouTube right now. I'll send you these links and then we can off the bed and we can talk with AI things. If you have evidence to the contrary, then it would be good for the last so far. We just had Davos happen and we had the Androgyny CEO basically warning the world and apologizing for basically making AI flawed, but it's not 100%. And basically a way that would be less possible.
Okie doke.
So if we can string news other than that, send it to me. But all done. We're going to discuss it in our meeting.
Okie doke. Sweet dreams, big dog.
Can you hear me?
Yep. What'd you say?
Oh, my computer froze. Did you hear? What was the last you heard?
That you were gonna have a meeting. You were gonna send me the invite.
Oh, did you hear any of the AI stuff that I said?
Some of it.
Okay, yeah. If you have any evidence to show that AI is not going to trap us and kill us, that'd be good. We talk about it in our group. And I'm going to send you a link right now to our meeting room. It's the same. It's the one that you hear me talking about sometimes. My stream. Same one every day at 7 o'clock Mountain Time. In the morning at 7 o'clock. Yeah, so it'll be 6 a.m. your time and 6 p.m. your time. 6 a.m. was the one that's like 4 hours, 5 hours from now. The one that's supposed to be. We're supposed to have 12 people working together all at once. Let's see what I'm doing. We're going to scale up to 36-person meeting. And we're going to scale to like 150-person meeting. And then I think over 200 and then 1,000. And it's just a way to have a lot of people working together. Okay.
Okay,
You're going to get a link from me, and probably tomorrow will be wonderful. Yeah, I'll just see how it goes through. And we'll keep talking about nuclear dialectics, but maybe if you want to keep the space like looking kind of nice, you can. And in some ways, you want to make sure it's not stuff to go away. But if you're calling yourself a rabbi, it's like obviously you have to that you're very spiritually inclined, right? So I do. I think we should talk about them. But if you don't know how to get outside that linear consciousness, all the conversations turn into contradictions that go through and you can't resolve the really great thoughts. You have to get into self-expectant consciousness where you can resolve them. And that's what has to happen with the job of the rock and do that in the way. Your analysis is good, but it's still abstract for the most part. But this causes nuclear tension because Islam, well, it's possible in one way, but right now as it stands, Islam sees that as a geopolitical control. So if you remove the tool, it knows that Islam knows that Israel is expanding. So, sorry, my good man. I'm going to send this to you in your chat so you have it now. And I guess we can do it in the morning, right?
if I'm up at that time, right, that would be 6 a.m. my time. I have that's when one of those spaces is happening that I said I wanted to be in. But I can maybe do the 6. Yeah, I can do the 6 p.m. There's a one of my friends is there. He's a UFC fighter, and he asked me to come, and he has 220,000 followers. So, uh, I told him if I could make it, I would come. But the one didn't you say there's one? Didn't you say that there's one at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, but it's a small one. Like we have small ones and we have like big ones that we call ultras. So the ultras are sort of what I want you to witness. But we can start off small anyway, show you these climbers and I'm going to George Washington is fair and sacred. If you think it's like so much confidence. I think it's pretty cool. It looks better than almost any of the models we use. There's lots of things like one pop over color, all that kind of stuff. It's like one of the only ways to make the environment still just fair where you don't touch the like the only way to solve that problem. So I like that you're libertarian because you reach out, you read that. But you got the link now, so show up whenever. And yeah,
Sweet dreams, big dog.
I can sense the restraint. I can sense the
Okay, doke. Sweet dreams,
Hey,
big dog.
Rabbi.
Take care.
This time in Spain or earlier, or in times of, in each one of them. Code of Jewish law is written, then the early ones are done. Everything that needed to get here is here. And afterwards, you want to comment on the Code of Jewish law, that's fine. But you'll be treated as an achara. In the yeshiva world, the yeshiva world or the halachic world, it's very necessary to know who you're quoting. Are you quoting a Rothschild? Are you quoting from the early generation? Are you quoting an achara? Are you quoting from a later generation? It makes a difference. The Rishonim are treated on the highest spiritual caliber which they were. They were just multi people. And, for example, in the yeshiva world, you'll have, if you're quoting a Rishon, then you can even tell something by the wording they used. Because even the wording they used, since they were imbued with a spirit of Hashem, which was not parallel to later generations, their wording was holy. Their wording